Hokage, my immortality unlocks infinite 8 gates. Chapter 1, The Cowardly Senju Kid. This book will have some magical changes in the timeline, but it will not affect readers' enjoyment. Konoha, 33 years. Ninja School, 5th grade class. As the teacher on the podium said school is over, the originally quiet classroom suddenly became lively. Uchiha Chiba also packed his things and was about to go home. When he was about to get up, a figure appeared in front of him. "Chiba, I want to challenge you." Hearing a familiar voice, Uchiha knew who it was without even looking. Besides Senju Naoki, who else dares to challenge him for the top spot in his grade? Just when they were about to refuse, a lazy voice sounded behind them. "Naoshu, you are really persistent. I remember this should be your 100th challenge to Chiba. Do you want to achieve 100 consecutive defeats?" Uchiha Chiba turned around and found that the person speaking was Narashikaka with a ponytail, who was holding his chin as if he had just woken up. "Nonsense, I gave in to Kyunyi before, but this time I will go all out." Naoshu was a little angry when he heard this. "You must know that as the grandson of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, he is not an opponent of an ordinary Uchiha, and this Uchiha has not yet opened Sharingan. From the time he entered school, every time he played against Uchiha Chiba, he always went home with a disgraced look. This makes Senju, who has determined to become a Hokage since childhood, a little frustrated. Therefore, after school, he will train hard and strive to win the next battle with Uchiha Chiba. Although he didn't know why he was so obsessed with winning Uchiha Chiba, he just wanted to win, even once. But ideal and reality are two parallel straight lines that will never intersect. So Naoki looked confident every time before he challenged Uchiha Chiba to a duel, but ended in failure every time. As we all know, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been loving and killing each other for thousands of years. This bad relationship can be traced back to Indra and Asura, the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The most famous people after that are Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and then there are their younger brother Uchiha Izuna and the evil old Senju ghost Senju Tobirama. Of course, the reason why Uchiha Chiba knows these unknown secrets is that Uchiha Chiba is actually a time traveler. Speaking of time travel, Uchiha Chiba's way of time travel is different from other senior time travelers. Others are favored by the god of dump trucks. However, Uchiha Chiba's way of time travel is relatively rare. In his previous life, Uchiha Chiba was a chef when the gas suddenly exploded while cooking in the kitchen, and he died unfortunately. After that, his soul traveled to the period when this body was still a fetus. Fortunately, Uchiha Chiba, who was an orphan in her previous life, doesn't have much to remember. If you want to travel through time, just travel through time, although the danger index in this world now is countless times higher than in the previous life. But if he can live another life, Uchiha Chiba has nothing to complain about. And after coming to this world, he also experienced what it felt like to have relatives. But unfortunately, his father died in a mission before he was born, and he was raised by his mother alone. As for the grandparents, unfortunately, my father in this life is an orphan just like his previous life. But fortunately, most of the relatives on my mother's side are still alive, except for my grandmother who has passed away. It is worth mentioning that his cousin is a character who appeared in the original work, that is, Uchiha Mikoto, the mother of the filial son Itaki and the heroine Sate Amba. When Uchiha Chiba's thoughts were distracted, a different voice came to her ears again. Akamichi Tingza, the little fat guy sitting next to Narashikaku, ate the potato chips in his hand and said innocently, "But Naoki, you said that every time before." Puff. Senju Rope Tree heard the words and immediately broke the defense. Yamanaka Hai also became interested when he saw the constipated look on Naoki's face, and then continued to hit him. "Okay, Dingzo, don't say it. It's good that we know the truth. There is no need to tell it." Puff. Hearing this, the rope tree broke through the defense again. Unexpectedly, the three guys of this generation, Zhu, Deer, and Dai, looked honest on the surface with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is really ruthless when he stabs the knife. Of course, Naishu also knew that these friends were just joking with him. It's not that I'm angry, but I'm still unhappy. Naoki, who could only feel helpless and furious in his heart, once again looked at Uchiha Chiba, who was watching the show next to him. Chiba, you. The rope tree. Before Senju finished speaking, a voice interrupted him. It is very uncomfortable to be interrupted when talking, and the same is true for Senju rope trees. At the door of the classroom, two girls holding arms appeared at some point. The one who interrupted the Senju rope tree was one of the girls with fiery red hair. Senju turned his head and saw Kushina, and asked curiously, "Kushina, haven't you gone back yet?" Uzumaki Kushina first looked at Uchiha Chiba next to the Senju rope tree, and then shifted her eyes to him. "I'm here to ask you to go home with me. Also, you have to call me sister." Senju shook his head. "No, I haven't dueled with Chiba yet, how can I go back now?" Seeing that the rope tree was stubborn, Kushina had no choice but to bring out the noble phantasm against the rope tree. "Really? Well, then you can go and explain to Sister Tsunade yourself why you didn't go back with me." "Haha, little one, I can't cure you?" When Senju Naoki heard Tsunade, his momentum instantly weakened. After all, among the elders in the family, the one he fears most is his sister Tsunade. From the age of 5 to now, I have been beaten many times. After all, bloodline suppression is no joke. Uchiha Chiba looked at Naoki, who was completely different from before, and his heart moved, and then he started to fight. "Don't be a coward, Shenshu. As a man, how can you bow to a woman? You have to learn to say no, do you understand?" Senju felt that what this person said was indeed reasonable, but when he thought of his violent elder sister, he couldn't help but shudder. "Forget it, I'll let you go today. Kushina is still waiting for me to go back. Let's talk about it next time. For the sake of my own life, I just need to wait a little longer for the duel with Uchiha Chiba." After saying this, Senju walked towards the classroom door. Looking at the Senju rope tree walking towards her, Uzumaki Kushina nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the girl next to her, "Mikoto, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Uchiha Mikoto nodded and said softly. After seeing that only Uchiha Mikoto was left at the door, Uchiha Chiba stood up and looked at Shikaku and the others. "Let's go, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After saying hello, Uchiha Chiba shrugged and walked towards the door. After arriving in front of Uchiha Mikoto, "Let's go, Mikoto-san." In the classroom, after watching Uchiha Chiba leave the classroom, Yamanaka looked at Akamichi Dingza and Nara Shikaku and asked, "It's just the three of us. What should I say? Should we go home or go fishing? It's too much trouble. Let's go home. We can wait until the weekend after tomorrow to talk about fishing." Nara stretched his body and said listlessly. The fat little Akamichi Dingza nodded naively, "I'm hungry, it's time to go home and eat." Knowing the nature of these two friends, Yamanaka Hai could only nod. "Okay, let's go home today and go fishing on the weekend." Just when the three of them were about to get up and go home, sudden, a voice sounded from behind the three of them. "Ahem! Didn't you notice me?" The three people who heard the familiar and resentful voice all turned their heads when they saw a bare maze highway sitting in the corner of the back seat wearing sunglasses. Yamanaka Hai was shocked and couldn't help but wonder, "When did you come back, Highway? I thought you had already gone home." Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Dingza heard the words and nodded sharply in agreement. "I've been here all along, haven't you noticed?" A bare maze slightly resentful voice sounded again. Nara and Shikaku were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then they all shook their heads. "A bare maze highway. Get out of school." Uchiha Mikoto said to Uchiha Chiba next to him, "When we were in the classroom just now, did Naoki challenge you for a duel again?" "Yes, but I don't have time to play with him today. I have important things to do today." "Something important? Can you tell me about it?" Uchiha Mikoto asked curiously. Uchiha Chiba shrugged. "Cannot." Obviously, this answer did not satisfy Uchiha Mikoto, and he continued to ask. "I'm your sister, and you didn't tell me. You are only a month older than me. I am also your sister, a month older." As he said this, Uchiha Mikoto reached out and touched the head of Uchiha Chiba, who was walking in front. Just when he was about to succeed, in the next second, Uchiha Chiba, who was walking in front, suddenly moved to the left. And Uchiha Mikoto's hand also failed. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but feel dissatisfied when his small move failed. "Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Can you avoid them like this?" "Hey, I won't tell you." After continuing to walk for a while, Uchiha Chiba was a little confused. Why didn't Mikoto speak? He turned around to look out of curiosity, and saw his cousin looking unhappy. Then he changed the topic. "Don't be upset. By the way, Sister Mikoto, I haven't seen my uncle and aunt for a long time. When will they come back?" Although I am still a little unhappy with Uchiha Chiba's behavior. But when he heard about his parents, Uchiha Mikoto said a little depressed, "I won't come back until the end of the year. Isn't it like this in previous years?" After listening to Mikoto's answer, Uchiha Chiba could only say that this uncle and aunt were somewhat incompetent as parents. But this can't be blamed on them. The decision to go to the capital of the Land of Fire to run the family business was arranged by the family. They had no choice but to go home to see their children during the new year. Thinking of this and looking at Uchiha Mikoto's depressed look, he didn't know how to comfort him. Chapter 2 Talent, Immortality. After returning to the clan area, the two of them walked home respectively. Although the two are related, the two families are not in the same place. After returning home, he found that the house was empty. Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but think to himself. "Mom won't have to work overtime at the hospital again, right?" That's right, Uchiha Chiba's mother, Uchiha Genka, is a medical ninja, and she also holds the position of director. Although she is a member of the Uchiha clan, it is a bit unbelievable that she has become a medical ninja. And Konoha F4 would actually allow a member of the Uchiha clan to enter an important institution like Konoha Hospital and hold a high position? Of course, everything is unreasonable for a reason. First of all, Konoha has not yet experienced the Night of Nine Tails, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's top brass is not as incompatible as it was later. Although the first-generation Naked Shimura Danzo doesn't like each other with the Uchiha clan, he doesn't have many excuses to attack the Uchiha clan. Of course, the most important point is that his maternal grandfather, Uchiha Mikoto's grandfather, Uchiha Mikoto, is the elder of the Dove faction. Uchiha Chiba guessed that her mother's position as hospital director should be the result of Konoha's desire to drive a wedge between Uchiha's hawks and doves. Thinking of her mother who was still in the hospital, Uchiha walked into the kitchen. "My mother is still working overtime, so I have to cook dinner by myself. As far as cooking is concerned, as a chef of Grandmaster Sichuan and Hunan cuisine in my previous life, it was simply a piece of cake." After taking out the ingredients from the refrigerator, Uchiha started preparing today's dinner. Under the guidance of Uchiha Chiba, the prepared food was quickly placed on the dining table. And a dining table was also filled with delicious food. However, after the meal was prepared, Uchiha Chiba was not in a hurry to eat, but took out a lunch box from the kitchen. After filling the lunch box, Uchiha Chiba started eating. That's right, the food on this table is just enough for him. In fact, Uchiha Chiba is also a little troubled by her appetite, which is comparable to that of the Akamichi clan. As for why this is the case, we have to mention the system. Yes, Uchiha Chiba is also systematic. However, compared to the systems of other senior time travelers, my system is quite lame. After all, whose system would run out of energy just because of traveling across the world? Right, Brother Tongzi? But fortunately, the system sent the novice gift package to Uchiha Chiba before it went down. Otherwise, Uchiha Chiba would be thinking about whether to take her mother away now. After all, in more than 20 years, the filial son, whose cousin was brainwashed by the will of fire, will commit genocide. As for why Uchiha Chiba was sure that she could survive until that time, of course she planned to directly enter Konoha Hospital and become a medical ninja as soon as she graduated, relying on the relationship of the director's mother. Although medical ninjas also have to go to the front line during wartime, they are still behind the battle line to treat the wounded, and do not have to fight the enemy head-on. Relatively speaking, medical ninjas are much less dangerous. However, this is all under the premise that there are no rewards issued by the system. After all, as an ordinary Uchiha, Uchiha Chiba feels that if there is no system, his upper limit is probably an elite Genin. Mangeki Sharingan? Don't be kidding, for a person whose soul age is over 30 years old, Uchiha Chiba doesn't even know if he can open a Megatama Sharingan. To know the conditions for Sharingan's eyes to open requires strong emotional stimulation. But this was too difficult for Uchiha Chiba. Let's talk about the system's novice gift package. The gift pack contains 2 talents and 2 skills, respectively. 1 Death Curse, as a gift from death, the 5 diverse gods in the Marvel world, you will have the ability to be immortal. 2 Overgrowth, from a certain 4-character competitive game, you can choose to absorb your own energy to strengthen and stabilize the body. The energy that can be absorbed includes but is not limited to food, chakra, and sage jutsu chakra. 3 Haki, the 3-color haki next door can be awakened through practice. 4 Dance in the Sky, you can fly by consuming physical energy. After seeing the rewards issued by the system, the thought of taking his mother away disappeared from his mind. Running away? What running away? This is my village. Why should I run away? When the time comes, the left hand is dominating, the right hand is 8 gates, Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Obito, they are nothing more than chickens and tile dogs. As for Uchiha, he doesn't play with contact lenses but does taijutsu. Uchiha Chiba said, what is Sharingan? A real man should be a big muscle tyrant. But it is a pity that due to the second reason of overgrowth of talent, no matter how much Uchiha Chiba ate or exercised, he could not become the muscular man he imagined. The body shape is still within the range of normal people. However, due to the talent of overgrowth, the height of 10-year-old Uchiha Chiba is already far higher than that of his peers, reaching about 170 centimeters. After understanding the talent of overgrowth, Uchiha Chiba wanted to refine chakra early to strengthen the body. So when he was 3 years old, he told his mother that he wanted to learn the chakra refining method in advance. However, he was rejected because he was still young and refining chakra too early would affect his physical development. Uchiha has no choice but to start with food, which is why his food intake exceeds that of ordinary people. After receiving the talents and skills given by the system, Uchiha Chiba also determined how to take his future path. That is to find Mat Dai to learn the 8 Gates dungeon and take the path of a physical ninja. You know, looking at the entire Hokage, the only one who can achieve 6 paths Madara without relying on blood-hardened steel is Metkai, the son of Mat Dai. The reason why this is possible is because of the physical art of 8 Gates Dunjia. One move of Yekai can directly kick half of Madara's body to pieces. If it is Uchiha Chiba who has an immortal body, he can directly hit Yekai continuously. He still doesn't believe it, he can't kill a little 6 paths Madara. And just when Uchiha Chiba was dreaming about punching 6 paths Madara and kicking Kaguya in the future, the hunger coming from her stomach brought her back to reality. Let's eat first. After touching his belly, Uchiha Chiba began to feast on a table of delicious food. After eating, Uchiha Chiba touched his full belly. Phew, I'm full. It's time to deliver a lunch box to my mother. Then he stood up, picked up the lunch box prepared for his mother, and went out. Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Yuanxiang came out of the operating room and looked at her colleagues around her. Okay, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Today's operation has been completed. Let's go home first. Okay, Master Yuanxiang, let's go back first. Everyone felt relieved when they heard that they could go home. After a long day of intensive surgery, they were already exhausted. Now I just want to go home early, take a good bath, and then go have a drink. Just as everyone was leaving, they suddenly saw Uchiha Chiba holding a lunch box at the end of the hospital corridor. Hey, Minamoto-sama, that kid from Chiba is here to bring you lunch again. Oh, I really envy Master Yuanxiang to have such a well-behaved and sensible child. Unlike my kid, who only knows how to play after school and doesn't care about being sensible. He always makes me angry. Yes, you can understand your mother's hard work at such a young age, and you can also cook. I heard my child say that Chiba is still the top grader in the school, and even Tsunade-sama's younger brother is no match. Uchiha heard that her colleagues were praising her children, and she was very happy in her heart. A smile appeared on her lips. You are exaggerating. That child is not as good as you said. Looking at their director's uncontrollable mouth, everyone looked at each other, speechless. The director is really Versailles. After entering the hospital, Uchiha Chiba saw his mother chatting with her colleagues, and then several people looked at her at the same time. This made Uchiha Chiba a little confused. What's going on? Why are everyone looking at me? Is it because I am so handsome? The more Uchiha Chiba thinks about it, the more she feels right. After all, in the Uchiha family, where everyone has handsome men and beautiful women, there is no one who is ugly. And as one of the best, he can be said to be very responsible. He is the tribe of the Uchiha clan. While thoughts were swirling, Uchiha Chiba had already arrived in front of several people. Several of Uchiha's colleagues saw this and wisely said goodbye. Ms. Zhengxiang, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, little Chiba. Okay, see you tomorrow. Uchiha Chiba also politely said goodbye to several people, goodbye, uncle, and goodbye, auntie. After all her colleagues left, Uchiha brought Uchiha Chiba to her office. Kyunyi, you don't have to bring me a lunchbox, I can just go back and eat it. Looking at her son who was almost as tall as herself, Uchiha's eyes were filled with care. Uchiha Yuanxiang has always been satisfied with this son. He has never cried or made trouble since he was a child, and he is very sensible. But it is a pity that Chiba, a child, has never received the care of his father since he was a child. Thinking of her husband who died on a mission while she was still pregnant, Uchiha Minayaka couldn't help but feel a little sad. But she quickly calmed down because she didn't want her son to see her weakness. It's okay, Mom, you have a stomach problem and you have to eat on time. Uchiha Chiba shook her head. Because he often worked overtime and could not eat on time, his mother suddenly diagnosed him with stomach problems when he was 4 years old. So from then on, he would prepare meals and deliver them to his mother when she worked overtime. Regarding her son's concern for her, Uchiha couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Okay, I'll eat it now. With that said, he opened the lunch box that Uchiha Chiba brought. When he saw that it was filled with his favorite dishes, Uchiha couldn't help but smile. Seeing his mother starting to eat, Uchiha Chiba stood up and said, "Then I will go to practice first. Mom, please come home early." After swallowing a mouthful of food, Uchiha nodded and said, "Don't practice too late, and come back early." Chapter 3 8 Gates Dungia, obtained. Because she had an appointment today, Uchiha Chiba walked towards the woods above Hokage Rock after leaving the hospital. Half an hour later, just as he was about to reach his destination, from a distance, I could already see Matt Dai standing on his head and doing push-ups with one hand next to the big tree. "Brother Dai." When there were still dozens of meters away from meter day, Uchiha Chiba could no longer contain the excitement in his heart, waved his hand and shouted at the figure in front. 8 gates Dungia, finally got it. Hey, Chiba, you are still so energetic. After hearing Uchiha Chiba's voice, Matt Dai suddenly exerted force on his right hand, which was supporting his whole body weight, and completed a perfect backflip in the air before landing firmly on the ground. Then he gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Chiba, showing a row of white front teeth. Arriving in front of Matt Dai, Uchiha Chiba looked at Matt Dai's smooth movements just now, and couldn't help but think of the time when he first met Matt Dai. After knowing that he had the gift of immortality and overgrowth, Uchiha Chiba has been thinking about how to obtain the 8 gates armor. First of all, the sealed book is excluded. Let's not say whether the senior management of Konoha will give the sealed book to an Uchiha for observation. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others lost their minds, they were willing to show Uchiha Chiba. He also doesn't think that 8 gates Dungia can be learned through the sealed book. Uchiha Chiba guessed that the current book of sealings does not record 8 gates Dungia at all. As for why Uchiha Chiba came to such a conclusion, it must be mentioned as the inventor of 8 gates Dungia. In the previous life, many Hokage fans argued endlessly about who was the inventor of 8 gates Dungia. Of course, the reason for this is that the old thief Kishimoto did not clearly say who the inventor of 8 gates Dungia was. First of all, the first point of view is that the evil Senju old ghost Senju Tobirama invented the 8 gates dungeon. As the recognized master of forbidden arts in the Hokage, he developed countless forbidden arts in his life, and the most famous one was used throughout the second half of the Hokage. The filth of the plot is reincarnated. But the flaw in this view is, how did Matt Dai, a 10,000-year-old genin, obtain the 8 gates dungeon? You must know that not everyone can read the sealed book casually. Naruto? That was just a scene played by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then the second point of view is that the 8 gates Dungia was invented by Metkai's ancestors during the Warring States period. This point of view was proposed when Metkai opened the 7 gates to fight against Madara. Madara said something like this: "It's not red steam, I'm really underestimated." It can be known from this sentence that Madara has met the person who opened the 8th gate's gate of death before. But there are loopholes in this view, that is, if 8 gates Dungia was invented by Matt Dai's ancestors during the Warring States period, then 8 gates Dungia would have become famous in the ninja world long ago. Of course, this person may also be Matt Dai. After all, when Matt Dai died, it was the time when World War III broke out. At this time, although Uchiha Madara is dying, he is relying on the vitality transmitted by Gedo statue to survive. Most likely it was the information collected through the Baiju he sent out. Let's look at it from the fact that Matt Dai has been a genin all his life and was laughed at by his teammates. At that time, Konoha didn't know that there was 8 gates Dunga. And then there's the last point. The inventor of 8 gates Dungia is Matt Dai. But in Metkai's memories, Matt Dai himself said that it took him 20 years of practice to master this technique. Matt Dai was born in the 13th year of Konoha and died in the 49th year of Konoha at the age of 36. In other words, Matt Dai started practicing 8 gates Dungia when he was a teenager. The flaw in this view is that Matt Dai, who had mediocre qualifications, developed the buggy 8 gates armor when he was about 10 years old, and successfully invented it in just a few years. To Uchiha Chiba, this view is fantasy. In this regard, Uchiha Chiba can only say that Kishimoto is just a manga artist. He knows Hokage and has a lot of bugs, but he doesn't know how to fill them in. Therefore, Uchiha Chiba's view is that the person who invented the 8 gates dungeon should be Matt Dai's father. Of course, no matter who the inventor is, it is a fact that Matt Dai can use 8 gates Dungia. After having a goal, Uchiha Chiba is also ready to take action. 5-year-old Uchiha Chiba, in order to meet Matt Dai, would go out for training morning and night. And a month later, hard work paid off, and Uchiha Chiba finally met Matt Dai, who was also training. Since then, the frequency of encounters between the two has continued to increase. From strangers at the beginning, Matt Dai took the initiative to invite Uchiha Chiba to train together. Although in the beginning Uchiha Chiba's purpose of approaching Matt Dai was for 8 Gates Dungia. But later, after seeing Matt Dai's innocence, kindness, cheerfulness, and self-discipline, Uchiha Chiba, who was infected by him, also recognized Matt Dai as a person. Sincerely call Matt Dai Brother Dai. Chiba, do you really insist on learning the forbidden art of 8 Gates Dungia? Matt Dai was very puzzled. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, it stands to reason that Uchiha Chiba only needs to develop Sharingan well to reach a level that many ninjas cannot reach in their lifetime. Yes, Brother Dai, you said you would teach me the 8 Gates Dungia when I was 10 years old, and I have been preparing for it in the past few years. I have been training unremittingly every day just for today. Looking at Uchiha Chiba's firm eyes, Matt Dai couldn't help but feel in a trance, looking at the boy in front of him as if he was seeing his younger self. There is no confusion, only firm belief. Yoshi, if that's the case, then I'll hand over the 8 Gates Dungia to you. 8 Gates Dungia is a forbidden technique that my father spent 10 years developing. First of all, the first gate of opening. After opening the gate of opening, the restriction of chakra in the brain area can be lifted, which can overload the body's energy consumption and increase strength and speed. The last gate of death, when the last gate is opened, will gain dozens of times more power than the 5 shadows, but the cost is that the user will die. Along with Matt Dai's explanation, his body gradually changed. Every time he explains a door, Matt Dai will open the corresponding door, showing the powerful power of 8 Gates Dungia. After Matt Dai finished explaining, the airflow erupted around him like a Category 7 hurricane, and his hair stood up straight, ignoring gravity, as if a scion had turned on the Super Saiyan form. The surrounding leaves were also blown loudly. Unfortunately, I can only drive to the 6th gate of view now, so I can only show you this far. Matt Dai looked at Uchiha Chiba and said regretfully. After listening to Matt Dai's explanation, Uchiha Chiba finally knew who the inventor of the 8 Gates Dungeon was that Hokage fans had been arguing about in his previous life. That was Matt Dai's father. This also confirmed his guess. And it also relatively reasonably makes up for the loopholes in several previous views. But there is one more thing that makes Uchiha very curious. Brother Dai, your strength is now comparable to that of Jainin, right? Why are you still willing to be a genin? After hearing Uchiha Chiba's question, Matt Dai looked serious. Chiba, you must firmly remember that the core concept of 8 Gates Dungia is self-restraint and restraint. This power is not used to show off or satisfy personal desires, but exists to protect the most important people and things in our hearts. Okay, Chiba, now I'll teach you how to practice 8 Gates Dungia. Outskirts of the Forest of Death. When Metade handed over the complete 8 Gates armor to Uchiha Chiba, the moon was already high in the atrium. Kyunyi, I have taught you the cultivation method of 8 Gates Dungia. I hope you will never open the last gate. As Matade's voice fell, starting from Uchiha Chiba's body as the center, a strong wave of air suddenly spread out to all sides. 8 Gates Dungia, the 4th gate of pain opens. As Uchiha Chiba recited silently in his heart, chakra instantly rushed to the gate of pain, and Uchiha Chiba, who opened the 4th gate of pain, suddenly found a powerful force pouring into his body instantly. Feeling this power, Uchiha Chiba clenched her fists, feeling like she could hit herself 10 times ago. Matt Dai was stunned for a moment, then sighed, is this a genius? You can use it as soon as you learn 8 Gates Dungia. After being stunned for a while, he reminded, Kyunyi, stop first. Don't last too long the first time, otherwise it will cause damage to the body. Okay, Brother Dai. Uchiha Chiba, who has the gift of immortality, doesn't care at all if it damages her body. But he didn't want to be exposed so early. Otherwise it would be a tragedy if someone catches him and uses him as a guinea pig. Okay Chiba, it's getting late, go home early. Since Uchiha Chiba has learned the 8 Gates Dungeon, there is no point in staying here anymore. Uchiha Kyunyi nodded when he heard this and said, then I will go back first. Thank you, Brother Dai. After saying that, Uchiha Chiba bowed to Mat Dai. Uchiha Chiba is sincerely grateful to Mat Dai. After all, 8 Gates Dunjia is a secret technique developed by his father. Mat Dai is not related to him, nor is he a master-student relationship. How should we repay such kindness? I thought of how Mat Dai had been a genin all his life, and later after having his son Metkai, he knelt down and begged the then captain in order not to be kicked out of the team. Uchiha Chiba already has a plan in mind. This plan is also very simple, just let the people of Konoha see the power of 8 Gates Dunjia. He believed that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in his prime, would definitely form a Taijutsu class like Kakashi as long as he was not stupid. In the final chapter of the theatrical version, there is a Taijutsu class dedicated to learning 8 Gates Dunjia. By then, even if Mat Dai knows only Taijutsu, he will still have a chance to be promoted to Jainin. Chapter 4 Overgrowth. After separating from Mat Dai, Uchiha Chiba began to walk home. On the way back, Uchiha Chiba recalled the feeling after opening 8 Gates Dunjia just now. The feeling of suddenly becoming stronger was so wonderful that he still kept recalling it. Then, a question appeared in his mind. That's why there is such a huge gap in strength between Mat Dai and Metkai, who also opened the 8th gates. Mat Dai, who opened the Gate of Death, fought against Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swordsmen, and directly kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into the lucky 3 treasures. This also caused Lo Kuat Jozang, one of the 3, to ask every time he met a Konoha ninja, do you know Mat Dai? It was obviously a psychological shadow caused by Mat Dai. But compared to 6 Paths Madara, the 7 ninja swordsmen are not enemies on the same level at all. The reason why there is such a gap, Uchiha Chiba believes, is that Mat Dai knows that practicing 8 Gates Dunjia requires a strong body. The foundation was laid for Metkai from an early age. Therefore, only after Metkai opens the Gate of Death can his strength reach the level of 6 paths. Hey, I'm back in Chiba. It's later than usual today. Did something happen? Uchiha Chiba, whose thoughts were interrupted, found that he had returned to Uchiha's clan without knowing it. Looking for reputation, it was the guardian of the tribe who spoke. It's brother Tsuchino. It took a long time to learn the new ninjutsu today, so I came back a little late. Chiba, you are really hard-working. You are worthy of being the genius of our Uchiha. Uchiha Tsuchino gave Uchiha Chiba a thumbs up and smiled. Uchiha Chiba is not embarrassed about Uchiha Tsuchino's praise. After all, Uchiha Tsuchino just told the truth. Although he can get the title of genius, the system takes most of the credit. In this regard, Uchiha Chiba just wanted to say, if you didn't log in before time travel, forget it. If you hang up after time traveling and don't open it, wouldn't it be a waste of time traveling? Brother Tuyi, it's getting late, I'm going back first. Uchiha Chiba thought that it was getting late and her mother was still waiting for her to go home. Well, then you go back. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba didn't want to talk anymore, Uchiha Tsuchino also let him go in a sensible way. When Uchiha Chiba came outside his house, he saw that the lights were still brightly lit. I sighed slightly in my heart, and sure enough, my mother was still waiting for me as before. When I opened the door, I wanted to say I'm back, but I saw Uchiha already asleep on the table. If it reaches your throat, you have no choice but to swallow it. Without thinking much, he came directly to Uchiha and gently picked him up. I don't know if it was because she was too tired, but Uchiha didn't wake up from the living room to the bedroom. After putting Uchiha Genka on the tatami and covering her with a quilt, he walked out gently. Then after taking a shower, he returned to his bedroom. But Uchiha Chiba did not go to sleep directly. After sitting on the bed, sit cross-legged and start refining the chakra. Uchiha Chiba always uses the talent of overgrowth before going to bed. The reason why it is not used during the day is because refining chakra requires physical and mental energy. Uchiha Chiba doesn't want to be mistaken for having a kidney deficiency at such a young age, and she also doesn't want Uchiha Genka to worry. As this power continued to pour out, his body began to absorb this energy, as if every cell was cheering for joy. An hour later, this practice had to be terminated when Uchiha Chiba's physical strength was exhausted. His body had reached its limit and could no longer continue. However, despite feeling exhausted, I feel the process of my body becoming stronger and my heart is filled with a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. The next day, looking at Uchiha Chiba devouring food, I couldn't help but wonder, is this child really named Uchiha and not Akamichi? Or is it that you or your husband's ancestors once had an intermarriage with the Akamichi clan? Otherwise, she wouldn't know why her son eats so much. Sensing Uchiha Genka's gaze, Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but raise his head and look at his mother with doubtful eyes. "Mom, don't you want to eat?" Uchiha Yuanxiang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "You can eat, I'm full." Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba didn't think much. He was already hungry and continued to work on the food on the table. After breakfast, when I came to the gate of the Uchiha tribe, I saw Uchiha Mikoto squatting on the ground with nothing to do and counting ants. "Good morning, Mikoto-san." "Kyunyi, can't you go out earlier? I'm always waiting for you." Uchiha Mikoto has a deep resentment towards this cousin who always goes out late. "Oh, it's okay, as long as you're not late, it'll be fine." Snort. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba looked unconcerned, Uchiha Mikoto turned around and walked out of the clan. When Uchiha Chiba saw this, he shook his head helplessly, and then followed him. Arriving at school, the two of them walked into their respective classes. "Chiba, good morning." "Good morning, Shikaku, you are still so lack of energy." "Good morning, Chiba, would you like some potato chips?" "Good morning Dingziu, do you really want to treat me to some potato chips?" Akamichi Dingza, who was eating potato chips, froze when he heard this. Bad memories started to come back to me. 5 years ago, the day I entered the ninja school. In order to make more friends, Akamichi Dingza, who is somewhat introverted, thought of sharing snacks. However, it got off to a bad start at the beginning, and those classmates politely refused. This also made Akamichi Ting feel a little disappointed. In his understanding, good friends should share snacks. But he was not discouraged. Then he came to Uchiha Chiba. The scene then was exactly the same as it is now. I thought that the proud Uchiha would be like the other students. However, something happened that Akamichi Dingza did not expect. I saw Uchiha Chiba saying thank you and taking the potato chips in his hand in just a few seconds. A whole bag of potato chips went into his stomach. Akamichi Dingza was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. However, although he lost a bag of potato chips, he also gained his first friend after entering the ninja school. Back to the present. Akamichi Dingzuo said slowly after being torn between friends and snacks for a long time, "Well, I'll treat you to some, but Chiba, I can only treat you to half." Uchiha Chiba knows the importance of food in Akamichi Dingza's heart. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Well, you treat me to some potato chips, and tomorrow, Saturday, how about I treat you to grilled fish?" "Really Chiba?" When Akamichi Dingzao heard the word grilled fish, his eyes suddenly lit up. Uchiha Chiba smiled and nodded. "Of course, it's more real than real gold." "Grilled fish? Chiba, do you want to make grilled fish?" As soon as he finished speaking, a rope tree with cocky hair appeared in front of several people. When Shensha shouted with such a loud voice, several eyes immediately turned to him. Uchiha Chiba, who was in the center of her sight, only felt her scalp numb. Originally, I and Akamichi Dingza were big eaters. Although the other people's appetites couldn't compare with my own, they couldn't stand the crowd. Didn't I just show off my cooking skills in front of them before? There's no need to be so obsessed with it. I could only sigh helplessly when I thought about having to be a slave to a few friends tomorrow. It can only be said that the food culture in the ninja world is the same as the chicken in the previous life. There is some, but not much. Okay, let's all go. Dingzhou, Liuju, Hai Yi, and Jiwei, meet at my house tomorrow. Abaramaze Highway, who was sitting in the corner, nodded with satisfaction when he heard Uchiha Chiba mention him. As expected of you, Chiba, you are the only one who can notice my existence. If Uchiha Chiba knew Abaramaze Highway's inner thoughts, I will calmly express that if I didn't use the domineering perception of seeing, hearing, and color, I would ignore you. After all, the Abarame clan's low sense of existence is inherent. What about me? Seeing that Uchiha Chiba didn't mention himself, Naoki couldn't help asking eagerly. You come too, that's all. Uchiha Chiba glanced at this idiot angrily. Yet, Naoki, who had received Uchiha Chiba's consent, was about to cheer, but was interrupted again. Senju-san, didn't you hear the class bell? You haven't sat down yet. Okay, teacher. Senju, who was scolded by the teacher, could only return to his seat and sit down. The teacher on the podium skipped the roll call after seeing that everyone was here. Okay, let's go to class now. Chapter 5 Ichiraku Ramen. In the morning course, the teacher taught some theoretical lessons. This is of no use to Uchiha Chiba. He simply imitated Narashikaku, who was sitting behind him, and fell asleep directly on the desk. As for the idea of imitating Itaka to use Shadow Clone to skip class, it was banned after being caught by Uchiha Genka once before. Different from ordinary Uchiha's ideas, Uchiha Yuanxiang wants Uchiha Chiba to make more friends at school. According to Uchiha Yuanxiang, using Shadow Clone to skip class will make Uchiha Chiba withdrawn because she has no friends. After the Shadow Clone is released, the memory will return to the original body. However, Uchiha believes that a memory cannot be compared with personal experience. She just wants her children to grow up happily and doesn't care whether her children are geniuses or not. As long as you can grow up healthy, that's fine. On the podium, looking at the two people sleeping below, the teacher couldn't help but sigh, Uchiha, Nara. They are all from Konoha's wealthy families. He also knew that the knowledge he explained was a bit shallow for children from these big families. Just sleep, as long as you don't disturb other students. After all, he is just an ordinary teacher teaching theory classes. Although these students are not a worry, fortunately, the students in this class will graduate in 1 year. Then I won't have to worry so much. Ding-a-ling, jingle-a-ling. Well, is school over? Hearing the familiar school bell, Uchiha Chiba, who had already formed muscle memory for it, woke up instantly. Then he turned to look at Akamichi Dingzao, let's go have lunch. Akamichi Dingza stood up immediately after hearing this. Let's go, what are we going to eat today? How about ramen? There is a new ramen shop nearby. I heard it is very delicious. Okay, let's go. Because both of them are big eaters, their families did not prepare lunch boxes for them, but gave them money to eat out at noon. As soon as the hungry two people left school, they headed towards the ramen shop impatiently. Fortunately, the ramen shop is not far from the school. You can reach your destination just across a street. But when he saw the name of the ramen shop, Uchiha Chiba was stunned for a moment. Ichiraku Ramen? Uchiha Chiba did not expect that she would travel to this timeline that was still decades away from the beginning of the Hokage plot. You can actually see the place where the senior time traveler and the Hokage are coming to check in. Chiba, what's wrong with this ramen shop? Discovering that Uchiha Chiba has been staring at the sign of the ramen shop, Akamichi Dingza was a little curious. Uchiha Chiba shook his head, nothing, I just think the name of this ramen shop is quite special. Of course Uchiha Chiba would not say that there is a hidden boss of the Tsutsuki clan in this ramen shop, commonly known as Tsutsuki Ichiraku. Of course, this is just a joke played by netizens. However, after experiencing the Night of Nine Tails, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, Pain's invasion, and other disasters that affected the entire Konoha village, he was still safe. Uchiha Chiba can only say that Ichiraku's luck is comparable to that of the red-nosed clown next door. Ichiraku Ramen, it's a very normal name, what's so special about it? Akamichi Dingzuo was very puzzled. But he didn't ask any more questions and ran quickly towards Ichiraku Ramen. Kyunyi, come on, I'm starving. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba no longer thought too much and followed Akamichi Dingzuo's footsteps into Ichiraku Ramen. After Uchiha looked around the store, he found that apart from the customers eating noodles, there were only the boss who was cooking the noodles and a kid who was wiping the dishes. Welcome, what do you two want to eat? Ichiraku Node looked at the two young guests who came in and asked with a smile. After sitting down and looking at the menu on the wall, Uchiha Chiba made a quick decision. 5 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and 5 bowls of barbecued pork noodles. That, me too. Akamichi Dingza, who was still struggling with what to eat, stopped thinking about what to eat when he heard that Uchiha Chiba had already ordered the meal. After Uchiha Chiba finished speaking, he continued. After hearing the heaven-defying speeches of Uchiha Chiba and Akamichi Dingza, Ichiraku Node was stunned for a moment, and then began to wonder if he was hearing hallucinations. What did these two kids say? 10 bowls of ramen per person? The guests who were dining on the side also stopped when they heard this number and looked up at the two people on the left. Kid, it's a blessing to be able to eat, but it would be shameful to waste it. Uchiha Chiba curled his lips, and he admitted that the eater uncle was right, but the stranger's preaching still made him a little unhappy. Uncle, does it matter to you whether I can eat so much? It didn't cost you anything. It really has nothing to do with me, but I don't want to waste food. I haven't eaten yet, do you know that I will waste food? Uchiha Chiba saw this and responded unceremoniously. Oh, even me as an adult can only eat 2 bowls at most in one meal, let alone you two brats. Seeing this strange diner insisting on arguing with him, Uchiha Chiba was not used to it. Okay, how about we make a bet? If I can finish the meal, you will pay for the meal on my behalf. Okay, but what if you don't finish eating? Since it's a bet, you have to have corresponding betting funds, right? The uncle diner glanced at Uchiha Chiba and said calmly. Uchiha Chiba nodded, well, indeed, let's do that. I just checked, a bowl of ramen is 80 taels, and the total of 10 bowls of ramen is 800 taels. If I don't finish the meal, I'll pay for it myself, and I'll give you another 1,000 taels. How about it, uncle, do you dare to accept this bet? Akamichi Dingzuo on the side reminded in a low voice, Chiba, is it bad for you to do this? We are still children and cannot gamble. Your friend is right. Children really shouldn't gamble. Since you are so confident, let's do it. If you can finish 10 bowls of ramen, I'll pay for it. But if you can't finish it, I'll still pay for it, but you have to apologize to me and promise never to waste food again. So, this condition isn't too much, right? The uncle diner thought about it and realized that there was really no need to embarrass a child. Uncle, it's no problem. I agree to your terms. Uchiha Kyoya smiled and gave the diner a thumbs up. Uchiha Chiba didn't expect to have a free lunch today, and her mental image of the uncle who treated her to a meal immediately changed a lot. Ichiraku Node looked at his uncle first, then at Uchiha Chiba and Akamichi Dingza. 2 guests, are you sure you want to order so much? Yes, that's right. Each of us has 10 bowls each. Don't worry, we have a lot of food and we won't waste it. Yeah, that's right. Akamichi Dingza nodded. After confirming that he had no auditory hallucinations, he turned to greet the boy, hands on, pour tea for the 2 guests. Then he said to Uchiha Chiba and Akamichi Dingza, "You two, wait a moment, I'm going to cook noodles for you two." "Okay, father." A musician who was washing the dishes immediately put down his work when he heard his father's greeting. He immediately poured 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of the two of them. "2 guests, please." Hand beating? This kid with squinting eyes is the one who will be nicknamed by netizens as Tsutsuki Ichiraku? After carefully looking at the musician in front of him, Uchiha Chiba realized that this was an ordinary person. It is said that anyone with squinting eyes is a monster, but the title of monster obviously has nothing to do with the person in front of him. Soon, as the boss kept serving ramen, bowl after bowl of ramen went into Uchiha Chiba's belly. The uncle who was calm at first became louder and louder. "Damn it, are all the kids these days so good at eating?" Hiccup, "Uncle, please pay." Uchiha Chiba looked at the diner provocatively after finishing the last bowl of ramen. The already sluggish uncle heard Uchiha Chiba's reminder and subconsciously took out his wallet. Then he took out 900 taels and handed it to Ichiraku no Day. On the side, Akamichi Dingza, who finished eating a little slower than Uchiha Chiba, also took out 800 liang and handed it over. "Boss, here, this is my meal money. Thank you for your patronage." Ichiraku no Day took the money and asked for change for the uncle. The uncle diner who came back to his senses laughed loudly, "Haha, kid, you are really awesome. I apologize for what I just said." Uchiha Chiba smiled, "It doesn't matter, I forgive you, uncle. Here, guest, here is your money." Just when Ichiraku no Day handed the change to the diner uncle, Uchiha Chiba took advantage of this gap and quickly took out 800 taels from his wallet and slapped it on the table, and then immediately ran out of Ichiraku ramen with Akamichi Tingzao. After running a certain distance, Uchiha Chiba turned around and shouted, "Goodbye, uncle." After hearing Uchiha Chiba's words, the diners who were in a daze looked at the backs of the two people and the money on the table, and couldn't help laughing and scolding, "This kid, it's true." On the way back to school, Akamichi Dingza was a little curious about what Uchiha Chiba did just now. "Chiba, didn't that uncle already pay for you? Why do you still have to pay for it yourself? That uncle is a good man. Good guy? Is it because of the apology from the uncle at the back?" Chapter 6 Practical Lesson, Senjuf's Uchiha. Afternoon, school playground. The difference from the morning is that the teacher of the practical class is another person. The next group, Narashikaka vs. Abarame Shiwei. The words of the practical class teacher rang out. Narashikaku scratched his head and walked forward with an impatient expression. "The practical classes are the most troublesome. I can't even sleep." Abarame's Highway, standing opposite Narashikaku, adjusted his sunglasses slightly. "Who knows, I heard that the practical class was requested by Senju Tobiramasama of second generation. It is said to allow students to accumulate combat experience in advance. Form the seal of opposition." Yamanaka poked Uchiha Chiba and asked, "Chiba, who do you think will win between Highway and Shikaku?" "Have no idea." "Stop being so pretentious, Chiba, tell us, you are number 1 in our grade." Uchiha Chiba looked helpless, "I really don't know. I'll find out if I wait a little longer. Also, don't poke me." Uchiha Chiba really doesn't know who of the two can win. One is playing with bugs, and the other is using family secrets. He has no idea. All right. Seeing this scene, Yamanaka had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to ask questions. Then he turned his attention to the two people on the field. "Narashikaku show. Okay, you guys come down and rest." The next group is Senju vs. Uchiha. After hearing that his opponent was Uchiha Chiba, Senju shouted excitedly to the teacher, "Well done, uncle." Then he looked at Uchiha Chiba, "Haha, Chiba, I let you run away yesterday, let's see what you do today." "Senju Rope Tree, how many times have I told you that you have to fulfill your duties in school? At this moment, Senju Yuzuki, the practical class teacher, had black lines all over his face. I understand, teacher. It's good to know. If there is another time, I will talk to Tsunade. Hearing the word Tsunade, Senju felt a chill on his back. The countless experiences of being beaten in the past began to pop up in my mind. He could only bow to his second uncle. Teacher, I promise, there will never be a next time. Hearing this, Senju Yuzuki nodded with satisfaction. Uchiha Chiba looked at this living treasure and shook his head helplessly. Then he stepped forward and walked to the opposite side of the Senju rope tree. Under the stage, Akamichi Dingza, who was still eating snacks in the practical class, looked at Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, please analyze, how many moves can Naoki survive against Chiba this time? Ugh, let's take 3 moves. Last time I only survived 3 moves. It's only been a week, so there shouldn't be any changes. Nara thought for a while and gave a more conservative answer. Regarding the answer to this question, Yamanaka Hiki has a different view than Nara Shikaku. I guess Chiba obviously let it go last time. Then are you sure Chiba won't let the water go this time? The sudden sound behind him startled Yamanaka, and he turned around to see it was a bear Meishiwei. He patted his chest and said, "Highway, can you please stop appearing from behind suddenly, so scary. Can't you hear my footsteps?" A bear maze highway looked in disbelief. In order to attract their attention, he deliberately raised his walking voice. "Did you hear that?" Yamanaka looked at his 2 friends. Akamichi Dingza and Nara Shikaku shook their heads silently after hearing this. A bear maze highway. Sure enough, only Chiba will notice me. Chiba, I got a new ninjutsu this week. I can definitely beat you this time. On the court, the high-spirited Senju immediately made harsh words. Uchiha Chiba was a little speechless. He picked his ears and said with disdain, "You said the same thing last time. What was the result?" Regarding the behavior of Senju Rope Tree, Uchiha Chiba can only describe it in one sentence: he is both good and fun-loving. Damn it, Chiba, don't be complacent, I will definitely win this time, take the move. Senju's mentality was broken, and he didn't care about the process of forming the seal of opposition, and rushed directly to Uchiha Chiba. Seeing the Senju rope tree breaking through its defense so easily, Uchiha Chiba shook his head. This was too reckless. No wonder the deaths in the original work were so hasty. Bringing his thoughts back to reality, he saw a fist attacking his face. Uchiha Chiba calmly tilted his head to avoid it. When Senju saw that his attack was dodged, he followed up with another fist and hit Uchiha Chiba's stomach. Crack! After blocking Senju's fist, Uchiha Chiba immediately attacked Senju's lower body with a sweeping kick. Bang! Unable to dodge, Senju immediately fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. Looking at the fallen Senju rope tree, Uchiha Chiba lost interest. Whether it's strength or speed, Senju rope tree is not on the same level as him. But he didn't end the battle immediately. Didn't Senju rope tree just say it? He learned a new ninjutsu. I still want to experience it. Alright Naoki, don't waste time, just use the ninjutsu you mentioned. Senju, who fell to the ground, stood upright and immediately took a few steps back. Humph, you have to pay the price for underestimating me. Uchiha Chiba said in a perfunctory tone. Yes, everything you said is right, use ninjutsu quickly. Seeing Uchiha Chiba's indifferent look, Senju immediately started to form seals. Jo, Shen, Mao, Zi, Hai. Seeing the Senju rope tree starting to form seals, Uchiha Chiba shook his head. This person is not serious. Everyone knows that serious ninjas do not form seals. Moreover, the speed of the Senju rope tree seal is too slow. Of course, this slowness is only for him, compared to others. Senju rope trees at this age are already far ahead. 3 seconds later. Ren Zi Hai Yu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. As the movement of Senju's hand stopped, a water dragon more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air. ANG, followed by the roar of the dragon. The water dragon opened its mouth and rushed towards Uchiha Chiba. Looking up at the water dragon above, Uchiha Chiba nodded. As expected of the Senju clan, there are so many chakras that a water style of this scale can be used in places where there is no water source. However, facing the menacing water dragon, Uchiha Chiba seemed to be frightened and stood motionless. Kyunyi, get away quickly. Seeing that the water dragon was about to hit Uchiha Chiba, but he was still standing there, Senju shouted anxiously. As a friend, Senju only wanted to win over Uchiha Chiba and had no intention of harming his life. I wanted to control the direction of the water dragon, but the distance was too close and it was too late. Zuludai and others on the side couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats when they saw this. Faced with this level of ninjutsu, even Jainin had to avoid its edge. Why is Chiba still standing there? Senju Yuzuki on the side has already begun to form seals, preparing to use earth style to block it. After all, if there were casualties in his class, he, as a teacher, wouldn't be able to do it. Just when the water dragon was only 1 meter away from Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Chiba moved. His right hand clenched into a fist, and then a strange force suddenly came out, turning the entire fist into black. Armed color domineering, hardened. Then I saw Uchiha Chiba's body sinking, his waist and horse united, and he punched. Fistbone Galaxy Impact. Copycat version. Bang! With a loud noise, the ferocious water dragon instantly exploded from head to tail as if it was hit by a cannonball. The strong fist wind and the exploding water splash turned everyone present into drowned rats. Everyone who was still worried about Uchiha Chiba just now had their mouths wide open, not caring whether they were soaked at all. And their three views were completely shattered by Uchiha Chiba's punch just now. Physically fighting ninjutsu? Is this the Uchiha clan who only plays with their eyes? Senju Yuzuki, who had not yet completed the seal, was also stunned on the spot. Are you sure this is Uchiha and not those barbarians from the Kumigakure Yuzuki clan? While everyone was still in a daze, Uchiha Chiba suddenly appeared in front of the Senju rope tree. Looking at the Senju rope tree with evil eyes. Evil Senju brat, do you want to kill me? Senju woke up with a start and immediately hurriedly defended himself after hearing this. No, you misunderstood, Kyunyi, I didn't want to kill you, I thought you could avoid it. Of course Uchiha Chiba knew that Senju Naoki didn't want to kill him, he just wanted to tease him. Believe me, Chiba, I really didn't lie to you. Senju looked anxious. Uchiha Chiba was already happy. Making fun of fools is the most fun. Yes, I believe it. Really Chiba? Do you believe me? Senju's anxious heart calmed down after hearing this. Uchiha Chiba nodded. Call. Confirming that Uchiha Chiba really believed in him, Senju Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the Senju rope tree calm down, Uchiha Chiba, who was still not satisfied, added, actually, I didn't hide on purpose just now. When Senju heard these words, he was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and glared at Uchiha Chiba. Uchiha Chiba. Just when he was about to settle the score with Uchiha Chiba, he saw Senju Yuzuki walking over angrily. Looking at the boy in front of him, Senju Yuzuki said in a bad tone, Uchiha Chiba, do you know how dangerous your actions just now are? You. Seeing Senju Yuzuki who was about to explode with anger, Uchiha Chiba immediately gave up. Teacher, I was wrong. Senju Yuzuki saw that Uchiha Chiba apologized so simply, and most of the anger in his heart immediately disappeared. Forget it, I won't let you call your parents this time, but you will never do such a dangerous thing again in the future, do you understand? Uchiha Chiba heard this and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After Senju Yuzuki saw that Uchiha Chiba already knew his mistake, he turned to look at Senju Naisuke. Senju no Jutsu. You are not allowed to use such dangerous ninjutsu on your classmates in the future, do you understand? 2. I understand, teacher. Seeing the unkind look in his second uncle's eyes, Senju immediately changed his mind. Seeing that both of them had admitted their mistake, Senju Yuja turned to look at the others. Okay, that's it for today. Let's get out of school. Although it was not yet time for school to end, after looking at the soaked students, Senju Yuzuk decided to send the students home early to change their clothes. Otherwise, we will all catch a cold tomorrow. Chapter 7 My Shadow, Do You Regret It? The School Gate. Kyunyi, look at you, you've made me wet all over. I have to be lectured by my mother again when I get home. Narashikaku's face was full of anger. Yamanakahei nodded, and he also strongly agreed with Narashikaku. That's right, Chiba, you are going too far. Sorry, I didn't expect this, but it's not entirely my fault. Who told Nezuki to use water-style ninjutsu? Although Uchiha Chiba felt a little guilty about getting his classmates wet, he believed that the main responsibility rested with Senju Noeki. If he hadn't learned water-style, this wouldn't have happened today. Several people at the door were speechless at what Uchiha Chiba said. This scapegoating technique is so proficient, so you can shirk the blame. In fact, Uchiha Chiba himself did not expect that his copycat of Old Man Garp's Galaxy Impact would have such power. Although it's not as good as the original who destroyed half an island with one punch, he still doesn't have Conqueror's domineering power. Moreover, his body is still developing, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Moreover, with the talent of overgrowth, it is only a matter of time before he can surpass the group of monsters next door in terms of physique. Forget it, it's already like this, let's think about how to explain it when we go home. Narashikaku and the others were either really angry, or just complained casually. Now that Uchiha Chiba has also apologized, there is no need to hold on to it anymore. Let's go. Hi, Dingzuo, go home. Narashikaku greeted his friends and turned to leave. Kyunyi, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Abarame Shiwei said goodbye to Uchiha Chiba after Yamanaka Hiki and the others left. Well, see you tomorrow, Shiwei. After everyone left, Uchiha looked at Senju behind him who was still unhappy. Rose Tree, didn't you just lose to me 100 times? What's there to be sad about? Oh, it's obviously your fault, but you put the blame on my head, you evil Uchiha brat. Underscore? Senju Tobirama reincarnated? Snort. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba was suppressed by his words, Senju no longer ignored him and turned around to leave. Seeing the Senju rope tree getting further and further away from him, Uchiha Chiba, who came back to his senses, reminded him. Hey, Shenshu, remember to come to my house early tomorrow. If you're late, we won't wait for you. Senju Naoki, who was still depressed, heard Uchiha Chiba's reminder, and a plan to retaliate against Uchiha Chiba appeared in his mind. Thinking of how to retaliate against Uchiha Chiba, a sinister smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. Grilled fish, right? Hey, Uchiha Chiba, let me bring a few more people here tomorrow. You will be exhausted. With the idea in mind, Senju's speed under the rope tree became faster and faster. Now he just wanted to go home as soon as possible. Underscore? Looking at the Senju rope tree running forward, Uchiha Chiba looked confused. What's going on? Is he stimulated? Forget it if you can't figure it out. Let's go home. Oh, no, I have to go to the vegetable market. I thought that the refrigerator at home was almost empty, and I still need some seasoning for tomorrow's grilled fish. Uchiha Chiba then turned in another direction. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent after watching the entire battle between Senju Noeki and Uchiha Chiba through the crystal ball. Destroy a ninjutsu with your bare hands? Is this still Uchiha who only plays with his eyes? Could it be a spy sent by Kumagakure? He knew that the Yayu clan in Union Village had similar ninjutsu. However, the barbarians of the Yayu clan are very dark-looking, while Uchiha Chiba is not only fair and tender, but also handsome. It is unrealistic to say that he is from Union Village. So, is this a genetic mutation? Boom, boom, boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was deep in thought, knocked on the table habitually. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped. The next moment, he waved towards the empty office. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? In the empty office, an Anbu appeared out of thin air, kneeling on one knee and saying. Without any nonsense, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order directly, help me find the information about Uchiha Chiba. Yes. Anbu worked very efficiently, and in less than a moment, a piece of information about Uchiha Chiba appeared in the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After reading the information about Uchiha Chiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent again. Sunny, cheerful, likes to make friends? Is Anbu mistaken? Is this a description of Uchiha? When Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to the last page of information. Uchiha rice field? Dove family? After reading the information about Uchiha Chiba, Hiruzen Sarutobi had the idea of meeting him. At night, the Senju tribe. At the dining table, Senju looked at Uzumaki Kushina sitting opposite and said, Kushina. Shenshu, I told you to call me cousin. Before Senju finished speaking, a slightly helpless voice interrupted him. Hey, I got it, Grandma. Senju looked to his right at the old woman with the same hair color as Uzumaki Kushina and smirked. Then he continued to ask, by the way, Grandma, what are you busy with lately? Why do you come back so late every day? Uzumaki Mito thought for a while, it should be something related to the hospital. You also know that your sister is now the director of the hospital and has to be busy with many things every day. She was a little curious as to why her grandson would take the initiative to ask about Tsunade. Why, do you have anything to do with Tsunade? Well, there is indeed something wrong. Oh? Can you tell me about it? Uzumaki Mito's curiosity was also piqued. Senju Naoki didn't hide anything when he saw this, and told the process of today's practical class and how to take revenge on Uchiha Chiba. Oh, so you've already lost to Chiba 100 times. Uzumaki Kushina, who was eating, looked up at Senju and said calmly. Kushina Uzumaki will not miss the opportunity to laugh at Senju, who refuses to call her sister. Faced with the ridicule, Senju tried to argue, this time today does not count. I held back at that time, otherwise I would have won long ago. Uzumaki Kushina smiled evilly, really? I don't believe it. Then you come with me to find Kyunyi tomorrow. I want you to see if I can win. Senju, who was stimulated by the whirlpool Kushina, selectively forgot the fact that he was not Uchiha Chiba's opponent, and instead continued to scream. Uzumaki Kushina smiled sweetly, okay, I just have an appointment with Mikoto, so I'll go and see how you are defeated. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Uzumaki Mito had no choice but to mediate. Okay, okay. Let's eat first, the food is almost cold. Snort. Snort. With the intervention of Uzumaki Mito, the quarrel between the two could only end in vain. Wow! Rose Tree, what were you arguing about just now? As the wooden door was pushed open, a female voice sounded at the same time. Then, a woman with a delicate face and explosive figure walked into the restaurant. The person who came was none other than the fifth Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, Senju Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, you are back. You sit down first and I will serve you some food. Uzumaki Kushina got up and went to the kitchen when she saw Tsunade coming back. Wait, I'll come. Naoki, who was seeking help from his elder sister, saw the whirlpool and Kushina was about to get up, and immediately got into the kitchen first. Tsunade looked at Kushina with a puzzled look on her face. Why is this kid so sensible today? Kushina, Do you know? Hey, if you show your courtesy for nothing, you are either committing adultery or stealing. Tsunade instantly became interested. Haha, is that so? Then I want to see what the hell this kid has planned. After placing the rice in front of Tsunade, Senju looked at his elder sister with a flattering expression. Sister, are you free tomorrow? After hearing this, Tsunade crossed her arms and glanced at her brother. If you have something to say, tell me, or I'll beat you up. Hearing the elder sister's threat, Senju's neck shrank habitually. But I was very unhappy in my heart. Is this violent woman really her own sister? Why do she always want to beat up this cute little brother of hers? By the way, that guy from Chiba seems to be quite violent. He was like a monster when he blasted ninjutsu with his bare hands. Hey, it seems that these two people are quite compatible. How about introducing your elder sister to that guy from Chiba? Not only will you get rid of this violent woman, but you can also let that guy from Chiba experience the charm of domestic violence. Hiss, it's really a good idea that kills two birds with one stone. Hehe, I didn't expect that I could come up with such a perfect plan. Am I a genius? However, my sister seems to be older than Chiba, so I don't know if that guy can accept it. Forget it, never mind, you have to give it a try to find out. If you succeed, you will be out of the sea of misery. Thinking of this, Senju's expression gradually became lustful. Hey, Shenshu, you look so disgusting. Can you calm down? I can't even eat anymore. Whirlpool Kushina noticed that Tsunade's fists were clenching, and kindly reminded her. After all, if this continues, this guy Shenshu will get beaten again tonight. After coming back to his senses, Senju immediately explained the cause and effect in order to avoid being beaten. Ah, this is the case, sister. After listening to her brother's explanation, Tsunade discovered that he had been belittling that Uchiha Chiba, and was said to be useless in other aspects except for her cooking skills. What's even more exaggerated is that Tsunade found that when Naoki mentioned Uchiha Chiba's cooking skills, saliva was already drooling from the corner of his mouth. This also made Tsunade a little curious about Uchiha Chiba. Is this person really so powerful? Then I thought about it, since the director of the hospital, Uchiha Genka, is here, there should be no problem even if I am not here. Then he looked at Senju with a smile on his face. Wipe your saliva first. Also, I think you also know the consequences of cheating on me, right? My dear brother. Seeing that kind smile, Senju's back felt chilly. After wiping the corners of his mouth, he could only force a smile. Ahem, don't you know me yet, sister? When have I ever lied to you? Let me tell you, Kyanba's cooking skills are not even comparable to those of my uncle's royal chef. Hearing Naoki's description, Tsunade became even more curious, knowing that their uncle was the current daimyo of the Land of Fire. Their mother, Senju Neko, formerly known as Daiwan Neko, is the biological sister of the current daimyo. Oh? Is that kid really that powerful? Mito Uzumaki, who was watching a show, also became interested. Of course it's the real grandma. I'll bring some back tomorrow and you'll know after you try it. Since grandma wants to try it, his grandson will definitely be satisfied. What Uchiha Chiba didn't know was that because an old man wanted to try his craftsmanship, the Senju rope tree decided to eat and take it. Uzumaki Mito looked at the Senju rope tree with a smile and said, Haha, I'm going to look forward to it. Okay, you guys should eat quickly. Chapter 8 Teijutsuru Uchiha. Uchiha Chiba clapped his hands and stood up. He looked at the things prepared for tomorrow on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. The first thing that catches the eye is a square iron pot with a length and width of 2 meters. Seeing this iron pot, Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but start to recall the origin of the iron pot. In her previous life, Uchiha Chiba, who was from Sichuan and Chongqing, became a little tired of the food from the Hokage world after eating it for several years. mainly because the food in the Hokage world was a bit bland to him, and then he began to miss the hot pot, grilled fish, and skewers in his previous life. But my mother can only cook some Japanese dishes at home. There is no way, if you want to satisfy your appetite, you have to do it yourself. And he also knows how big his appetite is. Fortunately, hot pot can also be used in ordinary pots. But grilled fish is different. An ordinary pot can only hold one fish, which is not enough to fill his teeth. He must make a large pot at once. So this iron pot was born. Then Uchiha Chiba looked at the spices to be used tomorrow, and after counting them, he found that they were not missing. Then he picked up the seal scroll on the ground. There were too many things to bring tomorrow, so he thought of putting them all into the sealing scroll. When the time comes, just take a scroll with you, it's convenient and easy. Seal. As the words fell, the ground that was full of things just now became empty instantly. Chiba, it's time to eat. As soon as he put the scroll away, Uchiha's voice came from the room. Coming. Inside the restaurant. Uchiha Genka asked as she handed Uchiha Chiba a bowl of rice. Are you going out tomorrow, Chiba? Uchiha Chiba nodded after taking the rice. Yes, I will have a picnic with Hiki and the others tomorrow. Uchiha Yuanxiang nodded when he heard this. Well, it's good to hang out with friends more. By the way, remember to call Mikoto before you leave tomorrow. You also know that your uncle and aunt are running our family's business in the capital, so it is difficult to come back. In addition, your grandfather is not very good at taking care of children. I am worried about whether Mikoto, the child, eats well. Mentioning Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but show a hint of distress on her face. Uchiha Chiba nodded. Don't worry, I will call my cousin even if you don't tell me, Mom. As for her mother's worries, Uchiha Chiba can only say that she is overthinking. Children in the ninja world are generally precocious, let alone girls. Although his grandfather couldn't cook, Mikoto could, and it tasted pretty good. Hearing his son's answer, Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. That's good, okay, let's eat quickly. After finishing the meal, Uchiha Chiba tidied her clothes, and then turned her eyes to Uchiha Genka in the kitchen. Mom, I'm going to practice. Uchiha, who was washing dishes, turned around and asked. Come back soon. Good. After walking out of the house, Uchiha Chiba did not choose to go outside the clan, but walked towards the inside of the clan. After all, as one of the two largest shareholders in Konoha, Uchiha has his own training ground in his clan. Walking on the road, Uchiha Chiba began to think and plan the focus of his future practice. Without the chakra of Indra and Ajura, he was destined to be unable to follow the traditional six paths path. However, the talents and skills given by the system also opened up a new track for him to reach the top. What he has to do now is to strengthen his body and cultivate his domineering energy, and to open the 8th gates of the 8 gates Dunjia as soon as possible. As for the Wukong technique, you have already mastered it after opening the novice gift pack. After his thoughts became clear, Uchiha felt the haki of his awakened knowledge color and weapon color. Currently, his sense of sight can only detect enemies within 10 meters of himself, which is barely enough. Armed color haki has transcended the stage of being invisible and colorless, and can turn the parts covered by haki into black. However, currently it can only cover both hands, far from being able to cover the whole body. It took more than 10 minutes for Uchiha Chiba to arrive outside the clan. But when she saw that there was still light inside, Uchiha Chiba was a little curious. Who is still inside at this late hour? Call out. When Uchiha Chiba was still thinking, suddenly, a sharp voice quickly approached him. Without any time to think, Uchiha Chiba immediately raised his hand and grabbed the thing that attacked him. Then he looked at it. A kunao? Seeing this, he also knew who the person who attacked him was. Uchiha Fugaku, only he would greet me like this. Kyunyi, you are still so sharp. As the words fell, a figure slowly walked out of the training ground. Uchiha Chiba shook her head helplessly. "Brother Fugaku, can you say hello in a different way next time? Aren't you afraid that if I don't catch it and get hurt?" After saying that, Uchiha Chiba exerted his strength in his arms, and the kunao in his hand shot towards the direction where it had just flown at a faster speed. Bite! Looking at the flying kunao, Uchiha Fugaku did not dare to imitate Uchiha Chiba, and immediately pulled out the ninja sword from behind and split it open. Then, after holding a katana and putting the ninja sword back into its sheath, he said, "I know your strength. It's just a kunao, and it can't hurt you. By the way, Chiba, it's so late, what's the matter with you coming to the training ground? What do you think? What else can you do on the tour?" Uchiha Chiba rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Isn't this asking questions knowingly?" Well, Uchiha Fugaku also realized that his question was a bit stupid. What is the purpose of the training ground? Of course it is to provide a training ground for the clan members. Realizing this, he was also a little embarrassed. Then he thought about changing the topic. "Kyunyi, there are only 2 of us now, why don't we try it out?" Is it so sudden? You start a fight with me as soon as you meet? But Uchiha Chiba didn't think much and agreed directly, "No problem." He welcomes the sparring partners who come to his door with both hands. Of course, he can also raise his feet if possible. After all, the gap between a person's cultivation and actual combat is still very obvious. In the training ground, the 2 stood opposite each other. The atmosphere between the 2 gradually became chilly. Boom! As a leaf fell to the ground, without any nonsense, the 2 bodies started to move at the same time. But the difference is that Uchiha Chiba chose to fight in close combat, while Uchiha Fugaku retreated to distance himself. Knowing that Uchiha Chiba was good at physical skills, Uchiha Fugaku did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he immediately used ninjutsu after gaining distance. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Looking at the oncoming Great Fireball, Uchiha Chiba rolled her eyes. Use ninjutsu right from the start? Do you think so highly of yourself? Then he stopped thinking about it and chose the same tactics as during the day. After the armed color covered his fist, he swung it forward vigorously. Fistbone Galaxy Chong, still a copycat version. Boom! After his fist came into contact with the fireball, with a loud noise, the fireball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters exploded instantly. The fireball broke into sparks and flew towards Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately dodged. Then he retreated again, and he took advantage of this gap to take out 3 kunao and throw them forward with force. Immediately afterwards, his hands formed seals again. The art of shadow clone. With a flash of smoke, another Uchiha Fugaku appeared out of thin air. The 2 identical Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other and nodded, and each began to form seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Wind escape, Great Breakthrough. The fire dragon erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, quickly rushed towards Uchiha Chiba, and the other Uchiha Fugaku's wind release followed closely. However, the target of Feng Dun is not Uchiha Chiba, but the fire dragon in front. As the 2 ninjutsu met, the fire dragon became stronger in the wind, and its size immediately increased several times. Roar! After Uchiha Chiba casually slapped away the kunao that was shot at him, he saw a fire dragon more than 20 meters long rushing towards him with its teeth and claws, and a strong heat wave immediately swept through his body. Faced with this huge compound ninjutsu, he did not intend to bear it as hard as before, but changed his strategy. It's not that he's afraid. With the talent of Shinigami Curse, he won't be afraid even if he faces the tailed beast Tama. However, this level of fire style can burn all his clothes in an instant. Uchiha Chiba prides himself on being a decent person, and he cannot do such a shameful behavior as streaking. As for using water style to offset it, he could only say sorry. He couldn't do it even with the Thunder Attribute Chakra, and he didn't know how to change the nature of chakra. Seeing the fire dragon getting closer and closer, the air he breathed into his body began to become extremely hot. Uchiha Chiba no longer hesitated and opened the 8 gates Dungia directly to the 4th gate. 8 gates Dungia, the 4th gate of pain, open. Turning on 8 gates Dungia again, he quickly adapted to the changes in his body. Then he immediately bypassed the fire dragon and rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku. Boom! After the fire dragon lost its target, it could only vent on the ground of the training ground, and the originally brown ground was burned by the high temperature. It has also become the same style as Nikko. After performing the compound ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku kept staring ahead. Just when the fire dragon was about to hit, the situation suddenly changed. Uchiha Chiba disappeared from his sight in an instant. Bang! Before he could react, he saw his shadow clone being blown up instantly from the corner of his eye. Chapter 9 Weird Fugaku. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was beating wildly, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. If I hit myself this time, I wouldn't be able to peel off my skin, right? Then he immediately cheered up and paid attention to the movements around him. However, after Shadow Clone was destroyed, Uchiha Fugaku was not attacked immediately. On the contrary, it was the roar caused by Uchiha Chiba's constant movement that made him feel more and more stressed. Looking around, except for the dust in the sky, there is no trace of Uchiha Chiba. There is no other way, Uchiha Fugaku can only activate Sharingan to find Uchiha Chiba. 3 Megatama? The moment Uchiha Fugaku opened the western eye, Uchiha Chiba noticed. However, unlike the 2 Megatama in the past, Uchiha Fugaku has now become a 3 Megatama Sharingan. After opening Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku can finally see Uchiha Chiba. Although there is only a vague shadow, it is not as passive as before. Then he no longer hesitated. The Art of Darkness. Genjutsu that blocks the enemy's vision. Since ninjutsu doesn't work, try genjutsu. However, after opening the 8 gates Dungia, Uchiha Chiba chakra was originally in a boiling state. This ordinary genjutsu cannot affect Uchiha Chiba at all. Although Uchiha Chiba has been moving at high speed, his attention has always been on Uchiha Fugaku. And he still knows the order of seal formation of the dark art. Seeing that genjutsu was used, he guessed that Uchiha Fugaku didn't have any more tricks. Then there was no thought of continuing. An instant appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku, when Uchiha Chiba clenched his fist and was about to swing it, etc. After hearing the sound, Uchiha Chiba stopped and asked curiously, "Brother Fugaku, what's wrong?" "Okay, you win, that's it for today." As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he did not forget to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand, and he felt relieved. Fortunately, we stopped in time, otherwise it would have been dangerous just now. "That's okay." Seeing Uchiha Fugaku admit defeat, Uchiha Chiba didn't say much, and then closed the 8 gates armor. Looking at this sibling who is 4 years younger than him, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. It is true that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Before I could become a wave in the front, I was forcibly beaten to death by Uchiha Chiba, a wave behind. In the past, I could still fight with this kindred spirit, but now I have been completely crushed. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. "Chiba, I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are already so powerful." Of course, he is very powerful. He has already opened the 4th gate of 8 gates dungeon. If he can't crush Uchiha Fugaku, then wouldn't his 8 gates dungeon training be in vain? Although he agreed in his heart, Uchiha Chiba still said modestly, "No, it's just that your physical skills are great. I also envy you, Fugaku-san. You activated the 3 Megatama Sharingan at a young age. By the way, Fugaku-san, when did you do it? Turn on the 3 Megatama." Uchiha Chiba found out that after she asked Sharingan's question. Uchiha Fugaku's expression instantly became depressed. Just 2 days ago. Hey? With this look, could it be that someone in the family has died? That's right, according to old ghost Tobirama's explanation. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. And they have stronger love than ordinary people. However, when this love is lost, Uchiha will fall into pain. At this time, a special chakra will appear in their brains. And after this chakra acts on the eyes. The eyes that reflect the soul will be opened. This is Sharingan. Although he didn't know who died, Uchiha Chiba still comforted him. My condolences, brother Fugaku. The idea that the dead are greater is also recognized by the world in the world of Hokage. It's okay, I've already avenged Kikai. Uchiha Chiba nodded, yes, just take revenge. Wait, Kikai? Brother Fugaku, are you sure it's Kikai? Uchiha Fugaku looked at this fellow member in confusion. Yes, what's the problem? What's the problem? The problem is that this Kikai is a pet cat raised by Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Chiba looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a strange look. So you said you opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan because you saw Kikai die? Yes. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's confident answer, what could he say? Sure enough, the most weird ones are the Uchiha clan. But compared to King Tianzu, who only opened a Megatama in anger after his whole family died, Uchiha Fugaku is also considered to be extremely talented. After knowing that the dead cat was, Uchiha Chiba did not continue to ask about the cause of the cat's death. It's nothing, I'm just not interested. After meeting the weirdo Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Chiba no longer had any intention of practicing. Pretending to look up at the sky, he said, it's getting late, I'll go home first. Goodbye, brother Fugaku. Okay, then go back. After returning to his yard, Uchiha Chiba looked at the light shining in the room. Sure enough, his mother was still awake. I'm back. After saying hello to her mother, Uchiha Chiba walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he returned to his room. After sitting cross-legged on the boat, I started shouting overgrowth in my heart. The next day. Because today is Saturday, Uchiha Chiba walked to Mikato's house after sending Uchiha Genka out. As for why Uchiha Genka had to go to the hospital on Saturday, of course Konoha Hospital adopts a shift system for rest. Passing by the training ground last night again, Uchiha Chiba saw that there were already several Uchiha tribesmen practicing in the training ground early in the morning. Tisk, tisk, it's really curly. However, Uchiha Chiba can understand that ninjas live a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife. If you want to live longer, you can only enhance your own strength. After sighing with emotion, Uchiha Chiba walked away quickly. Walking into the yard of Mikato's house, Uchiha Chiba saw an old man wearing a black samurai uniform sitting in the yard drinking tea. Grandpa, you are still the same as before, drinking tea early in the morning. Oh, Chiba is here, have you had breakfast? Seeing his grandson coming, Uchiha Inada smiled on his face. This grandson of his own has a lot of pride for himself. As an elder of the Dove faction, he always has a quarrel with Uchiha Setsuna, the old man of the Hawk faction, at every clan meeting. Every time there was no quarrel, Uchiha Inada would move out his grandson to get angry. Uchiha Setsuna, that single old dog. I've eaten. By the way, where's Mikato-san? Looking for Mikato, I thought you were here to see me, old man. Uchiha Inada is a little dissatisfied with Uchiha Chiba's intention to come. His daughter is busy with the hospital every day and rarely visits him. But this grandson rarely comes over, and every time he comes over he is basically looking for his granddaughter. Then he waved his hand and said dissatisfiedly, she is in the house, go in and find her. Uchiha Chiba understands his grandfather's dissatisfaction. Elderly people of this age attach great importance to family ties, but with only one granddaughter at home, they are still somewhat lonely. Then Uchiha Chiba stopped thinking about it and walked towards the house. Just as he was about to enter the door, Uchiha Mikoto walked out. "Kyunyi, why did you come to see me?" Uchiha Chiba heard the sound when she first arrived, but she was still washing dishes at that time. Seeing the real owner, Uchiha Chiba said no nonsense and directly explained the purpose of his visit. "I am going to have a picnic with Shikaku and the others today. Do you want to go with me?" Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto looked embarrassed. She really wanted to go, but thinking about the agreement with Kushina, she was also troubled for a moment. "What's wrong, Mikoto-san, don't you want to go?" Seeing the troubled look on Uchiha Mikoto's face, Uchiha Chiba asked aloud. "That's not true, it's just that I made an appointment with Kushina yesterday to go shopping together." Chapter 10 That fish is teasing you. "That's it, that's okay, then I can only go with Dingzo and the others." Uchiha Chiba nodded. "I'll leave first, and I'll go with you next time." She wanted to ask Mikoto to come with them, but she had made an appointment with Kushina, so there was nothing she could do. After all, she couldn't let anyone break the appointment, right? "Mikoto, are you at home?" Just when Uchiha Chiba was about to go home and wait for her friends, the voice of Uzumaki Kushina suddenly sounded behind her. When he looked outside the door, he found that not only Kushina, but also Zoladi, Shenshu, and Highway were here. Uchiha Chiba looked confused. "Shikaku, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to go to my house?" Nara Shikaku spread his hands helplessly. "We went to your house and found no one, so Kushina said to come to Mikoto's place to have a look." Uchiha Mikoto saw that Kushina had arrived, and then turned his eyes to the Uchiha rice fields. "Grandpa, I'm going out." Uchiha Inada smiled and nodded. "I know. You go." Walking out of Mikoto's house, Kushina pulled Uchiha Mikoto to the side. "Mikoto, let's not go shopping today, okay?" Uchiha Mikoto was puzzled. "Didn't we agree to go shopping yesterday? Why don't you want to go now? If we don't go shopping, then where will we go?" Uzumaki Kushina immediately said, "How about going fishing with the rope tree and the others?" Uchiha Mikoto was curious about what made Uzumaki Kushina change her mind. Then he looked over with a scrutinizing gaze. Unable to stand the whirlpool of sight, Kushina had no choice but to admit defeat. Okay, let me tell you, it's actually a rope tree." Uchiha Chiba looked at a few people. "Have you brought all your things?" "I've got it, it's all in here." Nara raised the scroll in his hand. And me. Akamichi Dingzuo took out the scroll behind him not to be outdone. Uchiha Chiba nodded. Nara and Akamichi are indeed the medicinal materials and catering tycoons of the Fire Country, and they can take out the seal scrolls easily. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Wait a minute, Chiba, Kushina, and the others haven't come yet. Uchiha Chiba looked puzzled. Aren't they going shopping? They shouldn't go the same way as us. Senju was a little embarrassed. Well, yesterday I went back and told Kushina that you were going to make grilled fish, and she insisted on going with her. Really? Then wait for them. Uchiha Chiba doesn't care about the extra Kushina, it's just one more person, it doesn't matter. As for Mikoto, that was all part of the plan. It didn't take long for the whirlpool and Kushina to return to the main force. Let's go, Mikoto agreed. By the small river outside the Death Forest. Uchiha Chiba looked at the time. Well, it's still early. Don't rush to make preparations yet. Nara looked up at the sky. Well, it's very good. The sun is shining, the water is clear and the trees are green, which is very suitable for fishing. Take out the seal scroll and unfold it and place it on the ground. Untie. Bang, bang, bang. As Nara finished speaking, several fishing rods and bait appeared on the grass. Akamichi Dingzeo, who was eating potato chips on the side, counted the fishing rods on the ground. Shikaku, you don't have enough fishing rods. Nara Shikaku also looked helpless and spread his hands. No way. Who made the joining of Mikoto and Kushina a temporary decision? It doesn't matter, you can just use it. I have no interest in fishing. Uchiha Mikoto understood the whole story and expressed his understanding. After all, they joined later. Yeah, you guys go fishing, Mikoto, and I will go for a walk in the woods. Whirlpool Kushina actually has no interest in fishing, that's why she came here. First, he wanted to see with his own eyes how the rope tree was defeated, and then he was curious about how good Uchiha Chiba's cooking skills were. Uchiha Chiba thought for a while and said, "Let me go with you. It is quite dangerous in the Death Forest." The reason why he made such a decision was because he knew how dangerous the Death Forest was to the two girls. When Uzumaki Naruto and the others took the Chunin exam, various dangerous beasts appeared. No need, we're nearby and won't go into the forest. Whirlpool Kushina doesn't want to talk about wanting Uchiha Chiba to follow. After all, the two girls can still talk quietly. It's no fun to follow a boy. Let's go, Mikoto. Before Uchiha Chiba could say anything else, Uchiha Kushina pulled Uchiha Mikoto and jumped away. Looking at the two figures gradually leaving, Uchiha Chiba hesitated to speak. At this time, a bear maze highway suddenly said, "Don't worry, Chiba, I put my bugs on Mikoto and the others. If there is any danger, the bugs will alert me." Uchiha Chiba nodded, feeling slightly relieved. "Sorry to trouble you, Highway." Hearing this, a bear maze highway shook his head indifferently, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. The safety issue of the two women was solved. Uchiha Chiba looked at everyone. "Okay, let's go fishing now. By the way, everyone, try to catch as much as possible, otherwise someone will go hungry." After hearing this, several people present became serious. Indeed, when there are two big eaters, if there is not enough food, they will be the ones hungry. Time passes slowly. Suddenly, Senju grabbed his hair and shouted, "Ah! Why haven't I even caught a fish after so long?" Narashikaku, who was standing by the old god, glanced at the crazy Senju rope tree. "Quiet, rope tree, you will only scare away the fish. How quiet does this make me? Now I'm the only one who hasn't caught any fish." Senju said to himself, "I know, the fish in this river are targeting me, that's why they don't bite my hook. Yes, that's right, that must be the case." After throwing the blame to the fish, he felt much better instantly. Anyway, he would never admit that it was his problem. Then he fell back and lay flat. "Look, Shenshu, there's a catfish coming over there." "Hey, Shenshu, look, it seems like it's about to bite the hook." He had already given up hope on fishing, but Akamichi Dingza's reminder instantly revived the tree with full health. He immediately stood up and followed Dingzo's line of sight. Sure enough, a 1-meter-long black catfish swam next to his hook. Seeing this scene, he clenched his hands unconsciously and thought to himself, bite quickly, you bite the hook." However, I don't know if the catfish is not hungry or has seen that this is a trap. Anyway, it's just spinning around the hook, but it won't bite. 10 minutes later. The catfish is still there, but the Senju rope tree has turned red. Warning, warning. Shenshu, that fish seems to be teasing you, can you bear it? Uchiha Chiba glanced at the Senju rope tree that looked like it was about to eat people. If it were me anyway, I would just go down and do it. He was in a bad mood because he didn't catch a fish, but he finally saw hope, but the fish turned out to be playing tricks on him. Plus Uchiha Chiba is on the side of the fire. Senju, who had lost his mind, didn't care about his friends who were still fishing next to him. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. He shouted ninjutsu's name at the top of his lungs. And Uchiha Chiba was stunned at this moment. Is this guy so tough? He just wanted to watch Uncle Mo's famous scene in his previous life again. But I didn't expect this kid to directly use the Jainin technique. Then several people present saw a water dragon emerge from the river, wrap up the catfish and rush straight to the shore. What are you looking at? Why don't you run quickly? Uchiha Chiba wants to remind Nara Shikaku and the others. This boy Shenju has gone crazy. Chapter 11 Two Women in Danger. In the end, although several people left the center where the water dragon landed, the splash of water turned several people into drowned rats. Except Uchiha Chiba and Aberame Shiwei. After predicting where the water dragon would land, he was the first to run. Abarame's highway is relatively far away from a few people. Ha ha ha, I caught a fish, look. The dancing Senju rope tree was about to take a look at his harvest, but before he could take a few steps, he was surrounded. Ha ha, Shenshu, it was because of you yesterday that I was scolded by my mother for a whole hour. Nara gritted his teeth and said, are you like this again today? What do you think I should do to you? That's right, you made my potato chips all wet. Akamichi Dingza didn't mind getting wet. The only things he cares about are family, friends, and food. But sometimes, friends have to take a back seat to the food, like now. Why are you talking so much? Just beat him up. Uchiha Chiba, who was watching the show from a distance, continued to be angry, but the target was changed to Shikaku and the others. Kyunyi, how could you say such chilling words? We are all friends. Senju looked pitifully at the three people surrounding him, right, Shikaku, Hiki, and Dingza. Yamanaka thought for a while, we won't do such things as beating up friends, but well, death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be escaped. Shikaku, how do you think Naoki should be punished? For this kind of brain-shaking matter, pig, deer, and Dai usually tacitly let the deer decide who is the smartest. Nara wiped the water stains on his face. Let's do this. Let Naoshu do the finding of firewood, light the fire, and the final cleanup all by himself. How about it, do you accept this condition? In fact, Nara Shikaku is not too angry. Now that he has free labor tools, he can be lazy. Yeah, no problem, leave it all to me. Senju nodded like a chicken eating rice. Can you let me go over now and take a look at the fish I caught? No need to look, the catfish has been broken into pieces. Uchiha Chiba was looking for the catfish after finishing the fire, but after searching around, he only found a fish head. Looking at the fish head on the ground, I couldn't help but feel a little pity. A good fish was ruined like this. When Senju heard this, he immediately ran over and was petrified when he saw the fish head on the ground. Then he knelt down on his knees, held up the fish head and shouted to the sky, no, why is this happening? Why? Tisk tisk tisk, it's a pity that it's not winter now, otherwise we would have seen famous scenes. Seeing Senju kneeling on the ground, Uchiha Chiba sighed sadly. At this moment, Abarame's highway ran over quickly, with an eager look on his face. Kyunyi, it's not good, my bugs gave me an alarm. Other side. Whirlpool Kushina looked at the mushroom in her arms, and then at Uchiha Mikoto in front of her. Mikoto, it's almost done. We've picked so many mushrooms, it should be enough for us to eat. That's not enough. You don't know how good that guy from Chiba is, and he even has a ding seat. Uzumaki Mikoto looked a little helpless. Okay, let's pick some more. She just felt that it had been a while since she came out, and they would be worried if she didn't go back. Swiss, swiss, swish. Whirlpool Kushina was bending down to pick mushrooms on the ground. Suddenly, a noisy sound came into her ears. She frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Mikoto, did you hear anything? What? Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uzumaki Kushina with confusion, wondering why she suddenly asked this question. Uzumaki Kushina did not respond immediately to Uchiha Mikoto. Instead, she pricked up her ears and listened intently to what was going on around her. However, as time passed, she never heard the sound again. Did I hear it wrong? Uzumaki Kushina said to herself, but deep down in her heart she firmly believed that she had indeed heard what she just heard. Maybe it's just my imagination," Uzumaki Kushina said to Uchiha Mikoto. Although nothing happened, Kushina still cheered up and carefully observed the surrounding situation. After all, it is a forest of death. Although it is only on the periphery, you still need to pay attention to it. Uchiha Mikoto looked confused, but did not continue to ask. After picking the mushrooms nearby, Uchiha Mikoto felt that it was almost done. After all, she and Kushina were just two people, so they couldn't get much. "Kushina, let's go back, this is enough for us to eat now." Kushina, what are you looking at? Why don't you speak?" Oh, Mikoto, did you call me?" "I said let's go back." Uchiha Mikoto looked helpless. "It's really strange that I can get distracted." "Good." Just when the two of them were about to walk back, suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the bushes and stopped in front of the two of them. A black bear suddenly stopped the two of them. Then I looked closely and saw that the black bear was huge, with its muscles bulging under the black fur, and it looked very strong and powerful. The long scars around its eyes further highlight the ferocity of this bear. The most eye-catching thing is its sharp claws, each of which is shining with cold light, making people feel fearful. However, at the black bear's feet, drops of red liquid were constantly flowing. It was obvious that the black bear had been injured before. Then, the black bear raised his head and stared at them fiercely. Then, it opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and let out a deafening, blood-curdling roar. Roar! Facing the sudden appearance of the black bear, Mikoto and the two couldn't help but feel fear, and drops of cold sweat flowed from their brows. Faced with the crisis at this moment, Uzumaki Kushina was the first to react and immediately whispered, "Mikoto, when I tell you to run, we will use the clone technique to confuse this black bear together, and then leave here quickly." Uchiha Mikoto nodded upon hearing this. Uzumaki Kushina's method is indeed feasible. However, the ordinary clone technique has a shortcoming, that is, the ordinary clone technique creates only a phantom, and if it is too far away from the main body, the clone will dissipate on its own. But there is no better way now. "Well, I understand." Roar! Just then, the black bear didn't know what kind of stimulation it had received. It opened its bloody mouth again and roared as if it was about to tear the whole world apart. Immediately afterwards, its huge body rushed towards the whirlpool Kushina at an astonishing speed like an arrow from the string. "Mikoto, now! New! Clone technique! Clone technique!" As the clone appeared, the two of them controlled the clone to rush towards the black bear, while the main body also fled in the opposite direction. Chapter 12 Meeting Tsunade for the first time. However, before the two of them ran far, the roar of a black bear came again from behind. But how could two 10-year-old girls outrun an adult black bear? Soon, the figure of the black bear appeared less than a few meters behind the two people. Seeing the danger getting closer and closer, Kushina was about to despair. A familiar voice came from above. "My feet hurt." After a bear maze highway said that the whirlpool Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto were in danger, Uchiha Chiba asked a bear maze highway to point out the direction of the two women. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Chiba activated the 8 Gates armor without hesitation, and then rushed towards the two women like a bolt of lightning. Shikaku, Nezuki, and others couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw Uchiha Chiba suddenly burst out with such amazing speed. However, the current situation was urgent and did not allow them to think or ask too much. After Uchiha set off from Chiba, they quickly followed suit. Worried about the safety of Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Chiba started running with all her strength, and the air waves caused by her galloping body also blew the vegetation on both sides to the ground, as if to welcome their king. At this moment, he heard a faint voice coming from the front. Because the distance was still relatively far, he didn't hear clearly what was said. He could only vaguely hear what kind of feet. Uchiha Chiba, who thought the two women were in danger, broke out again. 8 gates Dungia, the 5th gate of limit, open. Uchiha Chiba had already touched the threshold of the 5th gate of 8 gates Dunka on the day he learned it, and after using overgrowth to strengthen his body in the past 2 days. Now he can open the 5th door. However, the side effects of Gate of Limit are several levels higher than those of Gate of Pain. Then a sharp pain came from inside the body. Faced with the sudden pain, Uchiha almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Hiss! The pain in her body also made Uchiha take a breath and curse inwardly. This damn thing hurts too much. It's still the 5th gate now. If he opens it to the 8th gate's gate of death, he can't imagine how painful it will be. But then he found that the pain in his body gradually decreased. This is... Originally, Uchiha Chiba was a bit strange. Will the pain be reduced? Then he thought of his first talent, the Shinigami Curse, a powerful cheat that could make him immortal. It should be because this talent is repairing his body, so the pain will be reduced. As for why the pain was only reduced rather than eliminated, he guessed it was because the body was damaged much faster than it was repaired. So it can only be reduced but not eliminated. After thinking about this problem, Uchiha Chiba also adapted to the pain caused by her body. Then it burst out again and rushed towards the direction of the sound at a speed several times faster than before. 2 minutes later, when Uchiha Chiba came to where Uchiha Mikoto and the others were in a hurry. In addition to Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina, there is also the body of a black bear on the ground. Next to the body was a woman wearing a green short robe. Although the person's back was to Uchiha Chiba, the word gambling on the person's clothes had revealed her identity. Although he was curious as to why Tsunade was here, he was relieved when he saw that Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina were safe and sound. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto, who was complaining to Kushina about losing the mushrooms he had collected so hard because of the black bear, also spotted him and waved to him. "Chiba, we are here." As Uchiha Mikoto spoke, Kushina and Tsunade turned around at the same time. After Tsunade turned around, Uchiha Chiba also saw clearly the number 1 nanny in the ninja world. Although he often delivers lunch boxes to his mother, for some reason, he has gone to the hospital so many times and never encountered her once. So it wasn't until today that he saw a real person for the first time. Compared with the image in the animation in the previous life, the real person I see now is more real and three-dimensional, and now Tsunade has just turned 20, and the full amount of collagen makes her entire face look supple. Then Uchiha Chiba continued to look at it. Her long golden hair was tied into a ponytail behind her back, her delicate face was painted with light makeup, and her big, bright eyes held a trace of curiosity. Curious? Curious about what? Then look down. Hiss! Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but take a breath when she saw Tsunade's figure, and her mind instantly thought of the female protagonists in the Korean comics she had seen in her previous life, with the willowy waist, perky hips, and big thunder. But the difference is that Tsunade's evil is more majestic compared to the heroine of Korean comics. When he noticed the bottomless abyss between the 2 white patches of snow, Uchiha Chiba felt his heart beat hard. Oops, it's a heart-pounding feeling. Originally, Tsunade was still a little curious when she saw Uchiha Chiba. Is this the kid who makes her brother haunted every day? Hey? This guy seems quite handsome, but why is this kid taller than her? Isn't he only 10 years old? Tsunade's official height is 163 centimeters, and the protagonist is now about 170 centimeters. Thinking of the rope tree that was only as tall as her neck, Tsunade wondered if this Uchiha Chiba had eaten something strange. Otherwise, why would he grow so tall? Then she realized that this Uchiha kid's eyes seemed wrong, and then she looked down at Uchiha Chiba's eyes. Hey? Tsunade, suddenly enlightened, hummed, "Hey, Uchiha brat, where are you looking?" Hearing Tsunade's question, Kushina also looked over curiously. What's wrong? What happened? She just listened to Mikoto's complaints and didn't notice these 2 people. At this time, Uchiha Chiba also came back to her senses, and after seeing Tsunade's stern eyes, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why was she so fascinated? Could it be that you have grown up and started to miss women? Thinking of this, Uchiha Chiba lowered his eyes and looked at his pants. It's really big. Then he reacted and had to explain quickly, otherwise his impression in Tsunade's mind would be ruined. Then he pointed to the black bear whose skull had been sunken and said, "Well, Tsunade-sama, I think this black bear is quite powerful, and I just want to see if you are injured." Judging from the wounds on the black bear, it was obvious that it was killed by Tsunade. So his explanation can barely cope with Tsunade's problem. As for whether Tsunade believed it or not, he didn't know. Anyway, he has already explained it, and it is reasonable and well-founded. After listening to Uchiha Chiba's explanation, Tsunade did not cling to this point. After all, she was just a kid, unlike Jiraiya. Under the guise of looking for inspiration for a novel, I went to the women's bathhouse to peep. In comparison, Uchiha Chiba can be considered a modest gentleman. Don't worry, this black bear can't hurt me yet. Seeing that Tsunade was not going to pursue his rashness just now, Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Kushina. "It's nothing, I'm just worried about whether Tsunade-sama is injured." Kushina nodded. It turned out to be because of this. Then, she thought of something else. "By the way, Chiba, how did you know that Mikoto and I were here?" She had been thinking about this problem since she saw Uchiha Chiba just now, but she couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. Uchiha Chiba shrugged and said indifferently, "You didn't let me come with you? Then's highway put bugs on you, so that even if you were in danger, he could notify me as soon as possible." "Hey? Are there bugs on us?" Whirlpool Kushina jumped up immediately when she heard there were bugs on her body, and then kept flapping her body, trying to find the bugs a bear Meishiwei put on her body. Seeing his best friend making such a fuss, Uchiha Mikoto looked helpless. "Aren't they just bugs? There's nothing to be afraid of." However, after seeing the frightened expression on Kushina's face, she could only comfort her. "Okay Kushina, you can't find it like this. Just wait until we go back and let's highway take it back." Chapter 13 Bear's Paw. Although she was quite uncomfortable with the fact that there were bugs on her body, she couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Kushina had no choice but to wait until she saw a bear maze highway. "Okay, but I'm going to ask highway later why he put bugs on me. I just need to put one on you, Mikoto, right?" Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto is very dissatisfied. "What do you mean by just putting bugs on her body?" Although she is not afraid of bugs, she doesn't like them either. Uzumaki Kushina realized she had said something wrong and immediately gave in, then apologized sincerely. Sorry, I was talking nonsense just now. Mikoto, you know that I am most afraid of bugs." "Okay, but don't talk nonsense anymore." "Yeah, don't worry Mikoto, I won't do this again." Seeing that Kushina really apologized to him sincerely, Mikoto's unhappiness immediately disappeared. What is Uchiha Chiba doing at this time? He is staring at the four paws of the black bear. When he saw the black bear, an idea came into his mind. He wanted to know what the taste of bear paws, which were sought after by countless gourmets in his previous life, was like. As a chef in his previous life, he was more curious than the average person, but the country prohibited it and the balance in his wallet was insufficient. He had no choice but to watch videos online to satisfy his craving. "Kid, why are you staring at that bear?" Tsunade was very puzzled as to why this lecherous brat didn't look at her but instead became interested in a bear. "Isn't my charm as big as that of a bear?" Wasn't Delay, who was staring at me just now, so quick to fall in love with someone else? "Look at the bear paw, Tsunade-sama, do you know? This bear paw is a good thing, and it will be an extremely delicious dish when it is cooked." Before this, Uchiha Chiba didn't know if there was a habit of eating bear paws in this world, but according to Tsunade, people in this world have not yet discovered such a good thing as bear paws, but it is possible that they don't know how to cook it. Seeing Tsunade's curiosity, he explained. When she heard about the delicious food, Tsunade immediately became interested. Then can you cook it? As we all know, Tsunade has two hobbies, one is gambling and the other is drinking. When drinking, a delicious dish is indispensable, so I became curious when I heard that Uchiha Chiba praised bear paws so much. Uchiha Chiba nodded, I can do it, but not today. I don't have the right tools and seasonings. Although he has never made bear paws himself, he has watched so many videos about cooking bear paws in his previous life, and he already knows the cooking methods well. After listening to Uchiha Chiba's answer, Tsunade thought for a while, and then said, Let's do this, kid. You can take this bear paw with you, but you must let me taste it after you make it. How about it? After all, she killed this black bear, and she was qualified to make this assignment. Uchiha Chiba thought for a while and nodded in agreement, okay, let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be Sunday. Is Tsunade-sama free tomorrow? Of course, I have time whenever I want. Okay, then tomorrow, shall I send it to Tsunade-sama or will you come to my house? Hearing this, Tsunade originally wanted to go to Uchiha Chiba's house, but then she thought that her sudden appearance in the Uchiha clan might have some bad effects. I'm fine. But that little brat from Uchiha might be. Just take him to the hospital. Okay, I'll deliver it to Tsunade-sama at noon tomorrow. After hearing Uchiha Chiba's answer, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Chiba, Kushina, Mikoto, are you okay? Just after the two reached a deal, the sound of rope trees came from the woods behind them. After hearing this sound, Kushina immediately shouted, Rope tree, we are here. After saying that, she ran non-stop in the direction of Shenshu and the others. She couldn't stand the fact that there were bugs on her body. Now that they have come over, of course they want Highway to get rid of the bugs on his body quickly. Highway, hurry up and get your bug back. After finding a few people, Kushina immediately said to Abaramaze Highway. Hearing this, Abaramaze nodded slightly. Although he was a little sad that his friend didn't like bugs, Abaramaze Highway immediately mobilized the chakra in his body. Then, everyone saw an ant-sized insect slowly crawling out of Kushina's hair. Then he spread his wings and flew towards Abaramaze Highway. Call. Seeing the bugs leave, Uzumaki Kushina also breathed a sigh of relief, because the discomfort caused by the bugs disappeared instantly. Kushina, where is Chiba? Why didn't you see them? Naoki saw that only Kushina came to pick them up, and couldn't help but become curious. Could it be that Mikoto and Chiba were injured? Shikaku and others also looked at Kushina. Yes Kushina, why didn't you see Chiba and the others? They're right over there. Okay, I'll take you there. Uzumaki Kushina didn't care why a few people didn't ask if she was injured. She pointed in the direction of Tsunade and others and rushed over with Shikaku and others. After Kushina left, Uchiha Chiba discovered a very serious problem, that is, how to remove these bear paws. There was only an ordinary kitchen knife in his scroll, and then he looked at the bear legs that were nearly 30 centimeters thick. After thinking about it, I might as well forget it. Don't take off the bear's paw, but the knife will be broken. Don't even cook rice by noon. As for Feng Dun, sorry, he can't do it. Wind escape? Thinking of this, Uchiha Chiba turned back to look at Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, do you know the wind release ninjutsu? Feng Dun? Why do you ask this suddenly? Tsunade was a little confused. There is no need to use ninjutsu now, right? Uchiha Chiba had no choice but to explain, I can't take off this bear paw, so I asked Tsunade-sama if you can use wind release. Of course, it's best to use cutting ninjutsu, such as vacuum sphere or something like that. Tsunade frowned slightly, this kid must be too familiar, and he asked her to help him not long after they met. But thinking about the delicious food he mentioned, Tsunade nodded slightly. I know how to do it, but I'm not very skilled. It doesn't matter, it'll be fine if you know how. Can you please Tsunade-sama to help me cut off the bear's paw? Okay, then I'll do this for you. Hehe, this kid is really rude, but forget it, just help this kid, and treat him as reward for having to cook for him at noon. Then Tsunade began to form seals, then her mouth opened slightly, and then there was a whistling sound. Several of the black bear's paws were broken off immediately. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Chiba was also very happy. After all, he solved one of his troubles. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Don't worry. I will deliver the bear paws to you on time tomorrow. After saying that, he picked up the 4 bear paws on the ground, then found some leaves, wrapped them up, and put them into the seal scroll. After everything was done, Kushina also came over with Shenshu and others. Tsunade-sama x4. When Shikaku and others saw Tsunade, they immediately said hello respectfully. After all, Tsunade has too many titles, including Princess of the Land of Fire, Director of the Hospital, and Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, so they have to respect her. Sister, why are you here? When Naoki saw Tsunade, although he knew it well, he still pretended to know nothing. Chapter 14 Sister Tsunade. When I returned to the small river where I had just fished, it was almost noon. Uchiha Chiba took out the items in the seal scroll and began to prepare for the next work. Then he began to assign tasks to everyone. Shiwei Naoki, you are responsible for finding firewood. Shikaku and Hiki, you are responsible for grilling fish. Mikoto Kushina, you are responsible for preparing bowls and chopsticks. Dingza, you are responsible for lighting the fire. As for what to do in Uchiha Chiba, of course it is to prepare the ingredients for grilled fish. That's right, he's going to cook it the way he did at the grilled fish shop in his previous life. He won't eat just grilled fish. The fishy smell is too strong and he can't bear it. When Uchiha Chiba finished allocating the work, several people had no objections. As for the punishment Luyu gave to Naishu earlier, he considered that it was a bit slow for a person to find firewood, so he asked Highway to go with Naishu. After listening to Uchiha Chiba's assignment, Akamichi Dingza also took out the scroll he brought. After unlocking the seal, a bunch of dishes and chopsticks appeared out of thin air. Mikoto, Kushina, I leave these to you. Akamichi Dingza pointed to the dishes on the ground and looked at Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Yeah, leave it to us. Seeing Uchiha Chiba quickly assigning work like a leader, Tsunade was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that this brat had the talent to be a leader. Yes, Tsunade also came with everyone. Originally, Tsunade's purpose today was to see how good Uchiha Chiba's cooking skills were, who was praised by her brother. When she saw Uchiha Chiba, she was thinking about a reason to cook properly. But before she could think of a reason, Uchiha Chiba took the lead in inviting her. But what he said was that Tsunade saved Mikoto and Kushina, so she invited her to dinner as a thank you. Kid, is there anything you need me to do? Seeing that several people were doing their own work for lunch, she was the only one here with nothing to do, and she felt a little embarrassed after staying for a long time. You're welcome, Tsunade-sama, just rest there. Uchiha Chiba, who was handling the ingredients with a knife in hand, heard Tsunade's question and answered casually. After all, the work has been assigned, and there is no extra work for Tsunade. Tsunade saw this and stopped asking any more questions. In fact, she also knew that there was no extra work that could be assigned to her. I just asked Uchiha Chiba in order not to embarrass myself. After all, everyone here except her is doing their own thing. But it was quite boring to just stand there stupidly, so I walked to the front of Uchiha Chiba. Kid, have you been practicing your sword skills since you were in your mother's womb? Seeing Uchiha Chiba handling the ingredients neatly, Tsunade looked shocked. That's not an exaggeration, but I've been cooking since I was 4 years old. Uchiha Chiba didn't even raise his head, his eyes were always focused on the tree stump filled with ingredients. Tsunade was puzzled. Where are your parents? They actually let a 4-year-old child cook. My father passed away before I was born. I was raised by my mother alone. My mother often worked overtime because of her busy work, so I thought about cooking my own meals to help my mother share the pressure. Then Uchiha Chiba continued. Besides, a 4-year-old child should be sensible. After hearing Uchiha Chiba's answer, Tsunade said nothing more, turned around and left with a dark face. Although I sympathize with Uchiha, Chiba has lost her father since she was a child, but what he said is too irritating. You should be sensible at the age of 4? Listen, is this still human language? Then she thought about herself again. What was she doing when she was 4 years old? Taken by his grandfather Senju Hashirama, he travels to and from major casinos in Konoha every day. Looking at Tsunade's leaving figure, Uchiha Chiba looked confused. Why did you leave so suddenly? Did you say anything to make her angry? I guess not. When all the preparations were completed, everyone gathered together, ready to enjoy Uchiha Chiba's next performance. Then Uchiha Chiba began to work, first putting the huge iron pot he brought on the fire. Then, heat the oil, add the ingredients and stir-fry until fragrant, then pour in water and half a bottle of sake, and finally, put the grilled fish into the pot and cook. A set of steps that seemed extremely complicated to Tsunade and others, but Uchiha Chiba was able to complete quickly with ease. Well, it smells so good, Chiba, how long until I can eat it? I can't wait. Akamichi Dingza stretched his neck vigorously and smelled the aroma of grilled fish. Just give it another minute, it's still almost done. When Akamichi Dingzao heard that it would take another minute to eat the grilled fish that made him salivate, a deep sense of disappointment quickly appeared on his chubby face. Well, okay, then I'll wait. 1 minute later. Okay, it's time to eat, let's get started. As Uchiha Chiba finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait to pick up the fish and put it in their mouths. Hiss, so hot, so spicy, so delicious. Tsunade was the fastest. The moment the fish entered her mouth, she was conquered by the delicious taste she had never tasted before. Although the fish was very hot and spicy, she just couldn't stop eating it. The rest of the people were similar. Although their faces were red from the heat, they were unwilling to put down their chopsticks. Uchiha Chiba looked surprised when he heard everyone say it was spicy. Considering that people in this world generally have mild tastes, he didn't add much chili pepper just now, so how could it still be spicy? But he couldn't control that much. He was already hungry and quickly joined the queue to grab food. So full, so full. As expected of Chiba, you are the only one who can make fish so delicious. Naoki, who was lying on the ground savoring the taste of grilled fish, gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Chiba next to him and praised him. Shikaku agreed very much with Nesuke's words. What Naoki said is right, it's just a pity. I don't know when the next time I'll eat Chiba's food. Uchiha Chiba ignored the group of friends who were praising him, but looked at Tsunade sitting in front of him expectantly. Tsunade-sama, is today's cuisine to your taste? Hiccup, yes, it is indeed delicious. Also, don't call me Tsunade-sama, call me Tsunade-sama. Tsunade was very satisfied with this grilled fish meal, but it was just an accident that she could eat the food cooked by Uchiha Chiba today. Although I can eat it again tomorrow. But she was not satisfied, she wanted to be able to eat Uchiha Chiba's cooking often. But what can you do to achieve your wish? Then when she saw her brother Shenshu, an idea suddenly came to her mind. Let's just let this brat Uchiha Chiba be his younger brother. Then based on the relationship between the two of them, wouldn't it be reasonable to go to his house to have a meal? Well, good idea, I am simply a genius. Uchiha Chiba secretly rejoiced after hearing Tsunade's words. She didn't expect that a meal would bring the two people who had just met so much closer together. In fact, When Uchiha Chiba saw Tsunade for the first time, he felt that the mother of his future child was the person in front of him. After all, no matter how hard it is, the child must be able to eat enough from an early age, otherwise it will affect the physical development. Of course, if the child cannot finish eating, he can do it for him. Although I was very happy, I still had to pretend, and then Uchiha Chiba pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Isn't this good? I am from the Uchiha clan, and Tsunade-sama, you are from the Senju clan." After hearing Uchiha Chiba's reasons, Tsunade didn't pay attention. Instead, she waved her hand and said proudly, "What does it matter? We are all part of Konoha. Why do we know so clearly? Okay, then I will call you Tsunade sister from now on." Seeing that Tsunade insisted on recognizing him as his younger brother, he had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Chapter 15 Green Tea Chiba Sage Jutsu. No, I don't agree. Senju Naoki hadn't paid attention to Tsunade's conversation with Uchiha Chiba at first. He was thinking about having another fight with Uchiha Chiba after his stomach wasn't so full. However, just when he was concentrating with his eyes closed, he actually heard Uchiha Chiba calling Tsunade sister. Without thinking, he sat up and yelled to stop him. The move of Senju rope tree also disturbed everyone who was resting. Yamanaka sat up in shock and looked at Senju. "What's wrong, Senju? What happened?" Because Uchiha Chiba and Tsunade were far away from the others and their voices were not loud, they only heard the sudden roar of the rope tree. "Haha, it's nothing. I just fell asleep and had a nightmare. You can continue to rest." Feeling that several people were looking at him, Naisha could only laugh and try to cover it up. "Okay, by the way, rope tree, remember to do the finishing work." Narashikaku didn't think much and pointed to the bowls and chopsticks on the grass and the big pot. Following the direction of Narashikaku's finger, Senju began to regret when he saw the pile of dishes. Why did he fall for it at that time? By the way, it seemed that Chiba was deliberately provoking him, saying that if it was him, he would just go and do it. Yes, that's right, it was all his fault. "Rope tree, did you hear that?" Narashikaku saw Senju Nesuke still not replying to him, so he had to ask again. Senju, who was brought back to reality by the words, immediately nodded, "No problem, I'll take care of it right away." Then he stood up from the ground and walked towards the dishes and chopsticks dejectedly. "Wait a minute, Shenshu, let's help you." Just when Senju Naoki was looking at the dishes and cauldron in worry, Uchiha Mikato's voice came from behind. He turned around and saw that Kushina was also coming. Senju looked at the two women with a moved face. He wanted to agree, but then shook his head and refused. "No, this is my punishment. I promised Shikaku and the others." Kushina looked puzzled. "Punishment? What punishment?" "Well, that's it." Seeing that the two of them were curious, Senju Naoki had to tell him everything that happened after they left. After listening to Naoki's explanation, Uzumaki Kushina snorted, "You deserve it. Who made you so reckless? You can't help it if Chiba just provokes you." Then he grabbed Mikato and turned around to leave. "Mikato, let's go and let him reflect on it." Watching the two people leaving, Senju was a little confused. He was also a victim. Why didn't he sympathize with him? After seeing Naoki yelling at him and then being asked by Shikaku to wash the dishes, Uchiha Chiba looked hesitant. "Sister Tsunade, Naoki doesn't seem to agree with me calling you sister, how about? Or forget it." To be honest, Uchiha Chiba is almost disgusted by his current appearance. After all, according to his current appearance, according to the previous life, he is a green TBCH. Tsunade is a little panicked now. After all, she finally fooled Uchiha into recognizing her as her sister, but her own brother came to cause trouble. If Uchiha Chiba disowns her as her sister because of the relationship between the rope trees, wouldn't her happiness in her stomach be just gone? Tsunade decided to appease Uchiha Chiba first, and then take care of the boy Naoki after returning home. Kyunyi. You don't have to worry about him. It's my freedom to choose who I want to be my brother. He has no control over it. Seeing Tsunade's persistence, Uchiha Chiba continued to learn green tea. Okay, but if it affects your relationship because of me, then I will have no choice but to end our sister-sister relationship. Tsunade looked like you believe me. Don't worry, Chiba, I will have a good talk with Naoki and I won't let him affect our relationship. Uchiha Chiba nodded. Okay, that's it for today. How about everyone going back to their homes? Uchiha Chiba took the things he brought back to the scroll and looked at everyone and said. Abaramaze Highway nodded, then let's go home. It's been a long time since we came out. It's time to go back. Narashikaku, okay, let's go home first and see you again next time. Wait a minute, Kyunyi, I was careless yesterday and allowed you to take advantage of it. Today I will challenge you again. Senju Tree folded his arms and looked confident. Uchiha Chiba was a little helpless, and then gave Tsunade a look. Tsunade-sama, don't you care about the rope tree? Tsunade also had a headache. Why was Naoki's younger brother so uneasy? When he came to the Senju rope tree, he held his ear with one hand and turned away. Everyone, I will take the rope tree back first. You should go home early. Hey, it hurts. Sister, please let go. I won't challenge Chiba anymore. I can walk by myself. Senju, whose ears were held by Tsunade, now only feels that he has no face at all in front of his friends. However, Tsunade seemed not to hear and kept walking. After taking a few steps, he looked back again. Kushina, do you want to go back with me? Sister Tsunade, I will go back with you. Whirlpool Kushina looked at Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto, I'll go back first. See you at school next Monday. Well, see you at school. Then Kushina, the Whirlpool, ran all the way to catch up. Okay, let's go too. After looking at the retreating figures of Tsunade and others, Uchiha Chiba greeted everyone and walked towards the direction of Konoha village. Back in the village, Uchiha Chiba said goodbye to Shikaku and others and then took Mikoto towards the clan area. After returning home, Uchiha Chiba immediately opened the refrigerator and looked for the ingredients needed to cook bear paws in his memory. After a moment, Uchiha Chiba nodded with satisfaction. The materials he needed were all at home, so there was no need for him to go out and buy them. Night. When Uchiha returned home, she felt warm in her heart when she looked at the table full of dishes. It feels so good to be able to eat as soon as I get home. Mom, are you back? Just in time, I have already prepared the food. Eat it quickly. Uchiha Chiba came out of the kitchen with a pot of chicken soup and greeted Uchiha Genka immediately after seeing her. Uchiha Yuanxiang smiled and nodded, okay. After the two sat down, Uchiha Chiba took out a bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Uchiha Genka and said, Mom, I want to learn Sage Jutsu, can you teach me? Hey? Why do you suddenly want to learn Sage Jutsu? Uchiha Yuanxiang is a little curious about this. I'm about to graduate, right? Mom, you also know that when you go out to do missions in the village, you will inevitably encounter various dangers. If I have a Sage Jutsu, I can have more protection, right? In fact, Uchiha Chiba told a lie. He was immortal and there was no need to use Sage Jutsu. This is just a tool for him to have more contact with Tsunade. Chapter 16, We just met and are about to meet the parents? After hearing Uchiha Chiba's reasons, Uchiha Genka felt that it made sense. Although it is a time of peace, it is inevitable to encounter various dangers when doing tasks outside. Like his dead husband. Yes, but learning Sage Jutsu is very difficult, so you have to be mentally prepared. Uchiha Yuanxiang first gave Uchiha Chiba a vaccination. Don't worry, Mom, I will study hard and won't give up halfway. Okay then, I'll teach you some basic knowledge after dinner. After dinner, Uchiha Genka began to explain the basic theory of Sage Jutsu. First of all, there are two prerequisites for learning Sage Jutsu. The first is to master the nature changes of chakra yang style. The second is to be able to master our chakra carefully. Now let me teach you how to master chakra carefully. Half an hour later. Let's come here today. Chiba, if you have time, practice more. I will teach you the nature changes of yang style after you are able to master your own chakra. Uchiha Minayaka said that she got up and walked to the bathroom. After Uchiha Genka left, Uchiha Chiba recalled what her mother had just said about how to master the chakra method carefully. You can start by attaching chakra to the soles of your feet, and then exercise by climbing trees or treading water. Once you can stand stably on the water without falling and can slowly walk up the tree trunk, you will have initially mastered it. Then you need to start learning the changes in the nature of yang style. Once you know how to do it, you can start practicing it yourself. First beat a fish to death, and then use yang style to treat it. If it succeeds, repeat the operation of the front door. If it fails, it will not be wasted, just use it for extra meals. To be honest, he already knew these methods when watching anime. He thought that the real Sage Jutsu would be more complicated. Is this the result? In fact, this is just a cognitive error on the part of Uchiha Chiba. Learning Sage Jutsu was far from as simple as he thought. After all, if it were that easy to learn, Tsunade wouldn't have proposed forming a medical class after Naoki's death. The next day. It was almost noon. Before going to the hospital, Uchiha Chiba sent a portion of the prepared bear paws to Uchiha Mikato's house. After all, they are my cousin and grandfather, so they have to taste good things. The rest can be divided up. Tsunade, Mom, and himself happened to have one each. Carrying the lunch box to the hospital, I first went to Uchiha's office. When he entered, he found no one there, so he had to put the lunch box on the table and leave a note. Then it was time to go to the dean's office. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. After Uchiha Chiba knocked on the office door, Tsunade's voice came out immediately. What's the matter? Sister Tsunade, it's me. I'm here to bring you bear paws. Tsunade thought it was other people in the hospital who had something to do with her, so she didn't raise her head and continued to deal with the documents on the table. After hearing the voice of Uchiha Chiba, the serious expression on his face instantly turned into surprise. It's you, Kyunyi, who sent it to me so early. Is it early? It's almost 12 o'clock, Tsunade-san. Uchiha Chiba looked up at the wall clock behind Tsunade and said. Ah? Really? Does time fly by so fast? I just said I'm hungry. But I didn't expect it's almost noon. Then Tsunade looked expectantly at the lunch box in Uchiha Chiba's hand. Quick, 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 Chiba, let me taste what the bear paw you mentioned tastes like. Here, eat quickly, Sister Tsunade. I brought it over as soon as it was cooked. It's still hot now. Seeing that Tsunade was a little anxious, Uchiha Chiba handed over the bento directly. After taking the lunch box, Tsunade hurriedly opened it. When the lunch box was opened, a strong fragrance rushed out along with the heat, and then a whole red bear paw was seen lying quietly in the lunch box. It smells so good. Tsunade held the lunch box and sniffed it vigorously. Stop smelling it, Tsunade-san, and eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold. Seeing that Tsunade looked intoxicated but hesitated to move her chopsticks, Uchiha Chiba had no choice but to remind her. Hearing Uchiha Chiba's reminder, Tsunade came back to her senses instantly. I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, her behavior just now was indeed quite strange. The most important thing was that it was seen by others. But before she could think about it, the scent of bear paws seduced her again. Unable to bear it any longer, Tsunade picked up a piece of chopsticks and immediately put it into her mouth. Seeing Tsunade starting to taste it, Uchiha Chiba asked, "Is it delicious, Tsunade-sama?" "Well, it's delicious, rich in flavor, soft and chewy. I've never eaten anything so delicious." Tsunade looked surprised, then picked up another piece and put it in her mouth to continue tasting. Uchiha Chiba smiled. Of course it was delicious. In order to make bear paws, he made a pot of chicken, duck, and ham stock. "As long as it tastes good, I'll go back first. Sister Tsunade, please eat slowly." After saying that, Uchiha Chiba was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Tsunade called her back. "Chiba, wait, I have something to trouble you with." "What's the matter, Sister Tsunade?" Uchiha Chiba turned around and saw Tsunade showing a coy little daughter attitude. To be honest, he was surprised. When watching anime in his previous life, Tsunade always showed a more straightforward personality. But now, Tsunade's image collapsed in his heart. "Can you please come to my house to cook a meal?" After saying this, Tsunade was a little embarrassed. After all, they only met yesterday. Although the two became siblings, she still felt that this request was a bit excessive. But there was nothing she could do about it. Who made the guy from Shenshu not be able to do his job well? Time goes back to last night. While having dinner, Naoki suddenly thought that he seemed to have forgotten to bring Uchiha Chiba's cooking to Uzumaki Mito. For this, Naoki can only blame Uchiha Chiba for making it so delicious, and there were so many people yesterday that a large pot of fish was eaten in one go. And because of a series of events that followed, he forgot about it. He only remembered it when he saw the dinner on the table. Although Uzumaki Mito did not mention it later, Senju Naoki still found Tsunade because of self-blame. "Sister, can you do me a favor?" "What's wrong? Did you make Kushina angry again?" Tsunade knew the rope tree very well. If he didn't encounter a problem that he couldn't solve, he wouldn't come to him for help. Senju waved his hand quickly. No, how could I make Kushina angry? Didn't I forget to bring the food made by Chiba to Grandma? I just want Chiba to come to our house to cook a meal. Let Grandma try it. Then you tell yourself, why are you looking for me?" Tsunade waved her hand, full of confusion. Seeing that Tsunade was a little reluctant to help, Senju was a little anxious. "It's different. Although Chiba and I are classmates and friends, now, sister, you and Chiba are siblings. In this way, your relationship is closer, sister. If you ask Chiba for help, it's hard for him to refuse, right? Oh, don't you agree that I recognize Kyunyi as my younger brother? Why have you changed your mind now?" Tsunade said with a playful expression. Chapter 17 Unequal Treaties. "I just don't want to suddenly have an extra brother." Senju scratched his head in embarrassment. "That guy from Chiba was born on August 8, just one day before me, so I don't agree with you, sister, to recognize him as your brother." Tsunade didn't expect that Senju, who was the same age as Uchiha Chiba, had such a childish side, and then rolled her eyes and said, "It's only one day. If you don't want to call Chiba brother, then don't call her brother. Kushina is a month older than you. Why don't you call her sister?" "Yes, sister, you recognize Kyunyi as your younger brother, but I don't recognize him as my older brother." Senju was enlightened and said, "Can't we just call each other our own?" Seeing this scene, Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect to solve the problem of the rope tree so easily. Then he waved his hand. "Okay, now that you have figured it out, go ahead and tell Kyunyi yourself that I am sleepy and want to go to bed." "No, sister, just do me this favor. I really don't have the confidence to let Kyunyi come to our house." Senju then thought of something. "Okay, sister, as long as you can let Chiba come to your house, how about I give you a massage for a week?" 1 month. Tsunade raised her finger. "No, 2 weeks at most." Senju shook his head. "Anyway, My minimum requirement is 1 month. If you don't agree, just say it yourself. Okay, I'm sleepy, go back to sleep. Wait, okay, just 1 month, but sister, you have to promise to call Chiba. Senju gritted his teeth. Tsunade walked out of the room and waved to the senju tree. Back in time, after Tsunade made this request, she looked nervously at the boy who was taller than herself. In fact, Tsunade also hopes that Uchiha Chiba can agree. After all, she has gone to her own home, can't she also eat the food he cooked? Tsunade-sama, how about you tell me the reason first? Then I will decide whether to go or not. Uchiha Chiba doesn't object to going to the Senju tribe, just to cook a meal, but he still wants to know why. Hearing this, Tsunade struggled for a while. After all, this matter involved the Senju rope tree, but after a while, she figured it out. Then he completely recounted Nawaka's revenge plan the night before and Uzumaki Mito's desire to taste his cooking. Finally, she also told the conditions for Senju Shenshu to go to the Senju tribe last night in order to ask her to agree. Although he said that he sold the rope tree, wasn't he just for selling it? Guilt? What guilt? Can that thing be used as food? Not to mention the food cooked by Uchiha Chiba. Okay, Sister Tsunade, I agree. It's an honor for Mito-sama to want to eat the food I cooked. However, you have to wait until next weekend. Sister Tsunade, you also know that tomorrow is Monday. I still gotta go to school. After listening to Tsunade's retelling, Uchiha Chiba agreed without hesitation. After all, she is the child's mother's grandmother and we are all part of the same family. Isn't it natural to cook a meal for your family? As for rope tree, that's easy to handle. Just give him a good beating after going to school tomorrow in the name of continuing the competition. Thinking of this, a faint sinister smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. You agreed to Chiba? That's great, it doesn't matter, it's only a week, it won't be long. Tsunade was very happy. Although it would have to be another week before she could eat the dishes made by Uchiha Chiba, but this was not a hope. Moreover, Uchiha Chiba has come to her home, so can she go to Uchiha Chiba's house for dinner next time? Then Sister Tsunade, I will go back first, and you can eat slowly. Well, you go back first. This time Tsunade did not hold back. After returning home, Uchiha Chiba suddenly thought of something. I opened my hands and looked at them, but they were empty. Oops, I forgot to bring back Tsunade's lunchbox. Then after thinking about it, Uchiha Chiba said with relief, forget it, it's just a lunchbox. In the afternoon, by the river in the woods. Uchiha Chiba stood by the river and looked at the river quietly. After a while, he shook his head. Forget it, let's start by climbing the tree. It won't be good if your clothes get wet. Then he walked to a big tree, looked up, and then began to attach the chakra to the solace of his feet. Tentatively stepped on the tree trunk. Didn't fall? Uchiha Chiba looked at the sky, then turned to look at the ground. Did you succeed just once? Isn't this as difficult as you think? Originally, he was prepared to be beaten all over, but he didn't expect that he succeeded immediately on the first try. Try treading water again. After coming down from the tree, although Uchiha Chiba was more confident, he was still a little worried about treading water. I knew I would practice in the bathtub at home first. If I failed, I would have to go home to change clothes. Then Uchiha Chiba thought for a while, I've come here, if I go back without giving it a try, wouldn't my trip be in vain? Then repeat the operation just now, and after attaching the chakra to the sole of your foot, carefully step onto the river. As expected, Uchiha Chiba succeeded again. After looking at the reflection in the water, Uchiha Chiba felt quite interesting. Although he successfully mastered the fine control of chakra, Uchiha Chiba was not very happy. Because this is somewhat inconsistent with his plan. His original plan was to let Tsunade accidentally discover that he was learning to master Sage Jutsu, and then use this as an excuse to ask Tsunade for advice. In this way, the relationship between the two would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But looking at it now, he needs to make some changes to his plan. The previous steps remained unchanged, and then he packaged himself as an ordinary person who was not very talented in medical ninjutsu, and then acted in front of Tsunade. Finally, under Tsunade's guidance, his medical ninjutsu improved by leaps and bounds. Well, perfect. Although Uchiha Chiba has only learned the refinement of chakra now, Yang style has not yet started learning. But to put it bluntly, Yang style is nothing more than the embodiment of a person's vitality. For him, he has been using overgrowth to strengthen his body for several years. In terms of vitality, it will definitely not be worse than Tsunade. This plan is perfect, the only drawback may be that it will disappoint Uchiha Genka. However, when he marries Tsunade home, I believe Uchiha Yuanxiang will be proud of him. After all, he should be the first Uchiha to obtain Senju since ancient times. The next day, lunch break. School rooftop. Rose tree, do you want to do some post-meal exercise to digest? Chapter 18 Rope tree, thank you. Okay, I didn't expect that when Chiba you took the initiative to ask me to compete. Did you think that my strength was getting stronger and stronger, making you afraid of being surpassed by me? Senju was very excited when he heard that Uchiha Chiba took the initiative to invite him for a sparring session. It's the first time in 5 years. It's been 5 years. Does anyone know how he got here in the past 5 years? Uchiha Chiba nodded. Yes, everything you said is right, there is no refutation Senju Naoki. After all, you want to beat him, let him be happy for a while. Then let's start now. Senju thought he had seen through Uchiha Chiba's thoughts, and immediately took a stance. Looking at Uchiha Chiba in front of him, Senju reminded, I'm on, Chiba. After saying that, Senju Rope Tree directly launched the offensive. Rushed towards Uchiha Chiba. 10 minutes later. Senju, with a bruised nose and swollen face, lay on the ground gasping for air. What a hearty battle! Shenshu, you have become stronger again. Uchiha Chiba patted the dust on his hands and said with a smile. Ahole, you just wanted to beat me up on purpose today, right? Senju Naoki also reacted. He had challenged Uchiha Chiba for the past 5 years. Today is a change from normal. Thinking of the way Uchiha Chiba beat him without mercy just now, no matter how slow he was, he should have understood that this guy had no good intentions. The corner of Uchiha Chiba's mouth curled up. Don't say that, Naoki, I really think you are getting better and better. Didn't you find that our battle lasted longer than before? Although Senju was a little angry, after hearing what Uchiha Chiba said, hey, let's not say it, it's really like this. In the past, I could play for 3 minutes at most, but today it doubled several times. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sit up happily. Hey, Chiba, you are right. I have indeed become stronger. Tisk tisk tisk, looking at the silly smile on Senju Shenshu's face, this kid is really easy to deceive, and he still counts money for others after being sold. I don't know if I inherited Senju Hashirama's temperament. He is too naive. That's it for today. Shengshu, you have to keep working hard. I believe it won't be long before you can defeat me. Hey, don't worry, I will try my best, but when I defeat you, don't cry. Hey, it hurts. Senju said and unconsciously touched the wound on his face. In the classroom. Narashikako looked at Senju Naoki who was following Uchiha Chiba and couldn't help but be surprised. Naoki, what's wrong with you? How did you end up like this? After sitting back in his seat, Senju said carelessly, oh, it's okay, I just had a spar with Chiba. By the way, I'm telling you Shikaku, it was Chiba who initiated this time, and I lasted for 10 minutes this time. How about Shikaku, am I awesome? Yeah, that's great, but why don't you go to the infirmary first to take care of the injury on your face? There will be class later. You're right, I'll go right away. Senju felt that what Narashikaku said made sense and it would be better to deal with it, and then ran out of the classroom in large strides. After Senju Naoki left, Narashikaku poked Uchiha Chiba with his finger. Chiba, although Senju Naoki is not smart, he is still our friend. Why are you bullying him today? Seeing Narashikaku asking. Uchiha Chiba thought for a while and decided to tell the cause and effect, otherwise it would be bad if it caused them misunderstanding. There is a reason why I beat him today, don't worry, today is an exception, I won't beat him in the future. After listening to Uchiha Chiba's story, Nara felt helpless. Tsunade-sama, it's true that a biological brother is no better than a god brother. But this guy Chiba must be very lucky. He recognized his sister as soon as he met Tsunade-sama. Friday night. Uchiha Chiba picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it in his mouth and looked at Uchiha Genka. Mom, I have already learned how to tread water and climb trees. When will you teach me the changes in the properties of chakra? Wait a minute, I'll teach you after dinner. Uchiha didn't expect that it would take his son several days to master treading water and climbing trees. Isn't his son a genius? But she didn't think much about it. After all, medical ninjutsu is different from ordinary ninjutsu and requires careful thinking. As for a boy in Chiba, it is normal for him to be unable to calm down for a short period of time. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba nodded and turned his attention to the food. In the living room, Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Genka are sitting opposite each other. Chiba, do you know how many attributes chakra has? Uchiha Genka asked. 7 kinds: wind, earth, thunder, water, fire, and yin and yang. Uchiha Chiba blurted out. He knew the properties of chakra clearly, but most ordinary ninjas only knew the 5 properties of chakra. After all, without a family background, the ninja school only teaches theoretical knowledge and the 3-body technique. Uchiha Yuanxiang nodded. Yes, it is indeed these 7 attributes. Different from the elemental attributes, the 2 chakra attributes of yin and yang are possessed by everyone, but they are only different in strength and weakness, and the Palm Sage Jutsu it's the external expression of yang style. Half an hour later. Uchiha picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. How are you doing? Is there anything you don't understand? Not yet. I'll ask Mom if I don't understand anything. Uchiha Chiba shook his head and said. Uchiha Yuanxiang nodded. Well, if you don't understand anything, you should ask it in time. By the way, Chiba, you can buy a fish and come back tomorrow, and then start practicing with the fish first. Okay, it's not too early. I'm going to rest first, you should also rest early. Well, I understand, Mom. Looking at Uchiha standing up, he nodded. When Uchiha returned to his room, he was lying on the bed thinking about the knowledge about yang style that his mother had explained to him. Unlike the anime he watched in his previous life, the real yang style is more complicated than what is depicted in the anime. Although it was more difficult than imagined, it was not that difficult for him. After all, he is a caring person. As he thought about it, Uchiha Chiba's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally he fell asleep slowly. The next day. Mom, I have to go out for a while today and won't be back for lunch. While eating breakfast, Uchiha Chiba said. Today he is going to the Senju tribe to cook for his mother's grandmother, and Uchiha is resting today. That's why he said it in advance. Well, don't play too late, got it? Uchiha thought he was going out to play with friends. So he didn't pay attention and just casually reminded him to go home early. I got it, Mom. Outside the Senju tribe, under a tree. Senju squatted on the ground and kept poking the ground with his fingers. Damn big thunder violent woman, she actually asked me to come out early in the morning to wait for that guy from Chiba. Master Shenshu, you have been waiting here for so long. Who are you waiting for? A Senju tribesman asked curiously at the gate of the tribe. Oh, I'm waiting for a friend of mine. I'm afraid he can't find my house, so I'm waiting at the door. Senju Rope Tree looked up at the tribesman who spoke. How about this, Master Shenshu, tell me what the person you are waiting for looks like, and I will take him over to you when that person comes. Hearing this, Senju waved his hand. No, I'd better wait here. If I go back now, I will definitely be beaten by my sister. Ah? Tsunade-sama? Then Master Naoki, please wait slowly, I won't disturb you anymore. After the Senju tribe heard about Tsunade, they ignored the Senju Rope Tree. Chapter 19 Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Senju Shenshu saw that this tribe member stopped talking after hearing about his elder sister, his resentment towards his elder sister deepened again. Forget it, just wait honestly. An hour later. Why isn't this guy Chiba here yet? It's already 10 o'clock. Senju looked forward impatiently, but still didn't see Uchiha Chiba. That's not right, Kyunyi has always been punctual, how could he be late? Hiss, it couldn't be that I was tricked by my sister. Didn't my sister go to find Kyunyi? Senju Rope Tree said to himself. The more Senju thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. After all, he had been deceived by Tsunade not once or twice. Humph, damn old sister, you actually lied to me. I must. Senju became angrier as he thought about it, and wanted to teach Tsunade a lesson, but the more he talked about it, the less confident he became. Then Senju Nezuki sighed, oh. Let's forget it. There is no way, bloodline suppression. Rose Tree, what are you doing here? Hey? Senju felt that this voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Then he turned around and looked. I saw someone suddenly appearing behind him. This person is wearing a white royal robe, and the bamboo hat on his head has the word fire on it. Who am I talking about? It turns out to be you, Uncle Hiruzen. By the way, Uncle Hiruzen, what do you want here? Senju Naoki was a little curious. As a Hokage, he must be busy with official duties, so why did he come to the land of the Senju tribe? Call. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, I came to meet Osama to discuss something. What about you Shenshu, what are you doing here? Me, I'm waiting for someone here. Senju looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Uncle Hiruzen, you must have something important to do with Grandma, right? It is indeed very important. He came here mainly to discuss with Uzumaki Mito about the next Jinchuriki. But there is no need to tell the rope tree about this. That's about it, Naoki, it's getting late, I'm going to find Mito-sama first. Senju didn't think much and nodded, then go ahead, Uncle Hiruzen. Not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Senju had completely lost his patience. Just when I was thinking about going to Uchiha to look for Uchiha Chiba, I finally saw a familiar figure in the distance. Chiba, this way. Senju waved his hand vigorously in the distance. Hey? Uchiha Chiba is a little curious, why is Senju so happy to see him? Kyunyi, you came here at noon. I thought my sister had lied to me. By the way, why did you come so late? Senju became angrier as he talked. Who knows how long he had been waiting here? A whole 2 hours. Am I late? It's not noon yet, why are you in such a hurry? Then Uchiha Chiba continued, besides, I just promised Sister Tsunade to come over at noon today, and I didn't say what time it will be. At the same time, within the Senju tribe. Mito-sama, I have already found the location where Nine Tails will be sealed next time. Do you really want to proceed as planned? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Mito and said respectfully. Monkey, follow the plan. I am increasingly unable to suppress Nine Tails. I can only suppress them for another year at most. Also, All information about this matter must be kept strictly confidential. And no one from other ninja villages can take advantage of it," Uzumaki Mito said in a serious tone. Mito Uzumaki was very open-minded about the fact that he only had 1 year to live. As long as she can leave some strength to Konoha, the village that Hashirama and the others built, she will have no regrets. "Don't worry, Mito-sama, I will keep it confidential." Looking at the old man in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uncomfortable. After the death of his teacher Tobirama, it was Uzumaki Mito who supported him to take the position of Hokage despite many criticisms. Although his Hokage position was favored by Senju Tobirama, among the many ninja clans in Konoha, the Sarutobi clan can only be regarded as a second-rate family. There is no bloodline and no powerful secret skills. If it weren't for Mito Uzumaki, he didn't know if he would be able to take the position of Hokage. However, there is still 1 year before this old man will leave this world. "Well, by the way, monkey, after I leave, you have to take good care of Danzo and the roots he has established. I know that you are brothers, but you can't let him do whatever he wants. Do you understand?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed. Uzumaki Mito was trying to point him out. It seems that Uzumaki Mito must have known about Danzo's efforts to find important people from various ninja clans to join Jin. However, because Uzumaki Mito is still there, Shimura Danzo still knows how to restrain himself, and the people he wants are only some fringe figures in the ninja clan. It was not like in the future, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence, he would directly attack the core members of the ninja clan. "Yes, I will be optimistic about Danzo," Sarutobi Hiruzen said awkwardly. "It's good that you know. Well, I won't keep you anymore. You are now a Hokage, and you have a lot to do every day." Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Mito Uzumaki was about to see off his guests, and then he nodded sensibly. "There are indeed many things to deal with, so I will go back first. Mito-sama, please take care of yourself." Uzumaki Mito nodded. After bowing to Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen exited the room. As he was walking out, he was suddenly surprised by a figure. Why are the Uchiha clan here? However, what happened next made him even more frightened. "Chiba, Grandma is getting older. You should not make heavy flavored dishes for lunch today. Just make something light flavored." Uchiha Chiba nodded. "Well, I understand, Sister Tsunade, don't worry, the food cooked today will definitely not disappoint you." He had considered Tsunade's instructions before coming, so he had already made preparations. Tsunade wanted to nod, but just as she was about to speak, she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the corner of her eye. "Hey, old man, it's almost noon. Let's go after dinner." When he heard Uchiha Chiba call Tsunade sister, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, he would not reveal his flaws in front of the two juniors. Then he pretended to know nothing. "Tsunade, can't you call me sensei? I am also a Hokage after all." Of his 3 disciples, Orochimaru respects him more, and Tsunade and Jiraiya, the 2 rebellious disciples, call him old man when they meet. He's not even 40 yet, so why is he an old man? Uchiha Chiba also turned around and said when he heard that the person behind him was Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hello, Hokage-sama." "Well, hello, Chiba." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "Look, this is the respect a Konoha person should have for a Hokage, unlike Tsunade and Jiraiya." "Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi actually knows his name?" Uchiha Chiba was a little curious, but then he reacted. Hiruzen Sarutobi is the person who inherited the thoughts of the old ghost Senju Tobirama, and he certainly doesn't have much favorable impressions of the Uchiha clan. In addition, he is also a genius of Uchiha, and he has a deep bond with Senju Naoki, the heir to the Senju clan. It would be strange not to know. "I won't eat any more. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Okay, I'm leaving." Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of eating right now. First he was ordered by Uzumaki Mito, and then the Uchiha clan appeared here. Now he just wants to go back and let Anbu find out the reason. Wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen leaves. Although Uchiha Chiba was curious about what Hiruzen Sarutobi was doing here, he also knew that it was better not to inquire about some things. Tsunade sister, I have decided what to cook for lunch. Oh? Can you tell me in advance? Tsunade was a little curious about what Uchiha Chiba would cook for lunch. She also said just now not to cook dishes with too strong flavors. After all, Uzumaki Mito is relatively old. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for now. You'll know when it's done. Uchiha Chiba blinked at Tsunade, looking inscrutable. Hey, forget it if you don't say it. Tsunade snorted softly, and then continued, let's go, I will take you to the kitchen to see if there is anything missing. Chapter 20 Zhen, if you regret it, I will shadow you. Someone's coming. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, go and find out what happened to Tsunade and Uchiha Chiba. Yes. After receiving the order from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Anbu disappeared directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little worried. He never expected to see Uchiha Chiba in the Senju tribe today. Although he knew that the bond between Senju and Uchiha was deep, it was just a normal friendship between classmates and friends. And he is very happy to see Uchiha integrate into the village. However, when he heard Uchiha Chiba call Tsunade sister, he became a little uneasy. What is this going on? Could it be that Senju is dissatisfied with his Hokage and wants to unite with Uchiha to sideline him? Soon, Anbu handed a piece of information into his hands. After reading the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that he was overthinking just now, and the relationship between Uchiha Chiba and Tsunade was completely a misunderstanding. According to Narashikaku's remarks, Tsunade only recognized this younger brother because she was greedy for Uchiha Chiba's cooking. Seeing this, he regretted not agreeing to Tsunade's invitation just now. He was also curious about how good Uchiha Chiba's cooking skills were. Bang! Hiruzen, I don't have enough manpower at the base, you have to give me some people. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at the person with dissatisfaction. Does this Shimura Danzo take his Hokage seriously? Can't he do a good gate of opening? He has to kick him? Then he sternly scolded, Danzo, what are your hands used for? Can't you properly gate of opening? Also, you have restrained yourself recently. Mito-sama already knows the root cause. Danzo was also startled by Hiruzen Sarutobi's appearance. He had not heard Hiruzen Sarutobi speak to him in such a tone for a long time. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen also mentioned Uzumaki Mito, which made his heart even more nervous. How would Mito-sama know? Didn't I tell those family members not to tell anyone? Shimura Danzo showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. After all, he is also a Hokage assistant, but these guys turned a deaf ear to his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little disappointed. This old friend of his was too wanton and reckless. Do you know that you have made those families dissatisfied by doing this? You still ask me for someone, where can I find someone for you? Shimura Danzo, who was choked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowned, then thought for a moment and said, then I will let those ninjas go first, but there will be no problem with the civilians, right? I heard that there is a kid named Namikaze Minato in the school who is pretty good, and he is also an orphan. Please give this person to me, Hiruzen. Before this, he had already done some research on the outstanding children in the school. The most famous one was naturally the evil Uchiha kid. He really wanted to get that brat Uchiha Chiba into his roots, but the Uchiha clan was famous for retribution. Moreover, he did not deal with the Uchiha clan. He inherited the thoughts of his teacher Senju Tobirama and always believed that Uchiha should not exist in Konoha. Then, other outstanding children are also the core descendants of the ninja clan. He doesn't dare to take action yet. No, This child Minato is the successor of the Will of Fire, and he is also Jiraiya's favored disciple. I will not give him to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of welding smoke and categorically refused. Shimura Danzo also lost his temper. This won't work, that won't work. Hiruzen, remember, you also approve of the establishment of the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a movement, and then looked at Shimura Danzo with sharp eyes. Duanzo, establishing the route is completely your own initiative. I advised you at the time, but now you are trying to stop me. Shimura Danzo, who was shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, was first shocked, then angry. Well, you Sarutobi Hiruzen, when you first established the route, you just said no, but your body was honest and didn't stop itself? Now because of Uzumaki Mito, you want to put this matter aside and let yourself take the blame? You are a Hokage in the sun, and you are a rat in the sewer, right? Hiruzen, I'll put my words here. I'm going to make a decision on that Minato child. Even Mito-sama can't keep him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo with disdain. Had he been treated as a Hokage for more than 10 years in vain? Still threatening yourself? Danzo, let me put my words here. I will never give Minato to you. Also, I am removing you from your position as Hokage's assistant. You should go home and reflect on it first. As for the roots, let Anbua do it first. Take it over. Shimura Danzo looked stunned, he couldn't afford it. Shimura Danzo said with an angry look on his face, Hiruzen, you will regret it. After saying that, Shimura Danzo slammed the door and left. Looking at Shimura Danzo leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Mito-sama, this is the food I made. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Uchiha Chiba pointed to the food on the table and said. Uzumaki Mito looked at the table full of dishes and was shocked. These dishes all look delicious, but can you finish cooking so much? But then I thought about it, after all, this is the child's kindness and cannot be let down. Grandma, try it quickly, it's delicious. Seeing that Mito Uzumaki was still moving his chopsticks, Senju Naoki couldn't help but remind him. Okay, let me try it. Uzumaki Mito chuckled, picked up the lion head closest to her and put it into the bowl, then used chopsticks to take out a small piece and put it into her mouth to taste it carefully. Is it delicious, Grandma? Senju looked at Mito Uzumaki expectantly. Uzumaki Shihi pursed his lips and smiled, and said with a kind face, yeah, it's delicious. Okay, you guys should eat quickly. As the words fell, Kushina and Tsunade eagerly picked up their chopsticks. We're moving. Then, Uzumaki Mito was also surprised by Uchiha Chiba's appetite. He didn't expect that besides the Akamichi clan, there were other people who could eat like this. After the meal, Uchiha Chiba said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, and was taken away from the Senju clan by the rope tree. After Uchiha Chiba left, Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade, who was lying on the tatami without caring about her image. Xiaotsuna, what do you think of this child Chiba? Hey? Grandma, why are you asking this? Tsunade was confused and continued to answer after thinking for a while. Well, the food he cooks is delicious, and he's not as arrogant as other Uchiha, which feels pretty good. Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled mysteriously, haha. I just noticed that the way that child looked at you was a little unusual. Don't you feel nothing? What's the difference? He's just a lustful brat. Tsunade didn't care about this. She knew that some of her outstanding features could easily attract men's attention, but most people didn't dare to look at them blatantly like Uchiha Chiba did. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. Tsunade was still too slow about matters between men and women. But she didn't say any more. Let's not mention that Uchiha Chiba is an Uchiha, and there is a full 10 years age difference between the two. Anyone can see that the chance of these two people getting together can't be said to be non-existent, it can only be said to be very slim. Although she is also a little worried about Tsunade's emotional problems, after all, she is 20 years old, in this ninja world where the average age is only 40 or 50 years old. Tsunade can already be regarded as half an older leftover girl. If she were from another family, even if she was a commoner, she would give Tsunade a thumbs up, but when it comes to Uchiha, she has to be cautious. Thinking of civilians, she suddenly thought of the white-haired Jiraiya. Not only was he a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi like Tsunade, he had been classmates when they were still in school, and he had been pursuing Tsunade. But she would never agree to this person being together. Is peeping in a female bathhouse something that a Hokage disciple can do? If the Senju clan found such a person as their son-in-law, they would probably be treated as a laughingstock by the ninja world. Chapter 21 Meeting Orochimaru for the first time. Out of the Senju land. Senju looked grateful. Chiba, thank you for today. Uchiha Chiba waved his hand. It's okay, it's all what I should do. Anyway, you did help me a lot today. If you need my help in the future, don't be polite to me. I want to be your brother-in-law, can you help me? Uchiha Chiba really wanted to say this to Senju Naoki, but considering that he might be in vain after saying this. Think about it and forget it. Then he nodded, okay, I will be the first to ask you for help if I have anything in the future. Senju Naoshi patted his chest and looked extremely confident. No problem, just feel free to come to me. Okay, just send me here. You can go back first. Uchiha Chiba is quite satisfied with Senju's attitude towards the rope tree. Although it can't be used now, it might be used in the future. Moreover, when the Second World War breaks out in the ninja world in a few years, and I save this reckless man, will Tsunade's favorability take off by then? As for his young age, will Tsunade fall in love with someone else, such as Kato Dan? Uchiha Chiba said calmly that it was impossible. If Naoki had not died, Tsunade would not have suggested that each team be equipped with a medical ninja, and Kato Dan would not have had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. In a few years, when he will be more than 10 years old, he will probably be too embarrassed to refuse if he asks Senju for help at that time on the pretext of saving his life. Well, then I'll go back first. Senju Rope Tree nodded, and then walked into the clan land behind him. After leaving the Senju tribe, Uchiha Chiba did not go home immediately, but came to the vegetable market again. Walking into the fresh seafood market, Uchiha Chiba looked around. I found that the fish at every vendor was similar. Then he no longer hesitated and found a vendor closest to him. Boss, bring me a fish, a bigger one, half dead is best. The stall owner was originally very happy to see the business, but after hearing Uchiha Chiba's last condition, he doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Then he looked at Uchiha Chiba again and said, Guest, are you sure you want to buy half-dead fish? Uchiha Chiba nodded, you heard me right, what I bought was half-dead fish, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. After confirming, the stall owner didn't think much about it. After all, it was the customer's request, and then he looked for it in the fish tank. Soon, he found the target and fished it out. Guest, do you think this fish meets your requirements? Uchiha Chiba looked at the fish in the boss's hand. He was really not energetic, and then nodded. Of course he didn't buy this kind of fish for fun, but because Sage Jutsu originally wanted such a fish, so that he wouldn't have to add any more wounds to the fish. Uchiha brat, this fish is going to die soon. If you buy it, it might die before you get home. Are you sure you want to buy this fish? Uchiha Chiba was a little curious, who was so kind to remind herself. Then he turned around and looked. The visitor had long black hair and wore a green ninja vest. However, the most eye-catching thing was his unique eyes. It was a pair of vertical pupils, as sharp and cold as the eyes of a snake. Uchiha Chiba quickly recognized the person in front of him as one of the future Sunin, Orochimaru. After all, his appearance and temperament are very different from ordinary people. But why is Orochimaru here? Could it be that he is also here to buy groceries? Then Uchiha Chiba thought that Orochimaru's parents died during World War I. He is also alone now, so it makes sense for him to come to buy groceries. After all, people have to eat. Although he knew the identity of the visitor, Uchiha Chiba still planned to pretend that he didn't know him. Orochimaru is just a relatively powerful ordinary Genin now, and his reputation is not very great. Although his teacher is the third Hokage, World War II has not yet broken out. Orochimaru also hasn't received the title of Sunin yet. And he, a student of the ninja school, had no interaction with Orochimaru. It would be weird if he met Orochimaru. "Thank you, but this is the half-dead fish I bought." Orochimaru licked his lips and showed a cold smile. "Really? That's just my meddling." After saying that, Orochimaru left directly without any hesitation. After all, he just mentioned it out of kindness. Seeing the cold aura emanating from Orochimaru's body, Uchiha Chiba didn't know whether it was Orochimaru's nature or because of Ryoji Cave. Anyway, he doesn't like this feeling, but he doesn't dislike Orochimaru very much. Although he lamented the fragility of life after Naoki's death, in order to learn all ninjutsu in the ninja world, he colluded with Shimura Danzo and conducted human experiments on living people. Although his sins are also heinous. But compared to the two white-eyed wolves Itaki and Obito, Orochimaru is much more pleasing to the eye. There is no way, this is a world that is worse than anyone else. "Guest, your fish is ready." The stall owner handed a bag to Uchiha and said. Uchiha Chiba looked at it and said, "Very good." There is still water in the bag to ensure that the fish will not die immediately. Then after paying the money, Uchiha Chiba went home with the fish. When I got home, I didn't see Uchiha Yuanxiang, so Uchiha Chiba could only practice by herself. Place the fish on the chopping board, and then chakra slowly appears from his palm. Then he put his hand on the fish. Unfortunately, the fish died in the end. When Uchiha Chiba saw this, he slaughtered the fish directly and put it in the refrigerator. "If I had known I would have bought a few more, I thought I would have succeeded in one go," Uchiha Chiba said to herself. The next day, Uchiha Chiba learned the lesson this time, and instead of buying fish, he came to the small river where he fished with Narashikaku and the others last time. After preparing a wooden harpoon, I stood directly on the river and waited quietly. Once a fish swims by, he will directly pull the fish up with lightning speed. Then treat the fish. If the fish is dead, it is immediately disemboweled and then skewered and grilled next to the fire. Eat it immediately when it's cooked. Although the fishy smell baked in this way is very strong, in order not to waste time and money, it is also important not to waste food. He had no choice but to endure it and eat it. However, with his unremitting efforts, after eating 20 fish, finally, he still hadn't cured a fish. I thought about continuing, but after looking at the fish bones next to me, Uchiha Chiba felt nauseated and almost vomited. In response to this, Uchiha Chiba, who almost vomited after eating fish, had to give up. Wait for a few days before the momentum wears off before continuing. On Monday, Senju found that Uchiha Chiba had been looking depressed from morning to now. He didn't think much about it and said in a joking tone, "Kyunyi, why do you look so downcast? What happened? Tell me to cheer me up." Chapter 22. Everyone has their own agenda. After hearing Senju Nezuki's words, Uchiha Chiba knew that his chance had come. However, he did not immediately express his difficulties, but showed a hesitant look on his face. "Kyunyi, tell us, maybe we can help." Akamichi Dingzuo also spoke to persuade at this time. When a friend is in trouble, of course he is there to help. Immediately afterwards, Narashikaku also spoke, "Tell me about it, Chiba." Forward. Uchiha Chiba was embarrassed. He just wanted to trick Senju Naoki, but he didn't expect these friends to care so much about him. "I wanted to install it again, but now it seems that it won't work. I'm learning a new ninjutsu, you can't help me with mine. What ninjutsu can do to you? Then Yamanaka Hai thought of something, so he continued, it can't be S-level ninjutsu, right? Chiba, don't be impulsive, learning S-level ninjutsu is very dangerous. Hearing Yamanaka Hiki's guess, everyone looked at Uchiha Chiba worriedly. As long as he nodded, they would immediately dissuade him from giving up first. As we all know, S-level ninjutsu is also called Forbidden Jutsu, and Forbidden Jutsu not only includes S-level ninjutsu, but also some A-level ninjutsu are also classified as Forbidden Jutsu, such as the multiple shadow clone jutsu. As members of Konoha's most powerful clans, these people all know that many S-level ninjutsu will cause certain harm to the human body during the learning process, so Nara Shikaku and the others only worried about Uchiha Chien after hearing Yamanaka Hiki's speculation. Yi's safety. It's not an S-level ninjutsu, it's just a sage jutsu. Although Uchiha Chiba was helpless, seeing these friends caring about him so much, he just felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Hey, I thought it was some kind of dangerous S-level ninjutsu. It turned out to be sage jutsu. But, Chiba, why did you suddenly think of learning sage jutsu? Do you want to be a medical ninja after graduation? Yamanaka Hiki asked the question in his mind. Uchiha Chiba shook her head. She couldn't blatantly say that she was learning sage jutsu just to spend more time with Tsunade, right? That was definitely not possible, so he could only tell the story about Uchiha. We are about to graduate. In the future, when we go out to do missions in the village, we will inevitably encounter enemy ninjas. If we are seriously injured, my sage jutsu can also save my teammates and myself, right? After listening to Uchiha Chiba's analysis, several people felt that it made sense. Although we are in peacetime now, we generally do not encounter the situation mentioned by Uchiha Chiba. But that's just average. If you encounter an enemy ninja, the benefits of the sage jutsu will become apparent. Akamichi Dingza then asked, is it difficult to master sage jutsu? Can it stump you even, Chiba? When the teacher taught the three-body jutsu before, didn't you just read it once and master it? Dingzai, Sanshin Jutsu is just the most basic ninjutsu. Don't compare it with Palm Sage Jutsu. Although Palm Sage Jutsu is an A-level ninjutsu, it is more difficult to learn than some S-level ninjutsu. Hearing Akamichi Dingza's question, as the younger brother of Tsunade, who has the strongest medical skills in the ninja world, Senju had no choice but to explain. Tsunade asked him to learn sage jutsu before, but unfortunately he didn't have the talent in this area. After persisting for a month, he gave up. Hearing this, Akamichi Dingzao suddenly realized, that's it. No wonder even Chiba finds it difficult to learn. Senju continued, Chiba, since you want to learn sage jutsu, then you should go to my sister. She is an expert in this field and will definitely be able to help you. These are your words I've been waiting for. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I will protect you from now on and I will definitely let you live to your 7th and 8th decade before you die. Uchiha Chiba feels that the tree understands him so well, just like the roundworm in his stomach. Wouldn't this be good? Sister Tsunade is busy with hospital affairs every day, so she probably doesn't have time to teach me. Ding, green tea. Uchiha Chiba is online. Sister Tsunade? Akamichi Dingza and Yamanaka Hai, who didn't know what was going on, looked at a loss. Yamanaka found out that no one else was shocked except him and Akamichi Dingza, who were confused. Then he asked Nara Shikaku in a low voice. Shikaku, do you know what is going on? Nara thought for a while, and it seemed that there was nothing he couldn't say, and then he explained to the two of them, that's it. Senju thought for a while and felt that what Uchiha Chiba said made sense. What if the elder sister didn't want to teach? Then he would be slapped in the face. Well, let me go back and ask my sister first to see what she means. Uchiha Chiba nodded. He was not in a hurry anyway, so it would be a good idea to let Senju Naoki go ahead and explore the situation for him. At night, the Senju tribe. After finishing the meal, technician Senju roped the tree on line. Senju asked in a tentative tone while massaging Tsunade's shoulders. "Sister, I want to ask you something." "What's up?" Tsunade replied lazily. "That's right, sister, are you interested in taking on a disciple?" "Disciple? I'm not interested. If I have the time, I might as well go have a drink or gamble." "Why do you suddenly ask me this? Did someone ask you to ask?" Tsunade said, still looking lazy. Senju Shenshu was speechless. Doesn't this old lady know how bad her gambling luck is? It can be said that you will lose every time you gamble. Ever since I was a child, I didn't know how much money I gave to people in gambling houses. However, he is not stubborn enough to say that he should stop gambling. Anyway, he would not listen even if he said it. But since I don't want to teach my disciples, he can only tell the truth tomorrow. Oh, no, it's just Chiba who is learning to master Sage Jutsu, but the progress is not very satisfactory, so I just want to ask my sister if you can teach him. Since you are not interested, I will go and follow him tomorrow. Chiba, tell me. Okay, it's time for today's massage, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Senju stopped what he was doing, shook his sore wrist, and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Naoki, are you saying that Chiba wants to learn Sage Jutsu from me? When she heard Senju mentioned Uchiha Chiba, Tsunade immediately stopped Senju who was about to leave. Senju Nawaki originally stepped out of the room with one foot, but Tsunade could only turn around and explain. Yes, it's Chiba. He told me that if he learned to master Sage Jutsu, he would be able to increase the safety of himself and his teammates when going on missions in the future. It's okay for Chiba, but forget it as a disciple. Since he calls me sister, I can't be stingy. Just ask Chiba to come to the hospital after school tomorrow. Okay, you can go. After saying this, Tsunade waved towards the Senju rope tree. Just leave. Although Senju Naoki was very dissatisfied with his elder sister's attitude of just using it and then leaving it, fortunately, Tsunade agreed to teach Uchiha Chiba. Bang! When the door was closed by the Senju rope tree, Tsunade danced like a little girl, and the white snow on her chest also jumped. Originally, she wanted to use some reason to ask Uchiha Chiba to cook for her, but now, it was delivered to her door. Although the two are now siblings, it has only been 10 days since they met. It's different now. As for asking Uchiha Chiba to ask her, the initiative is in her hands. Isn't it easy to hold a small Uchiha? Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Chapter 23 The Partial Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next day. Hokage office. After Hiruzen Sarutobi casually flipped through Orochimaru's mission report, he looked up at the person in front of him. Thank you for your hard work, Orochimaru. The mission was completed well. The daimyo is very satisfied with your escort mission. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh secretly. A month ago, the daimyo of the fire country didn't know if his brain was filled with water. You suddenly want to have a private interview on some private server? He also said that he should understand the sufferings of the people and let him send some people to protect his safety. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news, he felt bad. Originally, he wrote a letter to be sent to the capital. Although the content of the letter was very long, it had only one central idea. SB, isn't it good to just stay in your daiming mansion and enjoy yourself? Why do you have to come out and seek death? Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to dispel the daimyo's wild idea. As a result, the goal was not achieved, but instead the daimyo's rebellious psychology was aroused. The current daimyo feels that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, has only succeeded the daimyo for a few years, and thinks he is young and easy to bully. The daimyo was not used to it, and later he also wrote a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he wrote a full 5 pages of letter paper. But after summing it up, there is only one meaning. That is, old thief Sarutobi, I must go to this incognito private visit. Send someone over quickly and give you 3 days. If I don't see anyone, the military budget allocated to Konoha next year will be cut in half. Obviously, this daimyo knows Hokage and directly threatens him with military spending. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this great name did not respect martial ethics. But he had no choice but to give in for the sake of military expenses. But the question comes again, that is, who is better to send? Tsunade? She has to manage the hospital and has no time. Pass. Jiraiya? He was too reckless and lustful. Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that he would anger the daimyo. The most important thing was that he was not in Konoha yet. Pass. Great, there's only one Orochimaru left in the end. But the good thing is that Orochimaru is not like his 2 teammates, one is a gambler and the other is a womanizer and has no sense of responsibility. He is also very thoughtful and pays more attention to tasks than his 2 teammates. Also, Orochimaru is strong enough. As long as he does not leave the land of fire, his task of protecting the daimyo can be said to be a sure thing. Then, he handed over the escort task to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru lived up to his trust and completed the task perfectly. This is what I should do. Orochimaru nodded, then changed the topic. By the way, Sensei, has Jiraiya not come back yet? Hearing Orochimaru mention Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a headache. Jiraiya's disciple didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup was fed to him by the toad of Mount Maiboku. Half a year ago, he said that he was going to find the son of destiny who would save the ninja world, and he still had to go out for half a year. If Jiraiya hadn't been his disciple, he would have been labeled a traitorous nin. However, among the 3 disciples, Hiruzen Sarutobi's favorite was Jiraiya. Who could make Jiraiya like him? He should be back soon. It's been almost half a year since he left Konoha. Orochimaru smiled contemptuously. Oh, Jiraiya is still so naive, he actually believes in that kind of illusory fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with Orochimaru's statement. If there really is a child of destiny in this world, then when war comes, do they just have to do nothing and wait for the child of destiny to save them? Let him go. Anyway, the village doesn't need him for the time being. Let him look for it. This way, he can give up as soon as possible. Hearing this, Orochimaru felt a little unhappy. This teacher was still like this, and his doting on Jiraiya was really enviable. Thinking of this, Orochimaru had no intention of continuing to stay in this office. Teacher, I'm going back first. Well, you should go back and rest first. You have worked hard on this mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice Orochimaru's subtle expression and waved his hand in agreement. After leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru looked back. There was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Then, after turning around, he left here. Ninja school, at the school gate. Senju Rope Tree stopped Uchiha Chiba. Chiba, let's go, I will accompany you to find my sister. Don't worry, I'll go home first. Uchiha Chiba shook his head and said. Senju Naoki couldn't figure out why Uchiha Chiba wanted to go home. She had told him early that she was going to the hospital today. But he didn't think much about it. Anyway, he conveyed Tsunade's words to Uchiha Chiba, and he didn't care when Uchiha Chiba went. That's up to you, I'll go back first. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba nodded, then turned to look at Mikoto. Let's go, Mikoto-san. On the way home, Uchiha Mikoto kept scanning Uchiha Chiba with his eyes. Uchiha Chiba has also noticed this a long time ago. Ask whatever you want to ask, don't always look at me. Then I asked. Uchiha Mikoto said cautiously. Well, ask. Uchiha Chiba nodded indifferently. Uchiha Mikoto thought for a while, and then said, why did the rope tree ask you to go to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell, Chiba? It's no wonder she thinks too much, she's really a good person who goes to the hospital. Although her aunt Uchiha Genka works in the hospital, she doesn't know that Uchiha Chiba often goes to the hospital because she delivers lunch boxes to Uchiha Genka. In her mind, she only goes to the hospital when she is sick. Uchiha Chiba thought for a while, anyway, it won't be long before the whole of Konoha will know that she asked Tsunade to study. And there's nothing to hide. No, my health is very good. I went to the hospital to see Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Chiba still conceals his sibling relationship with Tsunade. After all, Uchiha Mikoto is from Uchiha, and Uchiha Chiba's grandfather is still an elder of the Dove faction. If he were to know about this, he didn't know exactly what would happen, but he didn't think it would be a good thing. Once his grandfather knew about it, it would only be a matter of time before the entire Uchiha knew about it. I don't know what stupid move Uchiha, the elder of the Hawk faction, will do when the time comes. You must know that the elder of the Hawks, Uchiha Setsuna, was a ruthless man who once had a coup during the reign of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although he failed and was imprisoned, he was released again for unknown reasons. But Uchiha Chiba doesn't want to cause trouble yet. Now his strength has not reached the level where he can ignore everyone, and he still needs time to develop. Uchiha Mikoto was even more curious. She could understand if this cousin went to find her aunt, but she couldn't figure out the reason for going to the hospital to find Tsunade. Do you have anything to do with Tsunade-sama Chiba? Learning Sage Jutsu, what else could it be for? Uchiha Chiba said matter-of-factly after spreading his hands. But Aunt Minamoto doesn't know the same thing. Why are you looking for Tsunade-sama instead of looking for something far away? Uchiha Chiba knew that sooner or later someone would ask this question, but he also thought of the reason. It's different. Although my mother can do it, she can't compare to Tsunade-sama. And I say that Tsunade-sama is the most powerful medical ninja in the Fire Country. Do you have any objection? Uchiha Mikoto admitted this, but then thought about it. What Uchiha Chiba said makes sense. If you want to learn, you must find the most powerful person to learn from. Chapter 24 Three People's Office. After returning home, Uchiha Chiba found that he was alone at home as usual. Then he stopped thinking about it and started preparing dinner. But what was different from the past was that this time he prepared 2 lunch boxes. Of course, except for Uchiha Genka, the rest are still for Tsunade. Uchiha Chiba remembers that in the previous life, people needed to give gifts when asking for help. This world is slightly different though. But, as our ancestors have said, it's not strange to give gifts to many people. Since he wanted to learn from Tsunade, it was just a matter of convenience to prepare a lunchbox. Moreover, he also saw from the few times he met Tsunade that the reason why Tsunade recognized him as his younger brother was because she coveted his good cooking skills. Although he was a little disappointed not because he was handsome, but as the saying goes, if you want to win a woman's heart, you must first control her stomach. After finishing dinner, Uchiha Chiba picked up the lunchbox and headed to the hospital again. Here at the hospital, Tsunade was still thinking about waiting for Uchiha Chiba to arrive and teach him some basic knowledge first, and then went to his house to have dinner on the excuse that it was too late and she hadn't eaten yet. Boom, boom, boom. When the knock on the door rang, Tsunade thought it was Uchiha Chiba coming, and a glint of light flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Come in. As the door opened, under Tsunade's expectant eyes, a figure walked in. But soon, her expression changed from the expectation just now to dull. So it's you, Orochimaru. Is your mission completed? Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after seeing the person clearly, and then continued, what do you want to see me for? Orochimaru was a little confused when he walked into the office. What happened when he saw that he was disappointed? Is his old friend so unpopular? Then he sat down opposite Tsunade and said casually. It's nothing. I haven't seen you for a month. I came to catch up with an old friend. By the way, the teacher said that Jiraiya will be back soon, did you know? Jiraiya? Tsunade suddenly realized that if Orochimaru hadn't told her that she wouldn't have noticed. It was true that she hadn't seen Jiraiya for a long time. She didn't quite understand Jiraiya's behavior, and the words "child of destiny" were unrealistic. Tsunade, who has never experienced the death of Naoki and Kato Dan, has always scorned the word fate. Who cares about him? It's okay if he doesn't come back. Once he comes back, he only knows how to peep. If it weren't for the old man's connivance, I would have sent him directly to the police force to be reformed. Orochimaru nodded, and he agreed with Tsunade's point of view. As a ninja, or a genin, and not short of money, can't you spend some money to go to a custom shop? Spend a little, right, and it won't cost much. Haha, you are right. When Jiraiya comes back, your female bathing business will probably plummet. Tsunade thought about it and realized that Orochimaru was right. Indeed, if that's the case, then when Jiraiya comes back, I'll have someone keep an eye on him, and I'll beat him up every time he peeks. Let's see if his body is harder or my fist is harder. Orochimaru smiled. Jiraiya is an idiot who likes Tsunade but always does things to annoy her. He remembered that one time when he was a child, Jiraiya asked him to act in a hero's rescue scene. He played the role of the robber, and Jiraiya was the passing hero. What was the result? Tsunade saw through the two's poor acting skills at a glance, and then both of them were beaten up by Tsunade. I still have such a short memory now. Just when Orochimaru was still recalling the embarrassments of the three of them when they were young, a seemingly familiar voice sounded outside the door. Sister Tsunade, are you in there? I'm coming in. When Uchiha Chiba came outside Tsunade's office, she vaguely heard the sound of someone talking inside. However, he was not interested in the content of the conversation, and he only said this to remind the people inside. After he spoke, there was silence in the office, and then Tsunade's voice came next. Come in, Chiba. After hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Chiba opened the door. However, after he entered, he saw that Orochimaru was also here. And Orochimaru didn't expect that the Uchiha kid he saw yesterday would come to Tsunade, and the relationship was not simple. Just as the two were staring at each other, Tsunade spoke. Orochimaru, this is Uchiha Chiba, my new younger brother. Then he continued, Chiba, this is Orochimaru, a former teammate and my friend. He is also the disciple of the old man from third generation. After Tsunade's introduction, Uchiha Chiba was the first to speak. Master Orochimaru, we meet again. Thank you for your reminder last time. Orochimaru smiled. Well, we are quite destined. I didn't expect to see each other again just a few days ago. Tsunade on the side was confused when she heard the conversation between the two. Do you two know each other? Uchiha Chiba smiled and replied, we officially met today. I happened to meet Mr. Orochimaru at the vegetable market last Saturday. Tsunade looked like this after hearing this. She knew the reason why Orochimaru appeared in the market. It's nothing more than buying groceries and taking them home to cook. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Chiba with interest. He felt a familiar feeling in Uchiha Chiba, which was very similar to him. Haha, a very serious Uchiha kid. But there was one thing he hadn't figured out yet. What was the purpose of this Uchiha brat approaching Tsunade? Uchiha Chiba picked up the bento in his hand and continued, by the way, Tsunade-san, I brought you a bento. Do you want to eat it while it's hot? Seeing this, Orochimaru knew it was time to leave. Tsunade, let's just come here today. I originally wanted to have a drink with you, but it seems that's not possible now. I'll come see you next time. Well, goodbye. Tsunade nodded. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled, got up from his chair and walked slowly towards the door. When passing Uchiha Chiba, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Chiba with meaningful eyes and said, Uchiha Chiba, right, see you next time. Goodbye Orochimaru-sama. Uchiha Chiba couldn't figure out what was going on with Orochimaru's look. Was he looking at his body? But the time doesn't match up. Orochimaru should still be a normal person now, right? Then, after there were only two people in the office, Tsunade and Uchiha Chiba. Tsunade couldn't wait to take the lunchbox from Uchiha Chiba's hand. Tsunade then started eating the food in the lunchbox. Ugh, Chiba, why are you here so late? Didn't I ask Naoshu to tell you to come to me after school? Looking at Tsunade, who had bulging cheeks like a hamster, Uchiha Chiba spread her hands and said, I was thinking that Tsunade-san hadn't had dinner yet, so I went home first and made a lunch before coming to you. Hehe, I didn't expect you to be quite considerate, Chiba. Did you use this trick to deceive many girls in school? Hearing this, Tsunade said with a teasing smile. No way, Sister Tsunade, please don't talk nonsense. I have no interest in those little girls. Uchiha Chiba shook his head and defended himself. Little girl, he has no interest at all. Okay, is it okay for a little girl to have a big sister? Not to mention a rich big sister like Tsunade who has a broad mind. Chapter 25, Encouraging People to Study Medicine, Thunder Strikes. No way, Sister Tsunade, stop joking. Facing Uchiha Chiba's answer, Tsunade obviously didn't believe it. I'm not kidding. Chiba, you are so handsome and gentle. Don't all the little girls nowadays like this one? Forget it, the cooking is so delicious. If it were me, I would have been tempted. Uchiha Chiba became interested and asked with a smile, oh? So Tsunade-san is attracted to me. Tsunade curled her lips when she heard this and smiled, you are just a little brat, and you still want me to be tempted? Let's talk about it in a few years. Sister Tsunade, this is wrong of you. Look, I'm too small. Uchiha Chiba said, pretending to be angry. As he spoke, Uchiha Chiba walked up to Tsunade, raised her chest and raised her head. Well, it is indeed not small. Of course, Tsunade was only talking about Uchiha Chiba's height. He looked at Uchiha Chiba, who looked childish, and said, Hey, you're not a child. What kind of adult would be like you? Look at me. Tsunade said as she deliberately puffed out her chest and put on what she thought was a mature and steady look. However, following Tsunade's movements, Uchiha Chiba once again noticed the breathtaking abyss and the snow-white peaks on both sides. Well, it is indeed quite heavy, but I don't know which one is heavier compared to watermelon and grapefruit. Tsunade couldn't help but snorted after noticing Uchiha Chiba's gaze moving downward. Hey, brat, where are you looking? I'm looking at the necklace you're wearing, Tsunade-san. It feels very special. Uchiha Chiba had to lament her adaptability, but it was also thanks to the necklace Senju Hashirama gave Tsunade. Otherwise it would be embarrassing now. Hearing this, Tsunade picked up the necklace from her chest and said in a nostalgic tone, You said this is what my grandfather gave me, and there is also the chakra he left in it. Every time I see this necklace, I will always think of my grandfather. It's so nostalgic. When I was little, my grandfather took me to play every day. Is gambling for money fun? Uchiha Chiba didn't understand how Tsunade confused these two things. And Senju Hashirama is too unreliable, isn't it? What parent would take their children to a gambling parlor? Wouldn't Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito be in charge? Although Uchiha Chiba was a bull in his previous life, he was also a bull with extremely upright views. Gambling and drugs were things he had always hated. It turns out it was left by Master Hashirama. I just said that this necklace looks very unusual. After finishing the last bite of food in the lunchbox, Tsunade waved her hand. Okay, stop complimenting, let's talk about business first. Chiba, I heard from Naoki that you are currently learning Sage Jutsu, right? Uchiha Chiba nodded, yes, but I haven't been able to get in for a long time. Tsunade nodded slightly, how long have you been learning to master Sage Jutsu? Uchiha Chiba thought for a while. It seemed like it had been exactly 10 days since she first met Tsunade. Thinking that after using it for 10 days and still not getting started with Sage Jutsu, Uchiha Chiba felt that there was nothing to hide about this progress. He simply told the truth. It's been 10 days, Tsunade-san. Hearing this, Tsunade thought about it for a while. It would take nearly 2 months for even a person with talent in this area to master the complex medical treatment of Sage Jutsu and Ninjutsu. And Uchiha Chiba has only studied for 10 days, so it is normal for him to not get started. However, Tsunade had other ideas, and she had to give this perverted brat more homework. Although he had been fooled just now, Tsunade still knew where Uchiha Chiba was looking. Chiba, since you want to learn medical ninjutsu, you can't just learn Sage Jutsu. If you want to become a qualified medical ninjutsu, you also need to master a lot of knowledge about the human body and medicine. Uchiha Chiba has a headache. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Although he was a chef in his previous life, he became a chef because he couldn't find a good job after graduating from college. He had heard about the issue of studying medicine. Encourage people to study medicine, and the sky will strike like lightning. Now that Tsunade wants him to learn so much unknown knowledge, he can only say sarcastically, "Well, Sister Tsunade, can you not learn it? I don't want to be a medical ninja." Tsunade shook her head, "That won't work. Since you want to learn, you have to learn everything. Otherwise, what will you do if you encounter someone poisoning you in the future?" In this regard, Uchiha Chiba wanted to say, let alone poisoning, he would not be afraid even if he was given a tailed beast jade on his face. But the system talent is his biggest secret, and he will not tell anyone. Uchiha Chiba, who couldn't think of an excuse to refuse, could only nodded helplessly with a bitter look on his face. "Okay, then I'll have to worry about Sister Tsunade from now on." "That's right, but Chiba, you also know that teaching others is a very laborious task. How can you thank me?" Seeing Uchiha Chiba agree, Tsunade also showed her evil smile. "Then what do you want, Sister Tsunade?" "Let me tell you first. I'm still a student and don't have much money." At this moment, Uchiha Chiba is like a high school girl blocked by gangsters, helpless and scared. Of course, this was just a way he was pretending to cooperate with Tsunade. "I don't want your money, but how about you come to my house and cook for me every weekend while you are studying? Is this condition acceptable?" Tsunade was still smiling, but her smile was a bit evil. "Hey, no problem, then when do we start?" Uchiha Chiba once again cooperated with Tsunade and pretended to be the same. Tsunade thought for a while and then said, "Well, let's go on the weekend. Starting from this week, you come to my house and I will teach you." This is also Tsunade's best plan considering that she is the director of the hospital and Uchiha Chiba is still a student. It just so happens that you can also eat the dishes made by Uchiha Chiba on weekends. Well, it's a win-win situation. It's just that she won twice. By the way, this is for you. It contains some basic knowledge about medicine. You can take it back and take a look at it. I will do random checks on the weekends. Tsunade then took out a scroll from the drawer and handed it to Uchiha Chiba. Uchiha Chiba looked at Tsunade, and then turned his eyes to the scroll in Tsunade's hand. He now only thinks that Tsunade is simply a devil. Moreover, he now regrets why he thought of learning medical ninjutsu to get closer to Tsunade. Wouldn't it be better to replace it with another one? However, at this point, it's too late to say anything. Uchiha Chiba reluctantly took the scroll and said, "I know Sister Tsunade, I will take a good look." "Well, then you can go back today." Then Tsunade's eyes caught sight of the lunchbox on the table, and then continued, "By the way, I took the lunchbox you brought home last time. I also forgot to give it to you when you came to my house last time. This take it back when you come, Joe." Uchiha Chiba nodded, and then went to get the lunchbox on the table, but when he reached out, Tsunade slapped his hand away. I'll take this back and wash it before giving it to you. Okay, I'll leave first, Sister Tsunade. Uchiha Chiba helplessly touched the place where Tsunade patted her and said. Chapter 26 Confess to Mom. Walking out of Tsunade's office, Uchiha Chiba looked at the scroll in her hand and smiled to herself. Hey, it's true that you can forgive the sins committed by God, but you can't live if you commit the sins yourself. Although he still doesn't know how many books about medicine there are in the scroll, it can be seen from Tsunade's expression when she gave him the scroll just now. This quantity must be indispensable. Forget it, let's go see if Mom has gotten off work first. When I came to Uchiha Genka's office, I found that Uchiha Genka was eating the lunch he brought while still looking at the documents on the table. Mom, are you done with today's work? Let's go back together when it's over. Seeing that it was Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Yuanxiang chewed food in his mouth and said vaguely. Chiba, please wait a moment. We will go back after there are 2 more documents to process. Okay, then I'll wait. After saying that, Uchiha Chiba sat directly on the chair and quietly watched Uchiha Genka handle the documents. 10 minutes later. Uchiha put the processed documents neatly, then stood up and stretched. Come on Chiba, let's go home. Uchiha Chiba nodded slightly and stood up. When the 2 people walked out of the hospital, night had fallen and the sky was shrouded in darkness, as if the whole world was covered with a mysterious veil. The street lights on both sides of the street lit up one after another, like bright pearls dotting the Konoha night. Pedestrians strolled in groups of 3 or 2, with relaxed and cheerful smiles on their faces, or they hurried along, as if chasing a certain goal in life. Uchiha looked up at the sky and seemed to have thought of something. Chiba, weren't you practicing at this time in the past? Why didn't you go today? In response, Uchiha Chiba smiled helplessly. How could he have the time to practice now? The books in the scroll were still waiting for him to read, and he had to deal with Tsunade's inspection on the weekends. It's nothing, I just want to take a rest today. Mom, didn't you always advise me to combine work and rest? That's right. Children should behave like children. Don't always think of yourself as an adult. If you don't experience life now, you will regret it when you grow up. Uchiha seems to think of her own childhood, when she was really carefree. By the way, Chiba, I heard that you went to Lady Tsunade's office these 2 times you came to the hospital, right? Uchiha Yuanxiang was very curious about how his son got related to Tsunade. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba was not surprised. After all, there is only one hospital in Konoha. In addition to the patients who come to see the doctor every day, there are also many medical staff. Maybe some medical staff saw him entering Tsunade's office and told Uchiha Genka. After all, Uchiha Yuanxiang is also the director of the hospital, so it's not surprising that someone told her this. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba directly told the story about the last time he went out with Mikoto and others and why he met Tsunade. Ah? Is Mikoto okay? Uchiha Genka asked worriedly when she heard that Uchiha Mikoto encountered a black bear. Uchiha Chiba is a little speechless. Doesn't this mother even listen to you? It's okay. Mom, wouldn't you have known about it if something happened? And Tsunade-sama was here at the time, how could something happen? Uchiha Yuanxiang is right when she thinks about it. It seems that her worries are unfounded. So that's it, but what about today? Why are you looking for Tsunade-sama today? Uchiha is not a curious person, but this matter concerns her own son, and the other person is the princess of the Senju clan. This made her eager to know the reason. Seeing Uchiha Yuanxiang chasing the truth, Uchiha Chiba was also helpless. He didn't want to lie to her, but how could he tell her the real situation? Then he could only tell Uchiha Genka the conversation between Naoki and him yesterday. Really? It's good. Tsunade-sama is indeed better than me. Chiba, you should study seriously from Tsunade-sama. Although Uchiha Yuanxiang said it indifferently, she was inevitably disappointed. However, in order not to be discovered by her son, she quickly covered up her disappointed mood. When a son is in trouble, he goes to find another woman instead of his mother. As a mother, it would be strange not to be sad. Although Uchiha Yuanxiang concealed it well, Uchiha Chiba still noticed something strange. And he was already very upset at the moment. He didn't want to make Uchiha sad, but the truth was really hard to tell. After a complex psychological struggle, he decided. Tell Uchiha the truth. The reason is that he doesn't want to see his mother sad because of this incident. After all, as an orphan in his previous life, he had long regarded her as the most important person in his heart during the 10 years he had been with Uchiha. Mom, the reason why I did this is actually to find you a daughter-in-law. This is why I learned to master Sage Jutsu. Uchiha Zhengxiangdi. She was now so shocked by Uchiha Chiba's words that she was speechless. Is my son so courageous? He wants to marry a princess from the Senju clan? Although this is a good thing to give Uchiha a face, she still feels that this idea is too heaven-defying. After the shock, Uchiha realized something was not right. His son is only 10 years old this year, but Tsunade is already 20. Could it be that Chiba likes girls older than him? In order to confirm this guess, she decided to verify it. Chiba, I have no problem with you liking Tsunade-sama, but have you ever thought about Tsunade-sama's age? Faced with Uchiha Genka's question, Uchiha Chiba said indifferently, as long as you don't object, Mom, age doesn't matter. The issue of age has never been within the scope of his consideration. Not to mention that Tsunade has a yin seal, she will not age even if she is 7 or 80 years old. And it's not like there is no method of immortality in this world. After he becomes invincible in the ninja world, he can just go to the 3 holy places and ask those old guys to hand over the method of immortality. If you don't want to hand over, then you can only let them taste his iron fist. Well, Uchiha Yuanxiang has confirmed what she just thought, her son does like girls who are older than him. But the good news is that the person he likes is only 10 years older than him. She was relieved when she thought of this. As long as her son likes it, he can be older. I don't object to this, but Chiba, you have to be mentally prepared. After all, we are from the Uchiha clan, and Tsunade-sama is from the Senju clan. You should know how difficult this is, right? Of course Uchiha Chiba knows, but he has a cheat. If anyone dares to stop him, can he be killed directly? Mom. Don't worry. As long as you don't object, Mom, everything else won't be a problem. Seeing Uchiha Chiba's confident look, she felt relieved. It's good that you know. Okay, it's getting late, let's go home quickly. Uchiha Chiba nodded, it was indeed getting late. 20 meters away from the two of them, at this moment, a white head slowly sank into the trunk of the tree. The border of the Fire Nation. In an underground space. Master Madara, big news, big news. Chapter 27 Madara, it would be great if Hashirama was a woman. The voice of a strange white creature with a swirling face echoed through the space. The so-called Madara in his mouth was the Shura who once shocked the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Although Uchiha Madara is no longer young, his hair is graying, and his skin has become wrinkled, his aura of looking down on the world is still breathtaking. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes, and then looked at Baizetsu in front of him with sharp eyes. This strange creature he cultivated using Gedo statue and Hashirama cells. Of course, this is just what he thinks. What he didn't know was that creatures like White Zetsu had already appeared during the Sage of Six Paths. The person who created White Zetsu is the source of chakra, Tsutsuki Kagaya. Big news? Faye, I hope the information you bring back this time won't be as trivial as before. He didn't have much hope for Baiju, who knew how to ask others what it felt like to pull Xiang all day long. Faye chuckled and said, Master Madara, I can guarantee that this news will surprise you. seeing that A-Fei is still talking nonsense. Uchiha Madara looked at Baiju Fei with sharp eyes. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Don't worry, Mr. Ben, I'll tell you right now. A-Fei felt very interesting when he thought about the news he was going to report to Uchiha Madara. Hey, Madara-sama, didn't you ask me to go to Konoha to inquire about information? Last night, I found a very interesting Uchiha kid. Do you know what he said? Hey, he said he wanted to marry Senju, Pillar granddaughter. Madara-sama, don't you think this news is particularly interesting, that an Uchiha actually wants to marry a Senju? Uchiha Madara has lived for decades, and this is the first time he has heard of such a situation. Uchiha wants to marry Senju's woman, and this woman is the granddaughter of his old sweetheart Senju Hashirama. However, this news could only stir up a small and insignificant wave in his already dead heart. But the news also made him fall into memories. From the acquaintance with Senju Hashirama, to the battle in the Valley of the End, and the last words Senju Hashirama said to him. If one of him and Senju Hashirama is a woman, so will it be another situation now? He will not betray Konoha, and Senju Hashirama will not die young. As people get older, all kinds of weird ideas come to mind. In response, Uchiha Madara smiled self-deprecatingly. Then his eyes became sharp again. A-Fei, I asked you to go to Konoha to inquire about information. Is this the information you obtained? He asked Baizetsu to explore the secret information between various countries in the ninja world, instead of paying attention to those trivial matters. A-Fei was speechless. Madara had listened with great interest just now, but now she was blaming him. If the news he had not found was about Uchiha and Senju, he would not have had the leisure to spend a whole night traveling through most of the Fire Country and come back to report to Uchiha Madara. But due to the intimidation of Uchiha Madara, he could only nod and admit his mistake. Madara-sama, this is my dereliction of duty. I will go back to Konoha to collect information for you now. Konoha. After confessing to Uchiha last night, Uchiha Chiba felt much better, but he also warned Uchiha. Only the two of them know about this, and don't tell anyone else, not even her father Uchiha Inada. Now he just wants to grow steadily and doesn't want anyone to disrupt his plans. Hey, Kyunyi, what did my sister say to you yesterday? Her expression seemed very happy. In the practical class, Senju ran to Uchiha Chiba and asked in a low voice. Nothing, I just received a lot of books, and I go to your house once a week to cook for your sister. Uchiha Chiba is a little disappointed with this. Before they become a family, they have already fulfilled their responsibilities as a family husband. Oh? If you say that, I am also blessed. Senju Naoki looked surprised. He did not expect that one day he would be able to take advantage of Uchiha Chiba because of Tsunade. Seeing Senju Naoki's proud expression, Uchiha Chiba felt uncomfortable. You have to find an opportunity to teach this future brother-in-law a lesson. Since Senju Naoki likes to eat his cooking. So is it possible to teach the Senju rope tree a lesson through cooking? Thinking of this, Uchiha Chiba asked. By the way Shenshu, do your family members have any taboos? Senju rope tree is a little confused. Why did you ask this question? Why do you ask? I'm also doing it for your own good. Look, if you tell me what you don't like, I won't do it. That's it. Chiba, you are really thoughtful. Well, in that case I will tell you. Senju has no idea that this is just Uchiha Chiba's conspiracy against him, and he is very happy about it. Then he directly told Uchiha Chiba about the foods that he, Tsunade and others were taboo about. Tsunade and the others don't have any taboos, but Senju has a kind of food that he hates very much. Green pepper. The food Senju hates is the same as that little kid who dances the elephant dance all day long. And just when he was thinking about what green pepper dishes to make this weekend, Senju Yuzuki's voice sounded. Kita Kojiro wins. The next group is Senju vs Akamichi Choza. The weekend is coming soon. Uchiha Chiba got up early and went out after eating breakfast. When he arrived at the Senju tribe, he came directly to the Senju guards after not seeing the Senju rope tree. "Hello, I'm here to see Tsunade-sama, can you let me in? Are you Uchiha Chiba?" Uchiha Chiba nodded. "Then go in." Uchiha Chiba looked confused, so she let him in? "He is Uchiha." The guard seemed to see his doubts, and then explained, "Tsunade-sama said that a young man named Uchiha Chiba will come to her every week from now on, so we should not stop him." "I see." Now that he knows the reason, Uchiha Chiba stops staying. "Thank you, big brother. I'll go in first." After Uchiha Chiba walked into the land of the Senju tribe, the Senju guards looked at the Uchiha fan pattern behind Uchiha Chiba, wondering in their hearts what was so strange about this boy that Tsunade came to give them special instructions. When arriving at Tsunade's house, Uchiha Chiba ran into Uzumaki Kushina, who was about to go out. Uzumaki Kushina asked curiously, Kyunyi, why are you here? Are you here to see the rope tree?" "No, I'm here to see Tsunade-sama, what about you, Kushina? Where are you going?" "Me? Of course I'm going to find Mikoto." Uchiha Chiba nodded and didn't ask Kushina why she went to Mikoto. After all, it was a girl's private matter, so it was better not to talk too much. "Okay, then go ahead." Seemingly hearing Uchiha Chiba's voice, Senju Nezuki also ran out at this time. "Kyunyi, you came really early. My sister hasn't gotten up yet. Do you want me to call her for you?" Chapter 28 Evil Thoughts. Uchiha Chiba nodded, "Then I'll bother you, Naoki." "Why are you so polite?" "Chiba, wait a minute. I'll call my sister right now." When Senju Nezuki left, Uzumaki Kushina said, "Goodbye Chiba, I'll go find Mikoto first." "Well, bye Kushina." When Uchiha Chiba saw Tsunade, half an hour had passed. "Sorry Chiba, I slept late last night." Tsunade covered her mouth and yawned as she spoke. "Sister Tsunade, why don't you go get some sleep? I'm not in a hurry." Uchiha Chiba saw that Tsunade didn't seem to be awake, so she immediately suggested. Tsunade shook her head, "No, I can't fall asleep even if I go back to sleep now. Let's not talk about it for now. Have you read the book I gave you?" "Well, I've read the basics of the human body and the illustrated medicine manual, but I haven't had time to read the rest yet." Tsunade nodded, "Okay, then today I will test your knowledge in these two books, and then I will guide you in the practice of sage jutsu." Hearing that there was going to be an exam, Uchiha Chiba looked around curiously, and finally focused on Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, where are the test papers?" "Test paper? What test paper?" Tsunade was a little confused. "Didn't you say you were going to take the exam? How can you take the exam without test papers?" Uchiha Chiba was also confused. Hearing this, Tsunade reacted and then waved her hand, "No need for that thing, I'll just ask you and answer it later." In fact, Tsunade originally thought about preparing test papers, but without knowing Uchiha Chiba's study progress, it was difficult to control the scope of the questions, so she gave up. Of course, the most important thing is that she wants to be lazy. After all, it takes a lot of time to prepare a test paper. To this, Uchiha Chiba had to agree. "Okay, when will we start?" An evil smile appeared on Tsunade's face and she said, "Now, okay, I'm going to start asking questions. By the way, Chiba, if you answer more than 3 questions incorrectly, you will be punished. So, next you have to answer the questions carefully, got it?" Seeing Tsunade's smile, Uchiha Chiba swallowed unconsciously. "Sister Tsunade, can you tell me what the punishment is?" "No, it's boring to say it." "Okay, the first question." Half an hour later, the exam ended. Tsunade shook her head with regret, "I only got 2 questions wrong. It seems there is no chance to use punishment, Tisk tisk. After hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I have been reading very hard after school in the past few days, although I don't know what the punishment Tsunade is talking about. But judging from her previous smile, it must not be a good thing. Tsunade looked at the sweaty Uchiha Chiba, and then smiled. Okay, the exam is over, let's take a rest first, Chiba. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba nodded. He really needs to take a rest now. It was too painful when answering the question just now. After answering the question, Tsunade didn't say whether she got it right or wrong. Instead, she looked at him with a smile and continued to the next question. After resting for 10 minutes, Tsunade clapped her hands and said, "Okay, you've almost rested. Now follow me." After Tsunade finished speaking, she called for Uchiha Chiba to follow. Under the leadership of Tsunade, the two walked through the yard and came to the door of a room. Tsuna pointed to the room. "This is the room where my second grandfather used to store the ninjutsu he developed. After he left, those ninjutsu were included in the sealed book, and this room became empty. You can practice here later. Senju Tobirama's room where ninjutsu is kept? I'm afraid it's not ninjutsu but forbidden art," Uchiha Chiba thought secretly. Then he thought of a joke about Senju Tobirama that he had seen in his previous life. "Senju Tobirama, brother, I developed another ninjutsu." "Senju Hashirama, is it water style?" "Senju Tobirama, no." "Senju Hashirama, oh, then ban it." Thinking of this, Uchiha Chiba almost laughed out loud, but luckily he covered his mouth in time so that Tsunade didn't hear it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Tsunade that he did not respect Senju Tobirama. After remembering Senju Tobirama for a while, Tsunade opened the door. Uchiha Chiba looked around and found that this room was quite clean, and it seemed that someone cleaned it frequently. Then his eyes were attracted by a fish tank. He saw a fish tank that was half the size of an ordinary refrigerator standing in the center of the room. Several fish were constantly swimming in the fish tank. Next to it, there is a small table similar to an operating table. Tsuna pointed at the fish tank. "The materials have been prepared for you, just practice directly later. Now let me show you how to do it." After saying that, Tsunade came to the fish tank and grabbed a fish. A layer of light blue chakra appeared on the blade of her other hand. "Chakra scalpel." Then I saw Tsunade making random gestures on the surface of the fish with her hands, and the fish that was jumping around just now became quiet instantly. If it hadn't been for breathing with its mouth open, I would have thought the fish was dead. Tsunade looked up at Uchiha Chiba. "I used the chakra scalpel to cut off the nerves of this fish, and now I'm going to show you how to use the palm sage jutsu to heal this fish." After saying that, Tsunade put the fish in her hands on the small table aside, and then a stream of green chakra began to slowly emerge from her hands. Putting his hands on the fish, within a few seconds, he saw that the fish that had been motionless just now came to life again. After throwing the fish into the fish tank, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Chiba. "Chiba, did you see clearly what I was doing with the sage jutsu just now?" Uchiha Chiba nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, I see clearly, but Sister Tsunade, can you teach me the chakra scalpel?" Uchiha Chiba feels that this chakra scalpel is very suitable for him as a berserker. In the future, if you encounter an enemy you don't want to kill, you only need to use the chakra scalpel to cut off the enemy's nerves to instantly make the enemy lose their combat effectiveness. And this enemy would never be able to recover in a short time without the help of medical ninjas. Thinking of this, some perverted thoughts popped up uncontrollably in Uchiha Chiba's mind. In the future, if you meet a beautiful female ninja from the enemy country and use a chakra scalpel to cut off the nerves in your hands and feet, won't you be able to do whatever you want? Omega. Wait, how come this scene is exactly the same as the time-stop series of little days that I watched in my previous life? Infinite Lord, Sin, Sin, Sin. Uchiha Chiba threw this idea into the trash can after silently chanting the word. He is a good young man. How could he be corrupted by his small life? Tsunade didn't know that a chakra scalpel almost caused a perversion in the world. It's not difficult to get started with a chakra scalpel, but if you want to become a grandmaster and can cut nerves, you need a lot of practice. Chapter 29 Rope Tree, the most classy man in the Senju clan. Since you want to learn this first, let me teach you the chakra scalpel first. It doesn't matter which Tsunade is taught first, they have to be taught anyway, it's just a matter of order. Thank you Tsunade-san, shall we start now? Uchiha Chiba couldn't wait, although the thoughts in his mind just now had been thrown away by him. But some things are engraved in men's genes, such as lust. Tsunade nodded slightly, and then began to instruct Uchiha Chiba. First, we must gather the refined chakra into our hands, and then release the chakra. Seeing Tsunade starting to explain, Uchiha Chiba also followed her step by step. Half an hour later, Uchiha Chiba looked at his right hand curiously, and saw that the originally white palm was now covered with blue chakra. Tsunade saw that Uchiha Chiba had already started in half an hour, and she was very satisfied with it. Now that you have learned it, let's see the power of your chakra scalpel. Okay Tsunade-chan. Uchiha Chiba walked towards the fish tank and was about to imitate Tsunade in catching fish. Tsunade stopped him. Chiba, wait a minute, try to see if you can cut my muscles first. Ah? This is not good, Sister Tsunade. I have just learned it. What if I don't master it well and hurt you? Uchiha Chiba naturally knew that even if her chakra scalpel hurt Tsunade, it would be fine. After all, who made her Tsunade? This name represents the highest level of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. He just refused habitually. In Uchiha Chiba's view, he would never accept using human bodies for experiments. It's okay. With your level, you can't hurt me. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Just try if I ask you to. Tsunade's character is straightforward, and she doesn't like things like procrastination. Oh well. Seeing Tsunade's persistence, Uchiha Chiba said nothing more. He reached out and held Tsunade's wrist, and then chakra began to flow into Tsunade's skin. Uchiha Chiba discovered that Tsunade's wrist was quite slender and he could completely wrap it with one hand. Then he also discovered that Tsunade's skin was very smooth and comfortable to touch. Okay, let go of your hands. Tsunade found that Uchiha Chiba's chakra scalpel was similar to when she first learned it. It can only cut the muscles under the skin, but not deeper. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing that Uchiha Chiba still didn't let go, Tsunade suddenly had an idea. She wanted to play a trick on this lecherous brat. Immediately, Tsunade slowly moved closer to Uchiha Chiba's ear. First he blew lightly, and then said in a soft voice, "Brother Kyunyi, are your sister's hands easy to touch?" Uchiha Chiba D. Well, Sister Tsunade, I didn't hear it just now, I'm sorry. Saying this, Uchiha Chiba immediately backed away after releasing Tsunade's wrist. Humph, I'll let you go this time. If there is another time, I won't take care of you properly. Tsunade then continued, okay, you have already mastered the chakra scalpel. You can practice more in the future. Now let's practice Sage Jutsu. Uchiha Chiba nodded helplessly, there was nothing he could do, he was indeed a little rude just now. After finishing the fish in the fish tank, Uchiha Chiba still failed, but after Tsunade continued to point out the shortcomings, he feels that it won't be long before he can truly master Sage Jutsu. Okay, let's get here first today, Chiba. It's time for you to cook. Tsunade looked at the fish that were tortured to death by Uchiha Chiba. Let's cook these fish too, don't waste them. Uchiha Chiba wiped her hands that were full of fishy smell. Well, Tsunade-sama, is there anything you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Uchiha Chiba would not admit that this was his attempt to make up for a previous faux pas, although Tsunade was not angry about it. There's nothing in particular you want to eat, just watch and make it. Senju was originally happy to be able to eat Uchiha Chiba's dishes again. As soon as it was time for dinner, he quickly ran into the restaurant. However, when he saw that except for a few dishes on the table, all the dishes on the table contained green peppers, which he hated most. "Chiba, what do you mean? I told you I don't like green peppers, why do you still make so many green pepper dishes?" Senju Nawaka looked angrily at Uchiha Chiba below Uzumaki Mito. "Ah? Aren't you talking about cucumber? Why did it suddenly turn into green pepper?" Uchiha Chiba pretended to be innocent. "It's green pepper, green pepper." The Senju rope tree collapsed a little. It was obviously so expected, but now the expectation turned into panic. Uchiha Chiba continued to act. "Is it green pepper? Sorry Naoki, I must have heard wrong. Don't worry, I will never cook green pepper dishes in the future." After hearing Uchiha Chiba's explanation, although he was helpless, Senju Naoki's anger subsided. "Okay, forget it this time, but Chiba, you can't make green pepper dishes next time. The rope tree is ready, the green peppers are also delicious, and Kyunyi is lucky to have worked so hard to cook so many dishes. How can you still blame others?" "What is that?" Uzumaki Mito saw that Uchiha Chiba was just teasing his silly grandson. Anyone with a discerning eye can see at a glance how clumsy Uchiha Chiba's explanation is, and even his grandson foolishly believed it. But she didn't make it clear, not to mention that it was rude to Uchiha Chiba, and she also wanted Senju to change this habit. As a ninja, being picky about food is not a good habit. After all, when going out on a mission, you must first ensure your own physical strength. If you are insufficient in physical strength due to being picky about food, it may not be a narrow escape from the enemy, but it is almost the same. Tsunade also looked at Senju Nezuki. "Eat your food, look at you, Chiba is as old as you, and her cooking skills are so good, but what about you? You can't do anything." Senju Naoki was unconvinced by Tsunade's accusation. "Sister, you are still telling me that you are 20 years old, can you cook? And you are still a girl. I don't think anyone will marry you in the future. A woman who cooks." However, Senju regretted it after he finished speaking. He was so hot-headed just now that he forgot about Tsunade's terror. This sister really knows how to beat him. It's a pleasure to speak quickly, and immediately go to the crematorium. He wanted to apologize, but when he noticed Uchiha Chiba looking at him, he decided to be tough for a while. Of course, if things go wrong, the worst possible thing is to run away immediately after eating and wait for Tsunade to calm down before coming back. Well, that's right, he, Senju, is the most classy man of the Senju clan. Creak, creak, creak. Tsunade's hand under the table was tightly clenched. She had thought about it until Mito Uzumaki left. She taught her brother a lesson. Chapter 30 Inviting Matt Dai. Facts have proved that until he grows up, his younger brother can never beat his older sister. After eating, Senju wanted to go out to avoid the limelight. However, as soon as he left the restaurant, Tsunade caught him again. Because Uzumaki Mito had left, Tsunade no longer hid the murderous intent in her eyes and looked at the Senju rope tree with a smile. "My dear brother, you just said that no one wants to marry me, right?" After Senju was caught, he knew that he was finished for the day. But he didn't want to give up yet. "Kyunyi, save me." Uchiha Chiba was also troubled after receiving Senju's request for help. One is the future daughter-in-law, and the other is the future brother-in-law. How does this make him choose? So he decided to watch the show instead. "Stop struggling, Roshu, you are dead today, and grandma can't help you, I said so." After saying that, Tsunade raised her fist. Bang, 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 please refer to Tom and Jerry for the picture. "Chiba, are we friends?" In the courtyard, Uchiha Chiba and Senju rope trees sit side by side. "Well, that's right. If it is, it is, if it is not, it is not." What does sort of mean? You are when you're not in trouble, you're not when you're in trouble. Senju Naoki heard such a heaven-defying answer and looked at Uchiha Chiba in disbelief. So this is the reason why you didn't help me just now? Uchiha Chiba nodded. Seeing Uchiha Chiba taking it for granted, Senju was very angry, and then he snorted, "Hey, Uchiha Chiba, I want to break off our relationship with you." "Oh? Naoshu, are you serious? Are you sure you want to break up with me? If so, I will continue making green pepper dishes tomorrow." "Well, let's break up the relationship for one day and make up tomorrow." Senju wanted to be tougher, but Uchiha Chiba poked his weakness. Uchiha Chiba was almost made laugh by Senju Noboru. This future brother-in-law is really interesting. "Okay, Tsunade-san beat you until your nose was bruised and your face was swollen, but didn't she use sage jutsu to heal you later?" Senju gets angry when he thinks about this. Tsunade would heal him every time after beating him. This made him feel like he had been beaten in vain. Senju thought of what he had just said, "We have broken off our relationship today. I will not talk to you before tomorrow. It's up to you. I'll leave first. Oh, by the way, Naoshu, help me tell Sister Tsunade. I'll come back tomorrow." After saying that, Uchiha Chiba stood up, patted his butt and walked out. Because the materials prepared today have been used up, Tsunade asked him to go back first and come back tomorrow. Snort. Senju remembered what he said, so he hummed to express his understanding. After leaving the Senju tribe, Uchiha Chiba did not return home. Instead, we came to the woods above Hokage Rock. He hasn't practiced for a week because of the pile of books given by Tsunade. I still have some time today, so I would like to come here for some practice. Boom. Uchiha Chiba directly opens the fifth gate of 8 Gates Dungeon. Then he started running wildly in the woods, of course, in order to practice his domineering power. He kept his eyes closed the whole time. Spin, jump, I close my eyes. Uchiha Chiba kept dodging the trees coming in front of her. Suddenly, he heard an equally violent voice coming from behind. Then he opened his eyes and looked behind him. From a distance, Uchiha Chiba saw the familiar green mat day. Immediately, Uchiha Chiba stopped and waited quietly. In less than a moment, the two met again. The two hurricanes intertwined between the two, constantly tearing apart the surrounding vegetation. Mat Dai looked at Uchiha Chiba in shock. "Chiba, have you opened the fifth door?" "Well, it will start on the third day after you teach me, Brother Dai." Uchiha Chiba did not hide anything about Mat Dai. This is a man worthy of his respect. After receiving Uchiha Chiba's confirmation, Mat Dai couldn't believe his ears. I think after he learned the 8 Gates Dungeon, it took him 6 full years to open the 5th Gate of Pain. On the other hand, Uchiha Chiba, in just a few days, has already caught up with his 6 years of hard training. However, he was not jealous of Uchiha Chiba, but was happy about it. 8 Gates Dunka is his father's 10 years of hard work. If someone can make this taijutsu famous in the ninja world, his father, who had passed away, would have been very pleased. Mat Dai knows his talent, and he doesn't know how much time it will take to cultivate 8 Gates Dunjia to the extreme. But Uchiha Chiba is different. He believes that soon, 8 Gates Dunjia will shock the world because of Uchiha Chiba. By the way, Brother Dai, I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been doing lately? Ha ha ha, of course to prove my youth. Mat Dai said and showed off his signature move. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba knew that Mat Dai was on a mission. If his guess was correct, it should be some D-level or C-level missions. C-level missions are difficult to receive. After all, Mat Dai is like this Genin team, it is difficult to pick up Genin without a leader. Mat Dai is also 20 years old this year. His former teammates or classmates have long been promoted to Genin, and those with outstanding talents have been promoted to Genin. For example, future Sunin and Hotaki Sakumo, who has not yet received the title of White Fang. The reward for D-level tasks is as low as 5,000 and as high as 50,000 taels, but the D-level tasks with the highest remuneration will be competed by many genin teams as soon as they are released. Therefore, no one in Mott Day's team can only earn about 30,000 taels per month. As for the price of food in Konoha, a bowl of ramen costs 80 taels. Calculating this, Matt Dai can only buy a bowl of ramen for 370 taels with 1 month's salary. But as a ninja, Matt Dai also needs a lot of meat to supplement his body's nutrition. It's okay to be alone, but in the future, getting a wife and having children will require money. Uchiha Chiba doesn't want to see Matt Dai groveling for money like in the anime in his previous life. Then he said, "Brother Dai, how about joining my team after I graduate? I recognize your strength. What do you think, Brother Dai, what do you think?" Uchiha Chiba was sincere in inviting Matt Dai, and Matt Dai's strength is indeed strong enough. As long as Matt Dai brings his team, he can help Matt Dai get rid of the title of genin. He will not be troubled by money in the future. As for the classification of classes in school, this is easy to solve, as long as he goes to find his grandfather Uchiha Patty. Isn't this easy? Uchiha Chiba does not reject this method of going through the back door. You must know that many people want to go through it, but there is no way out. I know, Chiba, you are doing it for my own good, but my current teammates are pretty good, and they haven't rejected me because I only know physical skills. Although Matt Dai was very moved by Uchiha Chiba's invitation, he still refused. Uchiha Chiba shook his head. "Brother Dai, you think too simply. The reason why your current teammates have not rejected you is because the team you are in is still genin. But who is willing to be a genin forever? Didn't your former teammates abandon you after being promoted to genin?" This, Matt Dai was also entangled in the fact that Uchiha Chiba said. Seeing that Matt Dai was still hesitating, Uchiha Chiba also knew that going too far was not enough, so it was better to let Matt Dai think carefully. "Haha, Brother Dai, you don't have to answer me now. There is still a year, so you can think about it slowly." Matt Dai nodded. He really needed to think about it now. "Thank you, Chiba. Okay, let's stop chatting here. Do you want to compete with me, Brother Dai? I just happened to open the 5th door and want to see how strong I am." Uchiha Chiba's fighting spirit is burning fiercely at this moment, and the air waves generated by his body are stronger than before. Matt Dai seemed to be infected by Uchiha Chiba's high fighting spirit. "Okay, let's compete. From the time I met you, Chiba, until now, I haven't seen your true strength. I just want to see it today." Chapter 31: Conqueror's Dominance. The woods above Hokage Rock. In an open space, bright sunlight shines through the dense leaves, falling on the ground like fine golden sand, forming patches of Madara's colorful light spots. The afternoon breeze blew gently, and the leaves rustled, as if nature was playing a wonderful symphony. In the middle of the open space, 2 figures stood next to each other, and the air waves picked up the leaves and dust on the ground, wrapping them up. Boom! Uchiha Chiba exerted force under her feet, and several cracks appeared on the ground. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it quickly rushed towards Matt Dai. Bang! As the fists collided, it was like 2 cannonballs colliding with each other, causing the hurricane to spread in all directions. Then the 2 continued to fight, and in just a few seconds, the 2 had exchanged dozens of moves. Matt Dai became more and more frightened as he fought. Logically speaking, as an adult, his physical strength should be enough to crush Uchiha Chiba. Although Uchiha Chiba opened the 5th gate of 8 gates Dungia, Gate of Pain, like him, from the previous confrontation, he found that he did not gain any advantage because of this. Uchiha Chiba saw Matt Dai slightly stunned, and immediately bullied himself forward, hitting the middle door with his fist. Brother Dai, losing concentration during battle is not a good habit. Facing this powerful attack, Matt Dai could only resist hastily. Konoha Whirlwind. After catching Uchiha Chiba's attack, Mat Dai immediately fought back, put his hands on the ground, twisted his body, and turned his legs into windmills to kick Uchiha Chiba continuously. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba did not flinch, but kept punching to resist. Bang bang bang! The battle between the two continues. Because the two only exchanged physical skills, Uchiha Chiba did not use armament haki. Instead, he used his physical body to confront Mat Dai head-on. Seeing that his moves had no effect, Mat Dai immediately changed his moves. Konoha's powerful steel legs. Mat Dai roared angrily. Then he quickly approached Uchiha Chiba and immediately used an upper kick. Uchiha Chiba thought to herself after seeing Mat Dai's movements, is this going to use Urarenka? But he wouldn't give Mat Dai this chance. Also used a whip leg move. Bang! Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Mat Dai felt slightly disappointed. Just as Uchiha Chiba guessed, he first knocked Uchiha Chiba away and then used his own move Urarenka. However, Uchiha Chiba did not give him a chance to breathe, and exploded with all his speed. Punch, kick. Uchiha Chiba does not have any special moves. Speed and strength are his greatest weapons. Speed is power, and strong power can bring faster speed. After fighting for another 200 moves, Mat Dai's breathing became slightly heavier. After fighting for so long, his physical strength was exhausted, and the power of his fists also weakened. However, what puzzled him was that Uchiha Chiba's fist was as strong and powerful as before, as if there was no consumption at all. By the way, don't ninjas always fight in a quick and decisive way? Which ninja would fight for so long and still have so much energy like Uchiha Chiba? He is already considered an outlier among ninjas, while Uchiha Chiba is like a monster. Uchiha Chiba could only laugh at this. Serious ninjas must fight for 3 days and 3 nights like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Chiba didn't know what Mat Dai was thinking, but he felt that the battle with Mat Dai was completely different from before. There are no fancy ninjutsu, there are just fists and physical collisions between men. His fighting spirit was aroused again. Cool! Uchiha Chiba roared and then attacked again. Suddenly, Uchiha Chiba found that everything around him became quiet, as if time had stopped. As if he had received an inexplicable attack, Mat Dai knelt down on his knees, covered his head with his hands and roared softly. Chien, yat, what is this? Seeing such a familiar scene, Uchiha Chiba didn't know that this was the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. He didn't quite understand how Conqueror's Haki was awakened after a fight with Mat Dai. Although One Piece's early statement about Conquerors is that only 1 in a million people may awaken, and this person also needs the qualifications of a king. But after entering the new world, Conquerors seems to have become worthless, although not every cat or dog has Conquerors. But those big pirates basically do. By the way, what is his ambition? Hokage? Invincibility in the ninja world? Live forever or become king? Uchiha Chiba doesn't know, and he doesn't want to think about it. Some things can just let nature take its course. Brother Dai, I'm sorry, it was my secret technique just now, and I accidentally lost control of it. Uchiha Chiba couldn't think of how to explain Haki. He could only use secret techniques to explain it. Metade had no doubts about this. The Uchiha were one of the top clans in the ninja world, and it was not surprising that they had some unknown secret techniques. Let's get here first today. Brother Dai, you can't fight anymore in this state. Uchiha Chiba looked at Mat Dai who was kneeling on his knees and said. Then he came to Mat Dai and helped him to the side of a tree to let him rest. As soon as he sat down, Mat Dai said with a wry smile, Kyunyi, I thought you just wanted to compete with me in physical skills. In response to this, Uchiha Chiba could only smile helplessly. His idea was indeed to compete with Mat Dai in Taijutsu. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and he did not expect Conqueror's awakening. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba's expression was abnormal, Mat Dai waved his hand and said it didn't matter, it doesn't matter Chiba, even if you don't use that secret technique, I will be the loser in the end. Uchiha Chiba did not refute, this is indeed a fact. Not to mention the talent of Shinigami Curse, 5 years of continuous use of overgrowth has already made his current physical strength exceed that of the average adult. Let's not talk about this for now. I will take you home later, brother Dai. No, I'll just take a rest, but Chiba, why is your secret technique so similar to the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan? Although Matt Dai is only a genin, he still knows some basic information about the big families in Konoha. My secret technique is indeed somewhat similar to that of the Yamanaka clan. They are both yin-style secret techniques that attack the enemy's spirit. Uchiha Chiba is right, Conqueror's Haki is indeed very similar to some yin-style secret techniques in the ninja world. However, this is only the most basic application of Conqueror's Haki, and cannot bring out the full power of Conqueror's Haki. To unleash the full power of Conqueror's Haki, you need to wrap it around your body or weapon, and then released through the air, like Garp's Galaxy Impact, Red-Haired God's Avoidance and Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams. But if you want to achieve this level, you need to practice for a long time. Chapter 32 Tsunade's Punishment. In the end, Matt Dai declined Uchiha Chiba's offer to send him home and chose to leave alone. Looking at Matt Dai's slightly swaying body as he left, Uchiha Chiba was a little curious at first as to why his Conqueror's Haki didn't directly stun Matt Dai. But he figured it out later. Conqueror's domineering energy is aimed at people's spiritual will, but judging from his understanding of Matt Dai's strong will can be said to be very rare. It's not surprising that he can withstand his Conqueror's Haki. After Matt Dai left, Uchiha Chiba still wanted to release Conqueror's Haki again, but no matter what he did, none were successfully released again. In this regard, Uchiha Chiba was slightly disappointed. However, he was relieved when he thought that this was probably because he had just awakened and was not yet familiar with it. Didn't the sun god next door also not be able to take the initiative to release Conqueror's Haki after he had just awakened? After figuring this out, he felt a lot happier, and then he left here. After being out for so long, it's time to go home. The next day, Uchiha Chiba came to the Senju tribe again early in the morning. But the difference from yesterday was that after he arrived, Tsunade was already waiting for him. Tsunade-sama, good morning. Uchiha Chiba said hello. Well, good morning, Chiba. After responding to Uchiha Chiba, Tsunade continued, since you are here, let's start today's class now. By the way, today is the same as yesterday. There will still be penalties for answering more than 3 questions incorrectly. Uchiha Chiba nodded to express his understanding. But what he was very curious about was what exactly was Tsunade's punishment. Soon, he knew. After answering the questions asked by Tsunade, the smile on Tsunade's face was brighter than yesterday. But there was a hint of evil intention in this bright smile. Hey, Chiba, what's going on today? Yesterday I only got 2 questions wrong, but today I got twice as many questions. Uchiha Chiba looked helpless. Okay, Sister Tsunade, just tell me what the punishment is. Hearing this, Tsunade said righteously, ahem, let me say it first. The reason why I punish you is to urge you to study hard, not just to punish you. Uchiha Chiba complained secretly in her heart. She had already told the truth and still needed to find a high-sounding reason. But the first half of what Tsunade said is correct. Indeed, if you want to avoid punishment, you must study hard. But because he was a little too happy after waking up from Conquerors yesterday, he didn't review the knowledge in the book after returning home. That's why Tsunade was given the opportunity today. Ahem, my punishment for you is to help me process these documents. With that said, Tsunade took out a carton of documents from somewhere and placed it in front of Uchiha Chiba. Sister Tsunade, you are punishing me like this because you want to be lazy. Uchiha Chiba looked at the cardboard box in front of him that was almost half the size of a refrigerator and said with a strange expression. Tsunade quickly quibbled, "Nonsense, I am a person of high moral character, how can I do it for personal gain?" "Sister Tsunade, are you sure that the word high moral character describes you?" Uchiha Chiba asked directly. "Of course, I work hard every day, care about my family, and treat my compatriots in Konoha equally. Isn't this considered morally noble?" Uchiha Chiba complained silently in her heart, "Do you want to hear what you said? Isn't hard work what you should do? Care about your family? Shenju knows that you will cry and faint in the toilet if you say this." However, the latter part of treating everyone equally was true. Tsunade was willing to teach Uchiha her medical skills, which he recognized. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba did not refute for a long time, Tsunade looked proud. "How about Chiba, if you have nothing to say, just admit it, I am a moral person." "Okay, I understand. Stop talking about it, Tsunade-san. Why don't you let me help you?" Uchiha Chiba knew that it would be impossible if he didn't help Tsunade today. Seeing this, he could only give in. Just think of it as doing your future wife a favor. "Well, let's not rush this. There's still time to deal with it in the afternoon. Let's go practice Sage Jutsu now." Seeing that Uchiha Chiba agreed, Tsunade secretly rejoiced, "Hehe, she can be lazy again today." Then the two of them went to yesterday's room and repeated yesterday's practice. After finishing the materials prepared by Tsunade again, the time came to noon. Uchiha Chiba came to the kitchen with ease and started cooking. Just when he was chopping vegetables, Senju ran into the kitchen without knowing when. Uchiha Chiba stopped the kitchen knife in his hand and said, "Naoki, why did you come to the kitchen if you have nothing to do?" "I'm here to supervise you. Yesterday, because you cooked almost all green pepper dishes, I didn't have enough for lunch." Uchiha Chiba smiled inwardly. Senju must have been psychologically affected by him. "Don't worry, look, there are no green peppers here." As he spoke, Uchiha pointed to various corners of the kitchen. Senju looked at the kitchen carefully after hearing this, and then opened the refrigerator in the kitchen and looked at it. After the Senju rope tree turned the kitchen upside down, Uchiha Chiba asked, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Senju nodded, "Indeed not. In this case, I'm relieved. I'll leave first, Chiba, you are busy." "Wait a minute, you're already here. Please help me by the way. Go and help me wash the dishes." Senju was about to get out of the way when he saw the rope tree, but Uchiha Chiba stopped him in time. Okay." Senju rope tree originally just wanted to see if there were any green peppers, but it turned out that there were no green peppers, but he was also caught. And he was embarrassed to refuse. After all, he also ate the food cooked by Uchiha Chiba. Suddenly, Uchiha Chiba thought of a question, "Naoki, who usually cooks in your family?" "On weekdays it's my grandma, on weekends it's Kushina." Senju Naoki, who was washing vegetables, didn't know why Uchiha Chiba asked this question, but he still said it honestly. Uchiha Chiba nodded. Sure enough, except for the Hyuga clan, no other family has such a thing as a servant. Unlike the Hyuga clan, other families are divided into clan houses and branch houses, and the branch house will be engraved with a cursed caged bird in the name of protecting Byakugan. The servants of the Hyuga clan are those who are carved into the branch house of caged birds. During lunch, there was one more whirlpool Kushina today compared to yesterday. Uchiha Chiba asked curiously, "Kushina, didn't you go find Mikoto today?" "No. Grandma Mito wanted to teach me the King Kong blockade today, so she didn't go." "King Kong blockade? The secret technique of your Uzumaki clan. Well, Chiba, do you also know this secret technique?" "I belong to Uchiha after all, how could I not know?" Uchiha Chiba spread her hands. "That's right." Uzumaki Kushina nodded and then said no more and started to work hard. Afternoon. Tsunade called Uchiha Chiba into her room. "Kyunyi, today's afternoon task is to finish processing these documents, but you don't have to worry, I will ask Naoshu to come over and handle it together later. Chapter 33, Family and Village. Sister Tsunade, you still say you are not lazy. Well, Kyunyi, you handle it first. I'll call Naoshu over. By the way, you just need to sign my name on those stamped documents. After saying that, Tsunade hurriedly fled the room. After Tsunade left, Uchiha Chiba did not start working immediately, but looked at Tsunade's room. The room is not big and the interior decoration is very simple. Judging from the decoration, this is a traditional Japanese building with wooden walls and roofs, as well as small and exquisite windows. There was a single bed next to the window. The color of the sheets and pillows was a bit unexpected for Uchiha Chiba, pure blue. Then his eyes continued to move, and there was a desk next to the bed, and next to the desk was a bookshelf that was twice as big as the bed. Uchiha Chiba took a closer look and found that the bookshelf was full of medical books. Opposite the bed, there is a wardrobe about the same size as a bookshelf. Seeing the wardrobe, Uchiha Chiba's heart began to stir. But soon, Uchiha Chiba suppressed this restlessness. Then he began to reflect to himself, Uchiha Chiba, you are a gentleman, how could you have such perverted thoughts, infinite God, hallelujah, sin, sin, sin. After saying that, Uchiha Chiba still made a sign of the cross on his chest. In order to divert attention, Uchiha Chiba sat back in front of the cardboard box. Forget it, let's work. Then he picked up the pen prepared by Tsunade and opened the documents in the carton. Although Tsunade called Senju Nawaki, it still took the three of them 3 hours to process all the files. On the way home, Uchiha kept rubbing her sore right wrist. Oh, I can't do this next time. Maybe fighting with Tsunade won't be so tiring. Just as Uchiha Chiba was talking to himself, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure walked very slowly, as if he was waiting for someone on purpose. The man seemed to have heard Uchiha Chiba's voice. He turned around and pretended to be surprised and said, "It's Chiba." Uchiha Chiba is still thinking that if Tsunade asks him to help again next time, he will directly fight with Tsunade and let her see carefully who will be the head of the family in the future. This sudden sound also interrupted his thoughts. Then he looked up and found that the person speaking was none other than 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Laoden. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Chiba had no choice but to say hello, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and then continued, Chiba, where are you going? Uchiha Chiba is a little speechless. Isn't this asking questions knowingly? He didn't believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was a Hokage, didn't know that he was learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. I'm studying medical ninjutsu with Sister Tsunade. I just came out of her house and I'm going home now. Where is this, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied that Uchiha Chiba didn't lie. Me? Haha, I think the weather is nice today so I went out for a walk. I stayed in the office for a long time and my body is almost rusty. Of course, the real reason is that he wants to meet Uchiha Chiba alone. Moreover, he deliberately waited for Uchiha Chiba here today. After all, how can there be so many coincidences in this world? Then Mr. Hokage, please continue, I will take my leave first. Uchiha Chiba didn't want to deal with these politicians. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. How could he know what these politicians were thinking? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze. Why didn't this kid follow the routine? You know, most people will try their best to chat with him for a while when they see him as Hokage. But he didn't intend to let Uchiha Chiba go. Chiba, wait a minute, if you don't mind, can you accompany me for a walk? Uchiha Chiba complained in her heart, you have said this, can I still refuse? If I had known, I would have taken a different route home today. No problem. On the streets of Konoha, people one big and one small walked side by side like this. pedestrians on the road would stop and say hello after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! Although passers-by are curious about why there is an Uchiha next to Hokage, it does not affect their respect for Hokage. Faced with the enthusiasm of the villagers, Sarutobi Hiruzen would also nod in response. If Uchiha Chiba hadn't seen Hokage in his previous life, he would have been deceived by Hiruzen Sarutobi's approach to the people. It's just too confusing. After walking through the bustling streets, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked softly, "Chiba, what do you think of the issue of the village and the family?" Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba knew that something big was coming. However, he did not answer immediately, but asked, "Why does Mr. Hokage suddenly ask this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and said, "Haha, I just want to hear your opinion, Chiba." Uchiha Chiba didn't believe this. Who would ask such a question to a 10-year-old child? Although he didn't understand Sarutobi's purpose for the time being, Uchiha Chiba also thought about how to answer. Just copy the opinions of those netizens from previous lives. Well, since Hokage-sama wants to hear it, I will tell you what I think. I think Konoha is like a big family, and this big family is composed of countless small families. All of us are members of this big family. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Chiba paused and bent down to pick up the dead leaves on the ground. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will brighten the village and make new leaves sprout. As Uchiha Chiba's words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked by his words, and couldn't help but think of one of his friends. Have you seen the mirror? This member of your tribe has the same thoughts as you, and he will become the new bridge between the village and Uchiha in your place. Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but feel proud when she saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet recovered from what he just said. Have you seen it, Lao Deng? This is the power of countless shady netizens. However, Uchiha Chiba still maintains humility on the surface. This is just my humble opinion. I hope Mr. Hokage won't laugh at it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "No, you answered very well. Your answer reminded me of an old friend who is also a member of the Uchiha clan." Old friend? Or Uchiha? These two conditions made Uchiha Chiba immediately think of someone. Uchiha Kagami, like 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and 1st generation Nabekage Shimura Danzo, are members of Senju Tobirama's bodyguards. Although he already knew who this person was, Uchiha Chiba still had to continue acting. Do I know this person that Mr. Hokage is talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This friend of mine has been dead for many years. Let's not talk about it for now. Chiba, do you want to come to Anbu after graduation? What did Lao Deng think about letting him enter Anbu? But then Uchiha Chiba guessed the reason. It was probably because his words made Sarutobi Hiruzen mistakenly think that he was a person like Uchiha Kagami. And then you want to take him with you and brainwash him with the will of fire day and night? Just like the future filial son of his cousin Uchiha Mikoto? Although he doesn't know if his guess is correct, he will not enter Anbu. Once he enters Anbu, he will not be as free as an ordinary ninja. And he didn't want to have a boss above him, even though all ninjas technically had to take orders from the Hokage. But wealthy families like Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga can definitely learn from Erlang Xianzhenjun and listen to the tune but not the propaganda. But you can't say this to Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, he is a Hokage, so he still needs to be given some face. Thank you Hokage-sama for your kindness, but let's forget about entering Anbu. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he just asked Uchiha Chiba to enter Anbu was just a hot thought. Fortunately, Uchiha Chiba did not agree. Otherwise, if an Uchiha were to enter Anbu, he would not know how to arrange it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a regretful look on his face. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's just get here today, and we'll have to go separate ways for the rest of the day. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the fork in front of him and said. Well, see you later, Hokage-sama. Goodbye. After being separated from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Chiba was thinking about how it was such a coincidence that she happened to meet this old man today. Now it seems that Lao Deng was waiting for him on purpose. It seems that he wants to learn from the old ghost Senju and cultivate a person like Uchiha Mirror. However, Uchiha Chiba has no interest in these at all. He just wants to continue to become stronger and protect his relatives and friends. If anyone dares to touch his reverse scale, then he can only send them to see the first generation and second generation. After separating from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Chiba's life remained as usual in the following days. From Monday to Friday, I have classes during the day and practice domineering at night. On the weekends, he went to Tsunade to learn medical knowledge and master sage jutsu. 2 months later. December of the 33rd year of Konoha. During these 2 months, Uchiha Chiba has mastered both medical knowledge and sage jutsu under Tsunade's guidance. In fact, he learned it in the second week after Tsunade taught him, and he was just pretending after that. Although he has learned to master sage jutsu, he still often goes to Tsunade. The reason is to ask for medical knowledge. In terms of domineering, there has also been some progress. The armed color haki can already cover the entire forearm, while the inside color increases the perceived distance to 20 meters. As for Conqueror's haki, Uchiha Chiba has a headache. 2 months have passed and she still can't actively release it, let alone entangle it. As for 8 Gates Dungia, it took him 2 months to successfully open the 6th Gate of View. After opening the Gate of View, Uchiha Chiba discovered that there was no green steam generated around the body like in the anime. After all, opening the Gate of Wonder will evaporate the body's own sweat, while the Gate of Death will evaporate the body's blood. What can the 6th door evaporate? Chapter 34, Leaving the Village? On Monday, Uchiha Chiba spent all her strength to finally break free from the shackles of the quilt. Open the window, the yard is covered with ice and snow, it's like entering a world in a painting. Chiba, come to eat. While Uchiha Chiba was admiring the snow scene, Uchiha Genka's voice sounded. At the dining table, mother and son chatted while eating. Chiba, is school going to be on vacation soon? Uchiha Chiba nodded after drinking the miso soup. Well, I will be on vacation in 2 weeks. Time flies so fast. In more than half a year, Chiba, you will graduate, and you will be a real ninja by then. Uchiha Yuanxiang couldn't help but feel emotional. She thought of Uchiha Chiba when she was just born, so small that she couldn't even open her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the little baby had grown into a handsome young man. Uchiha Chiba didn't know why Uchiha Minaaka suddenly became sad, but thinking about it, he wouldn't know the answer even if he asked. Just pretend you didn't see it. Mom, I'm full. I'm going to school first. Uchiha Chiba said hello to Uchiha Genka after breakfast and went out. When he arrived at the gate of the clan, sure enough, Uchiha Mikoto was already waiting for him. Chiba, couldn't you have been earlier? It didn't matter before, it's winter now. Do you know how cold I am because I'm waiting for you? Uchiha Mikoto complained angrily. In response to this, Uchiha Chiba also looked a little embarrassed. He did not consider the reasons for the weather changes. Sorry, I will go out earlier next time. Hey, that's good. Let's go to school. Uchiha Chiba's attitude made Uchiha Mikoto very satisfied, but she still didn't feel good about it. After all, she was the one who suffered the cold, not Uchiha Chiba. When I arrived at school, as soon as I entered the classroom, Senju ran over. Chiba, the holiday is coming soon. Do you have any plans for the holiday? What kind of plan can I have? Just do the same as before, practice and study, that's it. Uchiha Chiba looked at the Senju rope tree curiously. Why do you ask this? Senju smiled and said, didn't I ask Mr. Orochimaru to be my teacher last month? The teacher planned to take me to have a long experience during this holiday and familiarize myself with the task process of a genin in advance, so I thought I'm asking you if you want to come with me. Uchiha Chiba also remembered that one weekend a month ago, he was pretending to practice sage jutsu. While he was practicing, Tsunade left for a while, and when she came back, she asked him to cook for one person at noon. At first he was confused about who was coming, but it was not until lunch that he realized that the person coming was Orochimaru. The reason Orochimaru came was because Tsunade wanted him to be the teacher of the Senju rope tree. The final outcome is that Orochimaru is very satisfied with Senju Nezuki, and the two have become a teacher-student relationship. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, no matter which world, there are human beings. How about it, Chiba, do you want to come with me? As long as you agree, I will tell Mr. Orochimaru and he will definitely agree. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba didn't answer, Senju patted his chest and promised. Let me think about it first, and I have to go back and discuss it with my mother. He was also a little moved by Senju rope tree's proposal. He had not been out of the village a few times after traveling to this world for so long. Even if I go out, I can only walk around Konoha. But even if he wanted to go, he would have to go back and discuss with Uchiha first. Listening to Senju's description, it should take a long time to leave the village this time. Senju nodded. Okay, there are still 2 weeks, you can think about it slowly, but Chiba, you'd better tell me your thoughts this week, so that I can tell Mr. Orochimaru that if it's too late, I won't. It's easy. Uchiha Chiba nodded. I know, I will tell you the result tomorrow. In the evening, after Uchiha Chiba returned home, she told Uchiha Genka about leaving the village. Uchiha was silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. I don't object to Chiba's idea of gaining experience, but you have to protect yourself. The outside is not as good as in the village, and you never know when you will encounter danger. Although Uchiha Yuanxiang had agreed to let him leave the village, Uchiha Chiba still saw deep worry in Uchiha Yuanxiang's eyes. Mom, don't worry. Orochimaru, the teacher of the rope tree, is Jainin, and he is also a disciple of the 3rd generation. His strength is definitely no problem, and the main purpose of this time is to take the rope tree to practice. There will be no danger. I know Orochimaru. He is indeed a very powerful ninja. Naoki is his disciple, but you are not Chiba. If you and Naoki are in danger at the same time, will Orochimaru save you or Naoki? Uchiha Yuanxiang also expressed her concerns. Uchiha Chiba really wants to say that when he is in danger, he doesn't need anyone to save him, he can defeat the enemy by himself. But this involves his secret. Even if Uchiha Genka is his mother, he won't reveal it. I know, Mom, I will pay attention to safety. Although Uchiha Chiba had 1,000 reasons in his heart, he didn't know what to say to Uchiha Yuanxiang. The next day. Chiba, how is it? Does your mother agree? Senju Nope Tree was just like yesterday, he couldn't wait to run over when he saw Uchiha Chiba. Well, my mother agreed, and I'll worry about Yushenja next. Uchiha Chiba nodded. Hearing this, Senju looked very happy. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will go find Mr. Orochimaru after school today. He was indeed very happy, and he didn't know why. Although he had so many friends, he just felt that he had the most pleasure getting along with Uchiha Chiba. Orochimaru's house. Orochimaru-sensei, are you at home? The Senju rope tree slapped the door and called out to Orochimaru. As the door opens, Orochimaru appeared at the door dressed in home clothes. What's wrong with rope tree? What's the matter? Then Orochimaru looked at the snowy scene outside and then said, forget it, it's cold outside, let's come in first and talk about anything. Saying this, Orochimaru asked Senju to enter the room. In the room, Orochimaru first brought Senju a cup of hot tea, and then asked again, tell me, Senju, why did you come to see me today? Senju felt a little embarrassed. Well, Mr. Orochimaru, when you take me on a mission, can you bring one more person with you? After hearing Senju's request, Orochimaru did not refuse or agree directly, but continued to ask, "Oh? Is he your friend Senju? Well, I guess it is Uchiha Chiba, right?" After spending a month together, Orochimaru already knows the Senju rope tree very well. This disciple of his is obviously from the Senju clan, but he has the best relationship with an Uchiha. He was very puzzled by this and didn't know why this was happening. "Hey, Mr. Orochimaru, how did you know it was Chiba?" Senju asked curiously. Haha, looking at the Senju rope tree, Orochimaru felt that this disciple was really stupid, but he just liked his temperament. "You don't have to worry about how I know it. You can take Uchiha Chiba with you, but Naoki, you have to promise that you will listen to me throughout the mission. Can you do it?" Orochimaru's original plan was to take Senju rope tree to see the blood on a B-level mission, but now he has to take one more person with him, and Senju rope tree's safety problems will skyrocket. Although Senju and Uchiha's performance in the ninja school has surpassed that of most genin, B-level missions are very likely to encounter ninjas from other countries. "No problem, Teacher Orochimaru, if you ask me to go east, I will never go west." Senju was very happy to get Orochimaru's consent. As expected, Teacher Orochimaru is easy to talk to. "Okay, don't get too happy yet. There are still 2 weeks until your school vacation. You must practice seriously during these 2 weeks, otherwise I will not be lenient by then." When Orochimaru said this, he became serious in front of Senju. It was also the first time that Senju saw Orochimaru being so serious, and he immediately promised, "Don't worry, Mr. Orochimaru, I will do it." Seeing Senju's behavior, Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you can go back first." With the Senju rope tree left, Orochimaru couldn't help but think of 2 months ago when Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him if he wanted to be the leader of Jainin. At that time, he originally wanted to refuse, but after some persuasion from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he reluctantly agreed. Then more than half a month later, Tsunade approached him again and wanted him to accept Senju Roden as his disciple. Now that he has determined that in the team he will lead, Senju rope tree will definitely occupy a spot. As for the other 2 spots, he thought of Uchiha Chiba. If you think about someone who has been able to suppress the Senju rope tree for almost 6 years, you will know that it is definitely not easy. Chapter 35 Eat Your Own Melon? 2 weeks passed quickly, and the ninja school was on vacation. On the day of the holiday, Senju happily found Uchiha Chiba. "Chiba, are you ready? We are leaving tomorrow." Although Uchiha Chiba was also very happy about leaving the village, he was much calmer than Senju Nezuki. "Ready, by the way, rope tree, do you know what our mission is this time?" "I don't know. Orochimaru-sensei didn't tell me. He said he wouldn't tell me until he got the mission destination." Senju shook his head. He was also curious about what the mission was. He asked Orochimaru a few days ago, but Orochimaru wouldn't tell him. "It doesn't matter, we will know when the time comes," Uchiha Chiba answered casually. Although I don't know why Orochimaru waited until they arrived at their destination to tell him, but he is not the kind of person who is very curious, so just forget it if he doesn't know. "Okay, I won't tell you anymore. I'll go back and see if I've missed anything I need to prepare. By the way, Chiba, Teacher Orochimaru told me to gather at the village gate at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Senju rope tree looked very excited and was carrying the wind when he walked. After Senju left, Uchiha Mikoto asked curiously, "Chiba, are you and Senju leaving the village to do a mission tomorrow?" "Well, the teacher of the rope tree wants to take him to expand his knowledge, so I'm just along for the ride," Uchiha Chiba said nonchalantly. "But aren't we still students at the ninja school? Although we are about to graduate, students are not allowed to take on missions, right?" After getting Uchiha Chiba's approval, Uchiha Mikoto felt that his brain was running out. Sister Mikoto, sometimes you have to learn to be flexible, you know? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Uchiha Chiba is not surprised by Uchiha Mikoto's question. She has always been a good girl, and it is normal for her to not understand. Uchiha Chiba is different. A person with a soul age in his 30s has seen too many unruly people in his previous life. Uchiha Mikoto still doesn't quite understand why he wants to do something that breaks the rules. Isn't it better to just wait until graduation before doing the mission? She wanted to continue asking, but Uchiha Chiba stopped her. Okay, Sister Mikoto, don't ask. Even if I tell you, you may not understand. When you grow up, you will understand. Humph, if you don't ask, don't ask. Uchiha Mikoto then thought of something and looked at Uchiha Chiba. Oh, by the way, Chiba, Grandpa asked me to tell you that there will be a clan meeting at the Ancestral Hall tonight, don't forget it. Didn't it just open last month? Why does it open again this month? Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but wonder. I don't know, anyway, Grandpa asked me to tell you. Uchiha Mikoto spread her arms. She is a messenger anyway, and she can't participate, so why hasn't she opened Sharingan yet? As for why Uchiha Chiba can participate in the clan meeting without opening the Sharingan, it is of course because of his reputation as a genius. Another point is that Uchiha Chiba has been suppressing the Senju rope tree since he entered the ninja school. This makes the whole family feel very long-faced. That's why the clan specifically allows Uchiha Chiba, a clan member who has not opened Sharingan, to join the clan association. Okay, I understand, I will go when the time comes. A clan meeting is a clan meeting. Anyway, this is not the first time Uchiha Chiba has participated. It is nothing more than watching his grandfather bicker with Uchiha Setsuna, and then Uchiha Fugaku's father, the current clan leader of Uchiha, is there to argue. Evening, Uchiha Shrine. When Uchiha Chiba came, there were already many people in the ancestral hall. He looked around, and although he basically didn't recognize them, he understood that these people who came to the clan meeting were the mainstays of Uchiha. Just when he was still thinking about where to sit, a voice from the corner stopped him. Chiba, this way. Uchiha Chiba went to look for fame and found that the person who called him was Uchiha Fugaku. Then he stopped thinking about it and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku. Arriving next to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Chiba sat down directly. Brother Fugaku, why are you here so early? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled, I have nothing to do anyway, so I came here early. Then a mysterious smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Chiba, do you know what will be discussed at this clan meeting? I don't know, and I don't want to know either. Uchiha Chiba held the back of his head with his hands and leaned against the wall. He was just here to watch the show, and he didn't care about discussing anything. Seeing Uchiha Chiba's indifferent look, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help it. It's boring, forget it, I'll tell you that the content of this clan meeting is related to you. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba was unable to make progress, Uchiha Fugaku could only continue to preach. Chiba, aren't you about to graduate? The clan plans to let you find a way to become a disciple of Tsunade or Orochimaru. Uchiha Chiba originally thought that this time the clan meeting would be the same as before, he could just eat melon and watch the show down below. But Uchiha Fugaku now tells him that it's someone else's turn to take your cake. No, how could the clan have such an idea? I can understand Tsunade, but what is the situation with Orochimaru? Uchiha Chiba was very puzzled. Uchiha Fugaku didn't hide anything, and whispered into Uchiha Chiba's ear, didn't you learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade in the past 2 months? The clan unanimously believes that as long as you become Tsunade's disciple, then our Uchiha clan will also it's of the Hokage lineage. In the future, if we help you compete for the position of Hokage, you will have a better chance of winning. What about Orochimaru? Uchiha Chiba asked. Seeing that Uchiha Chiba was willing to speak, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, our original plan was to choose one of the disciples of the third generation. The first choice was Tsunade, and Orochimaru was just an alternative. Uchiha Chiba was a little curious, what about Jiraiya? Isn't he also a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Forget it, Jiraiya, he is often not in the village. It will be difficult to rely on him to improve your reputation in the village. After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Chiba also understood the ins and outs. As expected, the Uchiha clan, like later generations, has always hoped that one of the Uchiha clansmen could become a Hokage. However, what is different from the anime in the previous life is that because of his appearance, the current Uchiha clan has set their sights on him. This made him a little unhappy. A life decided by others was not what he wanted. But he still has a question: since you have all decided, why not hold a clan meeting? Why don't you just tell me? My father and Mr. Inada agree, but Elder Setsuna has some opinions, so I plan to hold a clan meeting to discuss this matter. I also want to hear the opinions of you as the person involved. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba fell silent and did not continue to ask Uchiha Fugaku for more details. But he is very unhappy now. Forget about Uchiha Fugaku's father, after all, he has little to do with him, but his grandfather is like this anyway. Without asking him what he thought in advance, he directly decided other people's lives. Looks like I need to flex my muscles. Chapter 36 Chiba went crazy. Not long after the chat with Uchiha Fugaku ended, more Uchiha people came to the ancestral hall one after another. Among these people, the Hawk Elder Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Chiba's grandfather Uchiha Inada, and Uchiha Fugaku's father Uchiha Tanaka also arrived one after another. Uchiha Tanaka sat high on the stage and raised his hand to stop the noise below. Quiet, everyone, this clan meeting is being held today to discuss a major event related to the future of our Uchiha clan. This is also related to whether our Uchiha clan can compete for the position of Hokage. As Uchiha Tanaka finished speaking, the crowd below was silent for a while, and then immediately broke out into a heated discussion. Clan leader, just say it directly, as long as our Uchiha clan can become Hokage, I will support whatever you ask me to do. Yes, Mr. Patriarch, just say it directly and don't whet our appetite. Uchiha Tanaka looked down like a vegetable market and opened the three Megatama. Sharingan yelled, quiet, as an Uchiha clan, it's unbecoming to be noisy. The clan leader's momentum exploded, instantly silencing the crowd below. Seeing that his power was still strong, Uchiha Tanaka nodded secretly, and then cleared his throat. Ahem, okay, since everyone wants to know, I won't hold back, Uchiha Chiba is out. The Uchiha tribe below heard Uchiha Tanaka mention Uchiha Chiba, and all their eyes instantly turned to the young man staying in the corner. However, they did not make any noise again, but just watched quietly. Uchiha Chiba, who was in the center of the gaze, still maintained a calm expression on her face because she received Uchiha Fugaku's advance disclosure. Then he slowly stood up in front of everyone's eyes and came to the front of the ancestral hall. Lord Patriarch, Elder Setsuna, Elder Patty. Uchiha Chiba greeted the three people on the stage one after another. The three people on the stage all nodded in response. Uchiha Tanaka saw that the protagonist was already in place, and then spoke again, everyone, what we are going to discuss this time is whether to let Chiba become Tsunade's disciple. Let me tell you my point of view first. I believe everyone knows that Chiba learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Although the two are not in a teacher-student relationship, they are not very different, so I think it is best for Chiba to worship Tsunade as the division can allow us, the Uchiha clan, to enter the center of Konoha's power, which will be a great advantage for us in our future bid for the Hokage position. Okay, this is my opinion. Those who agree raise their hands. After speaking, Uchiha Tanaka raised his hand first. As the clan leader expressed his opinion, almost half of the clan members below, including Uchiha Fugaku, raised their hands. Uchiha Chiba observed carefully and found that those who raised their hands were supporters of the patriarch and dovish people. I have a different opinion. At this moment, Uchiha, who had just closed his eyes and meditated, said for a moment, "We are Uchiha, and the position of Hokage should be fought for with our own hands, rather than entrusted to Senju. Don't forget, the Senju used to be our enemy. Uchiha's glory was bought with blood. This practice of worshipping Senju as his teacher is tantamount to betrayal of Uchiha." Uchiha seemed to shout out the last sentence with all his strength in an instant. Then, Uchiha took a deep breath and said, "Those who agree with me, raise your hands." Uchiha Setsuna is worthy of being the ruthless person who assassinated Senju Tobirama. In just a few words, he aroused the competitive spirit of his tribe. Uchiha Chiba looked down again, and about half of the people supported Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Tanaka's face didn't look good. He was obviously the clan leader, but his prestige in the clan was about the same as that of an old man who was about to be buried half-body. Since the number of people supporting both sides' views is the same, you might as well listen to the protagonist's thoughts. Chiba, tell me what you think. Uchiha Inada also saw that the atmosphere was not right at this time, and immediately began to smooth things over. As the Uchiha rice field opened, everyone in the audience turned their attention to the boy again. Uchiha Chiba looked at the tribesmen outside the field, and then turned to look at the Uchiha rice fields. When Uchiha Inada saw Uchiha Chiba turning to look at him, there was an encouraging smile on his face. The boy ignored Uchiha Inada's smile and then turned his head back. Then, Uchiha Chiba took a deep breath. "My life is my own decision, no one can arrange my life." The calm tone seemed to be telling an insignificant matter. Hearing this, Uchiha Inada was a little anxious and wanted to speak, but Uchiha Setsuna on the side laughed first and said, "Haha, yes, this is the courage our Uchiha should have. Boy, I am optimistic about you. Chiba, our decision is not only for you, but also for the family. You should think about it carefully," Uchiha continued. "No need, this is what I really think. Elder Setsuna is right. If you want the position of Hokage, then use your own hands to fight for it." Uchiha Chiba showed a hint of ridicule at the corner of her mouth. Uchiha Tanaka also wanted to say something. "Chiba, we can understand your thoughts. No one wants their life to be arranged by others, but you must also consider the difficulties of the family. The family has already paid too much for the position of Hokage. Haha, Lord Clan Leader, do you really think that I can compete for the position of Hokage if I become Tsunade's disciple? If this is your idea, then I can only say that your idea is too simple. If Uchiha wants to get the position of Hokage, he can only use force to grab it. Otherwise, even if the top management of Konoha asks a civilian to be the Hokage, it will not be Uchiha's turn." As a person who knows the plot, what Uchiha Chiba said is both his true thoughts and facts. "Haha, Kyunyi boy, I appreciate you more and more." Uchiha suddenly felt that Uchiha Chiba was very similar to him. They were both the kind of people who dared to challenge secular rules. "Chiba, your idea is too arbitrary. Although we Uchiha do not have a deep relationship with other families in Konoha, we Uchiha are one of the biggest contributors to the establishment of Konoha. Apart from Senju, who can be more powerful than us Uchiha? Are you qualified to serve as Hokage?" Uchiha Tanaka doesn't quite agree with Uchiha Chiba's statement. Any ninja in Konoha can become a Hokage, but Uchiha just can't. This is not only the idea of Konoha civilians, but also the thoughts of Konoha's senior officials and major ninja clans. Uchiha Chiba shook his head. "Anyway, I have clearly told you my thoughts. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." After saying that, Uchiha Chiba walked away, passing the Uchiha people in the audience, just as he walked to the door. Uchiha Tanaka stopped him. "Chiba, wait, I hope you can think about it, this is also for the future of the family." Uchiha Chiba was already a little angry. He had clearly refused, but he still refused. Immediately, he took back his right foot that had already stepped out of the ancestral hall. 8 gates Dungia 6th gate of view open. Boom! The sudden wave of air knocked the people closest to him to the ground. Uchiha Chiba, are you provoking us? The Uchiha clan members present all had at least one Megatama Sharingan, and the Uchiha clan was a proud clan, although the momentum that Uchiha Chiba unleashed was extremely powerful. But this could not deter them. Immediately, everyone present turned on Sharingan and glared at Uchiha Chiba. Facing the room full of pink eye, Uchiha Chiba said calmly, I can only make the decision in my life. As soon as the words fell, a strange force swept through the entire temple, and then most of the Uchiha fainted and fell to the ground as if they had been attacked. If anyone pays attention, they will find that the people who fainted have not opened the 3 Megatama. And those Uchiha who had turned on the 3 Megatama were holding their heads, as if their heads had been hit hard with a hammer. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Tanaka looked at the boy at the door in shock. Although his situation was not as unbearable as others, the power just now still made his head dizzy. Uchiha Chiba did not answer, but walked out of the ancestral hall directly. As soon as he left, a shaky figure immediately followed him out. Chiba. Uchiha Chiba looked back and found Uchiha Fugaku chasing him unsteadily. What's wrong, brother Fugaku? What's the matter? Chapter 37 I think Chiba has Madara-sama's talents. I want to apologize to you on behalf of my father. You are right, no one wants to accept the life arranged by others. Uchiha Fugaku resisted the dizziness in his head and looked at Uchiha Chiba with an apologetic look. Uchiha Chiba shook his head, this has nothing to do with you, you don't need to apologize for your father. Uchiha Chiba actually doesn't completely exclude others from making choices for him. In his previous life, he envied those classmates whose families arranged for them as soon as they graduated. There is no need to work hard like him to find a job, and there is no need to work hard day and night just to earn a living. But things are different now. He has the talents and skills given by the system, and he is destined to reach the top of the world. In this case, why not live a more relaxed life? Why do I keep practicing to become stronger? Just so that I can refuse directly when I encounter something I don't want to do. Uchiha Fugaku had a bitter look on his face. Judging from the situation in the ancestral hall just now, Uchiha Chiba already has strength that exceeds that of most Uchiha people. And the strange power at the end frightened him even more. If he hadn't known that this boy had not activated Sharingan, he would have doubted whether this was the power of Mangeki Sharingan. I understand, don't worry Chiba, I will persuade father to give up this idea. Uchiha Fugaku knows very well that for the weak, the strong can make whatever arrangements they want, but when facing the strong, they must maintain respect for the strong. Uchiha Chiba, who is only 10 years old now, already possesses such amazing power. He dare not imagine what state the person in front of him will reach in another 10 years. But what is certain is that by that time, everyone will have to look up to this boy. Just like that ninja Shura Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Chiba's face was expressionless, it's up to you. Is there anything else, Fugaku-san? If not, I'll go back first. Uchiha Chiba will not be angry with Uchiha Fugaku because of this matter. But he still remembered what Senju Shenshu told him to gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. If I don't go back to sleep, I might not be able to get up tomorrow. It's okay, Chiba, please go back first. Uchiha Fugaku looked bitter. He thought Uchiha Chiba was still angry about what happened just now, so he stopped trying to persuade him to stay. Besides, he also apologized for his father, so there was nothing more to do to try to persuade him to stay. Uchiha Chiba nodded, turned around and walked into the darkness. Inside the ancestral hall. After seeing Uchiha Chiba's conqueror's domineering power, Uchiha instantly looked at Uchiha Inada. Old man Inada, do you know what the power Chiba kid used just now? I don't know, he never said that. Uchiha Inada replied subconsciously, and then reacted, Uchiha Setsuna, why are you pretending to be young? I am the same age as you. Uchiha looked sarcastic for a moment. I'm anxious, you're anxious, haha, you said that you are the grandfather of Chiba boy. You don't even know that your grandson has such a powerful power. Tisk tisk tisk, your grandfather is really a failure ah. Uchiha Setsuna, I don't need you to evaluate how well I have done. After all, Chiba is also my grandson. What about you? Do you have a son or daughter? When you die, no one will come to worship you on your death day. Uchiha Inada, do you want to fight? Uchiha Setsuna was very angry. He always used this as an excuse every time he quarreled with the old man. Did he not want to? He had no choice but to get injured when he was young and not receive timely treatment, which caused problems in that area. He is now full of descendants. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Okay, you two are over 100 years old together, why are you still acting like a child? Uchiha Tanaka was originally worried about Uchiha Chiba. These two immortals didn't let him live in peace. He really wanted to tie up the two of them with a rope, and then seal their mouths with tape. That way you won't disturb him anymore. Being stopped by Uchiha Tanaka, Uchiha was not angry for a moment, but smiled. I didn't agree with your idea originally, but now it's okay, that little guy is angry, let's see what you do. Tisk tisk, it's a pity that Chiba boy has no brothers and sisters. Otherwise, maybe he will become the next Madara-sama. As a contemporary of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Setsuna knew the code of Mangeki Sharingan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The appearance of Uchiha Chiba just now reminded him of Uchiha Madara when he was young, except that his appearance was different. The domineering aura is exactly the same. As for the fact that Uchiha Chiba hasn't opened Sharingan yet, he doesn't care, judging from his decades of experience. Uchiha Chiba is qualified to open Mangeki. If Uchiha Chiba knew what he was thinking, he would just smile awkwardly and say, "You think highly of me." Uchiha Inada fell silent after hearing Uchiha Setsuna's comment. He was thinking that when Uchiha Tanaka found him and proposed the idea of Chiba becoming Tsunade's disciple, should he refuse? Although I feel a little regretful, it's too late to say anything now. What happened has already happened. I wonder if Uchiha Chiba will alienate his grandfather because of this incident? Hey, why are I telling you so much? It's not me who made Chiba boy angry anyway. Let's stop talking and go home. Uchiha stood up slowly in an instant and then left the ancestral hall directly. The remaining people looked at Uchiha Setsuna's back and thought of his evaluation of Uchiha Chiba. They all fell silent. Seeing this, Uchiha Tanaka knew that today's clan meeting was in vain. Okay, let's all disperse. Wake up those who fainted, and then go home. After saying that, Uchiha Tanaka looked at Uchiha Ricefield again. Elder Ricefield, I hope you can enlighten Chiba. You know, I do this for the sake of the family. Oh. I'll give it a try, but I don't know if it will work. Don't put too much hope in me. After saying that, Uchiha Patty also walked out of the ancestral hall. Uchiha saw her son coming back and asked casually, I'm back in Chiba, what happened at the clan meeting today? It's nothing. I'm going to bed first. I have to get up early tomorrow. Good night, Mom. Uchiha Yuanxiang was a little curious. In the past, after every clan meeting, her son would take the initiative to tell her what happened at the clan meeting. Why is it different today? And she also found that Uchiha Chiba's face had no expression. Seeing this, she didn't ask any more questions, but planned to ask others tomorrow to see what happened at the clan meeting. Well, then you go and rest. Back in the bedroom. Uchiha Chiba also checked the things prepared for tomorrow. 10 Bingliang pills? No more. For Uchiha Chiba, he has no use for the Kunao Shuriken, so why bring that thing with him? Put more weight on yourself? After the examination, Uchiha Chiba lay on the bed. However, he did not fall asleep immediately, but thought of the scene where Conqueror's domineering force was released in the ancestral hall just now. He didn't expect that due to this coincidence, he seemed to be able to release Conqueror's domineering power at will. This can be considered good news. He will also have AoE skills to deal with miscellaneous soldiers in the future. Chapter 38 Be Ruthless to Your Enemies. Konoha Gate. When Uchiha Chiba arrived, he found that not only Orochimaru and Senju were among the people who came. Tsunade was also yawning and talking to Senju. Uchiha Chiba approached and greeted the two of them. Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama. Chiba, you are here. Senju Naoki was very happy to see Uchiha Chiba, and finally no longer had to listen to Tsunade's nagging. The rope tree. Orochimaru saw that everyone had arrived. Okay, everyone is here, let's set off. Uchiha Chiba and Senju nodded in agreement. At this time, Tsunade said, Orochimaru, I leave these two brothers to you. Don't worry, Tsunade, I will bring them all back. Orochimaru waved his hand to tell Tsunade not to worry. Well, I believe in your ability. Then Tsunade walked up to Uchiha Chiba, put her arm around his neck, and said in a serious tone, Chiba, you must listen to Orochimaru when you go out this time, don't act without permission, you know. Facing Tsunade's sudden attack, Uchiha Chiba did not react for a moment, and then his face was wrapped in a ball of warmth. Big, soft, and elastic. He didn't expect to receive such benefits today, and his breathing became a little rapid. I know, Tsunade sister, I can do it. Originally, Tsunade just wanted to give advice to her god brother, but when she felt Uchiha Chiba's hot breath hitting her chest, she couldn't help but blush slightly. Then he quickly released his hand around Uchiha Chiba's neck and said, you guys should go quickly, I'm going back. After saying that, Tsunade didn't wait for the others to react, and walked away in a panic. Senju was a little confused. Why did he feel that Tsunade looked a little strange, and her face became a little red? However, he was so nervous that he didn't think much about it, and then looked at the other two people excitedly. Teacher Orochimaru, Chiba, let's go. Haha, let's go then. I'll tell you the details of this mission on the way. Orochimaru looked at the two of them with a smile. Uchiha Chiba noticed that Orochimaru had a strange look in his eyes when he looked at him. Does this make him a little confused? Without waiting for him to think about it, Orochimaru walked directly to the registration desk at the gate. Chiba, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Senju took Uchiha Chiba's arm and followed Orochimaru. Uchiha Chiba didn't care how Orochimaru registered, but looked at the two people at the registration desk. Not the future Shinaun Chuyu and Gang Zisha, but two strangers. It's right to think about it, it's still Konoha's 33rd year, and these two people haven't been born yet. Orochimaru didn't let the two of them wait long. After registering, he turned to look at the two of them and said, okay, let's go. Uchiha Chiba nodded, but Senju was very excited. Okay, I can finally do the task. After walking out of Konoha, only then did Orochimaru tell the two of them about this mission. The destination of our mission this time is Tien Country, which is directly north of the Land of Fire. And our mission this time is entrusted by the daimyo of Tien Country to clean up their country. Domestic bandits. If you say that, don't we have to leave the country of fire? When Senju heard that he was going to other countries, the excitement on his face never changed. Then he looked at Uchiha Chiba and said, Chiba, did you hear that? We are going to Tien Country. I understand. You don't need to repeat it again. Uchiha Chiba, who wanted to know more details about the mission, looked at Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru, what is the level of our mission this time? B level. Originally, the task of clearing out the bandits could only be considered a C-level task. However, because there are so many bandits in TNZ country, the task level was upgraded to B level. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Orochimaru, they are just a bunch of bandits. Chiba and I can handle them without you taking action, right? Chiba. Senju only heard the word bandit rope tree's confidence exploded. Really? The number of bandits to be eliminated this time exceeds 200. Are you sure you don't need me to take action? Orochimaru said with a smile. 200. Senju looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. Seeing Senju's stunned look, Orochimaru nodded calmly. After receiving the confirmation, Senju changed his arrogance and said, well, since it is a mission, then we should work together. Personal heroism is not allowed, right? Mr. Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored it and looked at Uchiha Chiba. Chiba-kun, what do you think of this mission? Ask him. Uchiha Chiba is a little confused. He and Senju Noeki are still just 2 rookies, and they are still 2 rookies who have not graduated from the ninja school. What can they think about it? And if he really wants to follow his idea, that is, as soon as the 8 Gates Dungeon is opened, he rushes directly into the bandits' stronghold, and then mows the grass without mercy. Anyway, he brought enough military ration pills for only 200 ordinary people, so he didn't have to worry about physical strength. Although he wanted to say this, in the eyes of others, this was obviously unrealistic. Well, we can poison the water sources of bandits. Although we can't kill all the bandits, we can kill most of them. Uchiha Chiba then continued, then we can use the detonating talisman to deal with the remaining bandits. In this way, even if there are still fish that slip through the net, there will not be many left, and the 3 of us can easily solve them. Well, Chiba-kun's idea is very good. It's similar to what I think. Orochimaru agreed with Uchiha Chiba's idea. After all, they are ninjas, not the group of warriors from the Iron Kingdom, as long as they can get the desired results. The process doesn't really matter. Orochimaru-sama is too complimentary. These are basic common sense taught in school. Faced with Orochimaru's praise, Uchiha Chiba said humbly. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. He was becoming more and more satisfied with Uchiha Chiba. I thought that after returning from this mission, I would tell the teacher that after Uchiha Chiba graduates, he would be assigned to his own team. Naoki, what do you think of Chiba-kun's idea? Although Orochimaru is very satisfied with Senju Naoki, his disciple, his reckless character also gives Orochimaru a headache. That's why Senju was brought out to see blood before he graduated, and if possible, let him see the dangers of the human heart. Senju was a little confused. Wasn't Uchiha sleeping like him during class? How could he come up with such a clever, underhanded method? I also think Chiba's idea is good, but can't we confront the bandits head-on? Naoki, we are ninjas, not samurai. We just need to complete the task efficiently. Uchiha Chiba thought. No wonder Naoki died on the detonating talisman at the age of 12. Such a character is really not suitable for him. Ninja. Chapter 39 The 3 Rings of Ninja. Really? Ha ha ha. Facing Uchiha Chiba's explanation, Senju Naoki could only smile awkwardly. Orochimaru looked at this disciple, with a hint of helplessness on his face. He had told Senju Naoki many times to stop being so reckless, but it was not as effective as Uchiha Chiba telling him once. Okay, now you know the details of the mission, let's hurry up and get on our way. After saying that, Orochimaru jumped onto the branches of the big tree on the roadside and began to leap between the forests. Uchiha Chiba and the rope-holding tree didn't say much when they saw this, and jumped onto the branches in the same way. Orochimaru is not fast, after all, he has to take care of 2 rookies who have not graduated. But then he discovered something was wrong. After driving for an hour, Senju began to breathe heavily and sweated profusely on his forehead, but on the other hand, Uchiha Chiba. Not only was his breathing steady, he didn't even shed a drop of sweat. Seeing this, although he was a little curious about Uchiha Chiba, Orochimaru didn't say much, but jumped off the branch and returned to the road. Seeing this, the 2 people behind them were puzzled. but they also jumped off the branch. Orochimaru looked at the two of them and said, "This is the first lesson I teach you. During the mission, try to maintain your physical strength, otherwise you will die when you encounter the enemy." Hearing this, Senju and Uchiha nodded at the same time. Although this is just some common sense, the teachers in the ninja school have never taught this. Well, maybe both of them were sleeping while the teacher was telling the story. 2 days later, the three of them walked like this and arrived at the border of Tien country. Okay, Tien country is ahead. Let's go to the small town in front to rest for a while today, and then go to meet the daimyo tomorrow. Orochimaru looked at the darkening sky, and then said to the two of them, "Great, I'm exhausted from traveling these 2 days." When Senju heard that he could go to the town to rest, he couldn't help but smile. Even the fatigue accumulated from the 2 days of traveling seemed to be swept away. No. Uchiha Chiba was also very happy and traveled for 2 days in a row, although he didn't feel very tired. But not taking a shower for 2 days also made him feel a little uncomfortable. When the three of them arrived at the small town, it was completely dark. Uchiha Chiba looked at the town. Unlike Konoha, there are no ninjas here, just ordinary people who are constantly busy for life. The street lights on both sides of the street turned on because of the darkness. Pedestrians laughing and chatting walked in groups or walked into the nearby izakaya arm in arm. Uchiha Chiba looked at the shops on both sides of the street. Most of them were izakayas and custom shops. And those mamasangs standing in front of the custom shops, wearing scantily clad clothes and posing, kept greeting the passers-by. "Guest, come and play, we're offering a 10% discount on everything today." Maybe it was because Orochimaru was wearing Konoha's ninja vest, but there was no mama-san to disturb the three of them. Orochimaru didn't look away at this and walked forward, but Senju's face was now as red as a monkey's butt. He had never seen such a scene when he was in Konoha. Although there were also custom shops in Konoha, he had never been to one. Uchiha Chiba saw Senju Nezuki like this and couldn't help but joked, "Senju Nezuki, you have to hold it tight. We are still children and we can't violate the 3 precepts of ninja." "Oh, I'm a qualified ninja. How could I make such a stupid mistake?" Senju retorted with a blushing face at Uchiha Chiba's teasing. Although he said so, Senju Naoki was also a little curious about the custom shop. He still remembered Jiraiya once told him, "The custom shop is the most fun place in the ninja world. It not only has considerate ladies, but also the source of human happiness, wine." Jiraiya also wanted to take him to a custom shop in Konoha to gain knowledge, but unfortunately, before the two of them could go, Tsunade found out about it, and the final result was this. Jiraiya lay at home for 3 days, and he was not having a good time either. Tsunade beat him severely. "Really? I'm just reminding you, you don't need such a big reaction, right Naoki?" Uchiha Chiba was still smiling. Snort. Senju snorted coldly and ignored Uchiha Chiba's bad friend. Uchiha Chiba saw Senju Naoki and stopped talking and did not continue. The joke should be stopped in moderation. Orochimaru ignored the two people who were quarreling, but recalled the scene when he and Tsunade Jiraiya did a mission together in the past. At that time, as soon as the three of them arrived in the town, Tsunade would first go to the izakaya to buy wine, and then go straight to the local gambling house with the wine. Jiraiya, on the other hand, would wait for Tsunade to leave before heading into the custom shop. Among the three of them, he was the only one who was considered normal. Huang Hebei was not interested in him. Soon, the three of them arrived outside a hotel. Orochimaru looked at Senju and Uchiha in the back. "Let's stay here tonight, open the room first, and then we'll go have dinner." "Yes, I listened to Orochimaru-sama. Teacher, just arrange it." Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Orochimaru strode directly into the hotel. After opening the room, the three of them went back to their rooms to take a shower, and then gathered in the lobby of the hotel again. Without saying anything else, Orochimaru took the two of them out directly. Inside the barbecue shop, Orochimaru looked at the two of them with a smile. I'm treating you this time, so feel free to eat. Orochimaru is not polite, and he also knows that Uchiha Chiba has an amazing appetite. After all, he had already seen Uchiha Chiba's appetite when he went to Tsunade's house to take the Senju Nezumi test. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Although Uchiha Chiba was a little surprised, she still expressed her gratitude to Orochimaru for his generosity. He didn't expect that Orochimaru not only paid for the three people's accommodation, but also invited them to dinner. It seems that Orochimaru is not like what he will be in the future, spending all his savings on human experiments, and even cooperating with Danzo for money. And now Orochimaru is still single, and he doesn't know how to spend the money he earns from doing tasks. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba stopped being polite. Orochimaru knew his appetite anyway, so he called the waiter and started ordering. Pointing at the items on the menu, he said, I don't want this, this, or this. Give me the rest. The ordinary-looking waitress originally wrote down the dishes pointed out by Uchiha Chiba in her notebook. But then she was surprised by Uchiha Chiba's words. Guest, do you really want to order so much? We only order here and you won't be refunded if you don't finish it. Don't worry, Chiba-kun has a big appetite, just go ahead and eat. Orochimaru said to the waitress calmly. When the waiter saw that the only adult among the three had spoken, she no longer tried to dissuade her. Okay, wait a moment, I'll serve you the food. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chapter 40 The Unlucky Senju Rope Tree. The next day. Daiming Mansion. Uchiha Chiba looked at the Tainokuni daimyo in front of him. His clothes were quite gorgeous, but he was as fat as a pig. It's a pity that the maids on both sides of the name are quite beautiful and have a good figure. Lord Daimyo, my name is Orochimaru, the Jainin of Konoha. The mission you issued in Konoha to clean up bandits will be completed by me. Is it just the three of you? Don't blame me for not reminding you that the number of bandits exceeds 200. You and I don't have any objections, but what does this child mean? Does Konoha look down on me? The daimyo of Tianakuni pointed at the Senju rope tree and was a little angry. He felt that he had been underestimated by Konoha. Senju was a little confused. Why did he suddenly mention his age? Just when he was about to get angry, he was held down by Uchiha Chiba, who noticed it from the side. Then he said in a voice that only two people could hear, calm down the rope tree. Senju felt the terrifying power on his shoulders. Although Senju was still angry, he endured it. Facing the anger of the daimyo of Tianokuni, Orochimaru still said without changing his expression, you don't have to worry about it, daimyo. Since I dare to take on this task, it means that I am confident in completing this task. More than 200 ordinary people, it's just a human being, I don't take it seriously. Haha, okay, both in terms of the mission details and now I have clearly stated the number of enemies. Since you are confident, I won't say more. But if you lose your life because of underestimating the enemy, it won't matter. It's none of my business. Although Orochimaru seems to be quite reliable, the Tainokuni daimyo still has little confidence in Uchiha and Chiba. 3 vs 200? Although there were no ninjas among those bandits, the three of them didn't know how long it would take to kill even more than 200 pigs, let alone more than 200 adults. The idea of the Tainokuni daimyo was that he had made it clear enough, and by then these three people would die in the bandits' den. It has nothing to do with him, and Konoha shouldn't blame him for this. Thank you, Lord Daiming, for the reminder. I have confidence in me and my disciples. By the way, Lord Daimyo, please tell me the location of the bandits. Hearing this, the name of Tien's Higuo did not continue to speak, but waved to the maid on the left. The maid immediately stepped back after seeing this. After a while, the maid just returned here holding a beautiful box in both hands. The daimyo of Tien's Higuo pointed to the box in the maid's hand. Inside this is the map with the location of the bandits. Take it. Hearing this, Orochimaru took the box from the maid's hand and said, "Okay, let's take our leave first. See you later, Your Excellency." Immediately, Orochimaru no longer stayed and greeted Senju Naoki and Uchiha Chiba to leave. Walk out of Daming Mansion. Senju couldn't help complaining, "I'm so angry, Chiba, did you pay attention to what the fat man said just now? He obviously looks down on us. It's normal, you are a child to begin with, and he only looks down on you, not me." Uchiha Chiba is more open-minded about this. "Damn it, Chiba, you're not like me. What's the difference? Look at my height. Although we are the same age, others would think that I am 16 or 17 years old." As Uchiha Chiba said. He compared the heights of the two of them with his hands, and then found that the size of Nezuki knew the position of his chest. "Damn it, Chiba, UBD." Senju Naoki was still angry about the affairs of Tianakuni Daimyo, but now Uchiha Chiba used his height to stimulate him. He couldn't bear it anymore. He said that he was going to beat Uchiha Chiba. "Stop the quarrel, now is not the time to quarrel." Orochimaru pressed Senju's head in time to stop him. "Our top priority now is to go back to the hotel and make a plan on how to deal with the bandits." After being stopped by Orochimaru, Senju Nezuki could only die down, but still looked at Uchiha Chiba with an angry look. "A whole Chiba, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will be taller than you." "Yeah, you're right, but it's impossible for you to be taller than me in this life. Maybe you'll have a chance in the next life." Orochimaru has a headache. What he just said has turned a deaf ear to these two brats, right? Immediately, chakra and murderous intent erupted at the same time, sweeping towards Uchiha and Chiba. "Shut up, both of you." Facing this sudden strong murderous intention, Uchiha Chiba's body froze. Subconsciously, Uchiha unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. Buzz. Orochimaru originally wanted the two of them to be quiet, but this inexplicable impact directly shook his mental position and began to feel a little dazed. If he hadn't discovered that this power came from Uchiha Chiba, he would have thought it was an enemy sneak attack. "Chiba-kun, what are you doing?" Orochimaru looked curious, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. After Conqueror's Haki defeated Orochimaru's murderous intention, Uchiha Chiba's body was also free. Faced with Orochimaru's questioning, he once again brought up the statement he made about Mat Dai. "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama, this is our Uchiha secret technique, and I couldn't help but use it just now." Haha, as expected of Uchiha, he actually has such a powerful yin-style secret technique. After listening to Uchiha Chiba's explanation, Orochimaru subconsciously thought that this was a yin-style secret technique. After all, no one in the ninja world except Uchiha Chiba knew about the power system of other worlds such as Haki. Then he looked at Senju, who was already lying on the ground unconscious. "Chiba-kun's power is very strong, and most people have no ability to resist at all. It seems our plan can be changed again." After Orochimaru saw Conqueror's Haki, he originally planned to adopt Uchiha Chiba's idea and poison the water source of the bandits first. Then arrange detonating symbols outside the mountain village where the bandits are located. In this way, the living forces can be wiped out to the maximum extent, and the bandits can be prevented from escaping. Then the three of them can go and harvest the remaining bandits. But that's in the meantime, there's no need to bother now. All it takes is Uchiha Chiba to use the secret technique just now on the bandits, and a group of ordinary people will immediately become lambs to be slaughtered. Immediately, Orochimaru said no more, but pulled the Senju rope tree up from the ground and put it on his back. However, thinking of the main purpose this time, he decided to use Uchiha Chiba's secret technique as his trump card. Unless there are any special circumstances, just proceed as planned. In the afternoon, after the Senju rope tree woke up, Orochimaru set off towards the bandits' location. Senju was very strange. He was still arguing with Uchiha Chiba, but he lost consciousness the next second. And he also asked Orochimaru and Uchiha Chiba after he woke up. But both kept it secret. It made him feel like there was a cat in his belly tickling him. Chapter 41, Suppressing Bandits, 1. Although the itching was unbearable, there was nothing Senju could do if the two of them didn't talk. Sudden. Orochimaru, who was advancing rapidly, stopped, holding one hand on the tree trunk and looking at the looming building ahead. Naishu, Chiba-kun, our target is ahead. You wait for me here first, and I will go find out the specific situation. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be able to fight 100 battles, and gathering intelligence is also a basic quality of the ninja. And correct and detailed information can better help ninjas complete their missions. As for why Orochimaru went alone, of course it was because he was afraid of the inexperience of Senju and Uchiha. It would be bad if the bandits discovered him then. Although Orochimaru also knows that Uchiha Chiba's secret technique does not need to be concerned about these, his main purpose of choosing this task is to increase the experience of the Senju rope tree. I understand, Mr. Orochimaru, don't worry, we will wait for you here. Senju nodded in agreement. Although he also wanted to go with Orochimaru, gathering information was obviously not something he could accomplish as a student. And he would feel bad if he held Orochimaru back. Uchiha Chiba also wanted to say why it is so troublesome, why not let him open Wushuin and solve it as soon as possible. But after thinking about it, he decided to follow Orochimaru's arrangement. After all, Orochimaru had been very good to him along the way. There is no need to argue for the sake of publicity. Okay, Orochimaru-sama. Seeing this, Orochimaru stopped talking and continued to leap forward. After Orochimaru left, Senju was really curious about what happened in the morning, and then asked, Chiba, what happened in the morning at Damingfu? Could it be that we were attacked? In this regard, Uchiha Chiba was a little helpless, and Senju Nezuki was probably too curious. Thinking of the time at the hotel, Orochimaru asked Senju to not tell Senju the specific situation before he woke up. He was afraid that his disciple would be hit by Uchiha Chiba. But looking at the situation now, if he didn't tell Senju, Senju would probably annoy him to death, so he decided to tell Senju a half-truth and half-false truth. At that time, Orochimaru-sama felt that you were too noisy, so he used a secret technique that attacks the human spirit to knock you out. Ah! But why are you targeting me alone? I'm obviously the teacher's disciple. Senju clearly remembered that before he lost consciousness, Uchiha Chiba was standing there well and did not faint like him. He was a little puzzled by this, but he did not continue to ask. He estimated that Uchiha Chiba did not know why Orochimaru did this. Seeing that the Senju rope tree calmed down, Uchiha Chiba also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how to continue the weaving if I asked him again. 2 hours later. The two people who were resting suddenly heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air from the front. Then the two of them were instantly alert. Uchiha Chiba most likely thinks that Orochimaru has collected the information and came back to find them. But just in case, he still activated the Haki of Knowledge, after all, in case it was not Orochimaru but a ninja from other countries. Although he is not afraid, the Senju rope tree is hard to say. After a moment, he realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. The person coming was not a ninja from another country, but Orochimaru who had returned. The three of them found a relatively private space and sat together. Orochimaru looked at the two of them and said, I will assign the tasks. After dark, Chiba-kun will go poison the bandits, and you, Naishu, will arrange the detonating charm outside the village. The water source of the cottage is behind the cottage. Although it is not inside the cottage, there are still 3 people guarding it. Chiba-kun, you should be careful not to make too much noise when you go to poison it. Of course, I will use my clones to help you guard. Once the situation changes, I will remind you in time. After your mission is completed, we will gather to attack the mountain stronghold. Okay, this is my plan. Do you have any questions? After Orochimaru finished speaking, Uchiha Chiba raised his hand. Chiba-kun, tell me. Lord Orochimaru, there is nothing wrong with me poisoning you, but I don't have any poison. Uchiha Chiba spread her hands helplessly. It doesn't matter, I have the poison. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out a porcelain bottle from his bag and handed it to Uchiha Chiba and continued, this is the poison I prepared myself. It has a very high fatality rate. You must be careful when using it. Uchiha Chiba nodded, I know Orochimaru-sama, I will be careful. Seeing this, Orochimaru reached into his bag again and took out a stack of detonating charms and handed them to Senju. Rose Tree, you can use these detonating talismans without saving, you know. Yes, I know how to do it, teacher. Senju accepted Orochimaru's detonating talisman unceremoniously and nodded. Seeing this, Orochimaru looked up at the sky and said to the two of them, let's take a rest now and start taking action at night. Okay X2. Time soon came to night, and the three of them simply took a soldier's grain pill and set off towards the mountain stronghold where the three thieves were. Arriving outside the cottage, Orochimaru first transformed into a shadow clone, and then said to the two of them, no more nonsense, just do what we planned this afternoon. Shadow clone will follow you, Chiba-kun. Once I alert you, you will retreat immediately, do you understand? Uchiha Chiba did not speak, but nodded silently. Seeing this, Orochimaru waved his hand, okay, let's go now. Uchiha Chiba took advantage of the cover of night and moved quickly towards the back of the village. Although he was followed by Orochimaru's shadow clone, he still alertly activated the chakra. As for the mission, it's better to be careful. After arriving a few dozen meters away from the water source, Uchiha Chiba slowed down. Slowly approached through the perception of seeing, hearing and color. When he was still about 10 meters away from the water source, he stopped. He saw three bandits with machetes sitting around a well, complaining about something. Brother, second brother, this is so unfair. Why do we have to guard this well while others are eating and drinking inside? A bandit who was blind in one eye said to the other two. Harm, who made us offend the captain? Yesterday, we snatched away the woman that my eldest brother caught in the village. How about we go to the boss and complain? If this continues, what's the point of being a bandit? We can't touch women. And we can't drink wine. Chapter 42, Suppressing Bandits, 2. It's just that it's freezing cold here. I really want to kill that bullshit captain. Okay, stop complaining, we can go back to rest in half an hour. Although they were 10 meters apart, Uchiha Chiba still completely heard the conversations of several people. He didn't find anything strange about the complaints of the three bandits. Human beings are inherently complex creatures. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There is no conflict between sticking together for warmth and targeting others. But he didn't plan to wait any longer, even though the three of them would evacuate in half an hour. And there should be no one to change shifts later. After all, in this winter, who would come to guard a well at night? He didn't want to waste his time because of a few bandits. But if you want to make these three bandits die quietly, you can't use physical skills. After all, when he uses physical skills, he makes a lot of noise. Now that I think about it, he was quite right in rejecting Sarutobi Laoden. Thinking back to when I was watching anime in my previous life, Metkai wanted to join Anbu after Kakashi joined Anbu, but Anbu is an organization that engages in assassinations and gathering intelligence. You need to hide your identity when performing tasks. Suddenly a Konoha whirlwind comes, who doesn't know that it belongs to Konoha? Of course, the result was that Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected him. Seeing that he could no longer join Anbu, Metkai ran to Danzo again and expressed his desire to join the route. But Danzo Shimura is a shady guy, even more sinister than Hiruzen Sarutobi, so how could he want someone as neurotic as Metkai? Then he refused because Metkai's heart wasn't dark enough. In the end, Metkai had no choice but to give up and settle down as an ordinary ninja. Although Uchiha Chiba will not call out moves like Metkai, the movement after opening 8 gates is already big. Assassination is really not suitable for him, and it is more enjoyable to open Wushuan. However, Uchiha Chiba is not completely helpless. Conqueror's Haki is very useful at this time. Although he can't master it skillfully yet, it is still no problem to release it in a small area. Buzz! With the release of Conqueror's Haki, the 3 bandits fell to the ground before they could react. Orochimaru from behind saw this scene and was even more satisfied with Uchiha Chiba. He wanted to explore Uchiha Chiba's tone after the mission was completed to see if he was willing to be his disciple. After seeing the bandit fall to the ground, Uchiha Chiba stopped waiting and quickly walked to the well. Then I looked down. Fortunately, the temperature was not too low now, and the surface of the well water had not been frozen. After pouring a whole bottle of poison into the well, Uchiha Chiba looked at the bandit on the ground. There was a moment of hesitation in his eyes. Should we kill these bandits? Although countless ducks and fish died in his hands when he was a chef in his previous life, he has never tried killing someone. But after a while, he had an idea. Then he picked up the bandit's weapon and wiped the necks of the 3 of them one by one. There were no screams but wailing, and the 3 bandits lost their lives in this way. After killing people, Uchiha Chiba was not unfit for vomiting as he imagined. He found that there was no difference between killing people and killing Kun. It was just a stab at the neck. It's just that after killing someone, I felt a little guilty. After all, it was his first blood. The first time is always unforgettable for a man. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Uchiha Chiba thought of the conversation between a few people just now. These people were not good people, and they did a lot of burning, killing and looting. Thinking of this, the little guilt in my heart disappeared instantly. In order to prevent others from being discovered, Uchiha Chiba deliberately buried the bodies of the 3 people in the snow before leaving, and he also covered up the blood stains on the ground. After everything was done, Uchiha Chiba took a look. No traces could be seen. Very good. Then he no longer lingered, but returned quickly. When he returned to the place where he started, Senju and Orochimaru were already waiting for him. You came back to Chiba, did anything happen to you? Senju asked with concern. No. Uchiha Chiba was not interested in Senju's concern. After all, she was not his sister. Then she turned to look at Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru, when will we take action? Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Orochimaru hesitated for a while. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba didn't ask any more questions. He poisoned the well, and it was getting late now. Even if those bandits were poisoned, they would have to wait until tomorrow to drink the well water. Ah! Teacher, what should we do now? Go back or wait here? Senju Rope Tree also understands that it will take some time. Wait, find a place to light a fire. I think it won't be a problem for one night. All right. Although Senju wanted to go back to the hotel to rest, but since Orochimaru had already spoken, he could only choose to obey. He also understood that ninjas had to face various harsh environments when performing tasks. Although the weather was very cold now, it was not unbearable. After the 3 of them found an open space that was not covered by snow, they quickly lit a fire. Due to the weather, no prey could be found at this time of year, so the 3 of them could only eat soldiers' food pills to satisfy their hunger. Afterwards, Uchiha Chiba stopped talking and sat cross-legged by the fire and began to fall asleep. On winter nights, except for the crackling of burning firewood, there is no other sound. The next day, it got slightly brighter. Orochimaru woke the 2. Uchiha Chiba didn't feel any physical discomfort due to the fire and her own physical condition. Then he looked at Orochimaru and Senju Rope Tree. Orochimaru was similar to him, and Senju Rope Tree kept running around the fire that was not extinguished. It seems that spending the night in the wild in winter is still a bit uncomfortable for him. Then the three of them took a Bing Liang pill each again. Orochimaru asked the two to follow him. Came outside the cottage. Uchiha Chiba found that the entire village had become chaotic. There was a constant stream of yelling and wailing. At this time, boom! There was a sudden explosion outside the main entrance of the cottage. He thought someone might have seen the situation and wanted to escape, but the road had been covered with detonating charms by Senju Rope Trees last night. Do it! Orochimaru said it directly without talking nonsense. The three then jumped directly over the fence. Uchiha Chiba directly opens the 6th gate of 8 gates, Dungia Gate of View, although it is a bit like a cannon to kill mosquitoes. But now he just wants to end the mission quickly, then return to the hotel to take a hot bath and have a good rest. Senju Rope Tree also had the same idea, and directly launched the water dragon into his hand. Uchiha Chiba charged directly towards the largest house in the village. The speed of running at full strength has exceeded the limit that can be observed by the naked eye. Before the bandit in front of Uchiha Chiba could react, he only felt an unstoppable strong wind coming. Then he was knocked back dozens of meters. After landing, he was completely out of breath. Chapter 43, Suppress the Bandits, End. As the saying goes, capture the thief first, capture the king first. Uchiha Chiba ignored the miscellaneous soldiers who were lucky enough not to be poisoned. When he came and rushed into the largest house in the village, I saw a bald man who was more gorgeously dressed than the other bandits. And this bald man was glaring at Uchiha Chiba with a katana in his hand. Uchiha Chiba took a closer look. He had a bald head and a strong build. There was also a scar more than 10 centimeters long on his face. Well, it fits the image of a bandit boss very well. Although he was already sure that this person was the boss of this group of bandits, he decided to ask first. Even if that's not the case, let this bald man tell him the position of the real boss. Just as he was about to ask, the bald man beat him to it. Assholes, who are you and who sent you here? Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba was a little confused at first. Couldn't he tell that he was a ninja? After touching his empty forehead, he realized that he was still a student who had not graduated and had not yet been issued a ninja forehead protector. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba thought that he was going to die, so it was better to let this bald man become a sensible person. I am a ninja who accepted your daimyo's commission and came to destroy you. By the way, are you the leader of the bandits? The bald man became furious when he heard this. You BD ninja, go to hell. After saying that, the bald man raised the katana in his hand and struck Uchiha Chiba's head with the sword. In Uchiha Chiba's eyes, this bald man's sword swing was extremely slow. His feet moved slightly, and he turned sideways to avoid the bald head's vertical chop. Then he asked again, Hey, bald head, I'm asking you, are you the boss? The bald bandit didn't answer, but instead slashed with the knife towards Uchiha Chiba's neck. Seeing that the bald head was unwilling to answer, Uchiha Chiba directly covered his left hand with his weapon color haki. Then he will hold the incoming blade tightly. Bite. There was a clear sound like the collision of swords. A flash of shock flashed through the bald head that originally had murderous intent on his face, and then he immediately tried hard to pull the weapon back. But after pumping hard twice, I found that the boy in front of me didn't move at all. Inwardly, I was surprised that the person in front of me was so powerful. Then he immediately gave up his weapon and retreated. Seeing that the bald bandit refused to answer his questions, Uchiha Chiba lost his patience. He threw up the weapon in his hand and then kicked the knife handle hard. Boom! With a roar. The bald head's katana was like a bolt of lightning, passing through the bald head's neck in the blink of an eye. However, the katana did not stop, but after penetrating the wall of the house, it flew to an unknown place. Because his neck was pierced, the bald bandit could only make a ho-ho sound while blood continued to flow from his mouth. Uchiha Chiba looked at this scene with cold eyes. Since you don't want to say it, then never say it again. A few seconds later, until the bald man fell to the ground completely dead, Uchiha Chiba turned around and left the house. After coming out, he discovered a horrifying scene. I saw that the ground was already covered with lion majesty, white, black, yellow and so on. The lion majesty all over the ground kept making hissing sounds, and even the bandits' cries for help were muffled. Uchiha Chiba is a little lucky. Fortunately, he does not have trypophobia. Otherwise, just the sight before him would make him sick. Then he discovered again that the surviving bandits had already been frightened out of their wits. They all fled towards the outside of the cottage. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba also joined the battlefield again. 10 minutes later, the three were reunited. Senjul looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but started to vomit. But since I haven't eaten anything decent since last night, all I vomited out was some bitter water. Uchiha Chiba and Orochimaru both watched this scene quietly. Every ninja will go through this step, it's just sooner or later. Wait until the Senju rope tree slows down. Orochimaru looked around for a week and then said, Chiba-kun, Naoki, go to these houses and see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. Okay teacher. Senju no longer wanted to stay here. He was wondering if the corpses on the ground would give him nightmares at night. Uchiha Chiba nodded and turned around to search the houses. After searching several houses, Uchiha Chiba soon attracted his attention by a very simple-looking house. He looked at other houses. Although they were relatively simple, the walls and roofs were intact. Only this house was special. Except for the roof, the surrounding walls are already riddled with holes. Seeing this, he directly activated his knowledge. Then, with his domineering perception, he discovered that there were more than a dozen people below the room. Uchiha Chiba thought to himself that either his perception was wrong, or there was a basement under this house. After all, there is nothing in this room except some sundries. It is impossible to hide people, let alone more than a dozen people. With a guess in mind, Uchiha Chiba walked directly into this simple room. Soon, he found a wooden board under a water tank. Open it, and sure enough, a secret passage appears below. When going down the stairs, Uchiha Chiba's haki remained on. This is also to prevent him from being attacked by people below. Although he is not worried about his life safety, it will still hurt if he is stabbed. Soon, he saw the light of fire at the end of the stairs. Walking down the stairs, the scene in front of me solved the doubts I had had since entering the village. That's why those bandits are all men, not women. It turns out that they are all here, but these women are locked in a cell surrounded by iron bars. Uchiha Chiba looked at the woman in the cell. He found that although all of these women were well dressed, their faces were all haggard, and when they saw Uchiha Chiba, they all huddled in the corner. Seems to be afraid of him. Uchiha Chiba thought that these women should have been kidnapped by the bandits and used as tools. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba did not make the decision without authorization, but returned to the ground and called Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, what are we going to do with these women? Haha, just let them out, and then let them wait here. When we get back, we will talk to the daimyo and he will solve it. Orochimaru has already had rich experience in dealing with this kind of thing. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Uchiha Chiba stepped forward and crushed the iron lock in front of the door. Come out. The bandits outside are all dead. We will ask the daimyo to take you back. After hearing Uchiha Chiba's words, a woman in front asked in a trembling voice, Sir, is everything you said true? Are those bandits really dead? Yes, they are all dead, you don't have to worry. After receiving Uchiha Chiba's confirmation, the woman who just spoke suddenly burst into tears. And her crying directly triggered a chain reaction, and the other women also started crying. Then in the entire basement, apart from the cries of these people, no other sound could be heard. Chapter 44 Jiraiya vs Shimura Danzo. After leading a group of women out of the dungeon, Uchiha Chiba arranged them directly into the room where the bald bandit was. For no other reason than because this house is the largest and all these women can stay in it. To avoid being damaged by wind and snow. After warning them not to drink the water from the well, they comforted these poor women. Then he walked out of the house. Orochimaru saw Uchiha Chiba coming out. Have the arrangements been made? Well, it's arranged. Orochimaru nodded. In that case, let's go back to find the daimyo. After he signs the mission document, we can return to Konoha and hand in the mission. Great, we can go home. Senju was very happy, having experienced several days of living in the open air. He missed the warm quilt and hot food at home very much. Seeing Senju Naoki's happy look, Uchiha Chiba was also infected. In fact, he also missed Uchiha Yuanxiang's cooking. Daiming Mansion. The daimyo of Tianakuni looked shocked when he saw the three people returning. He didn't expect that these three people actually eliminated the group of bandits. Moreover, the murderous aura emanating from the three of them coupled with their blood-stained clothes made the three of them look like murderous gods coming out of hell. Orochimaru didn't waste any time, and directly took out the mission document for the Tainokuni daimyo to sign, and then told the Tainokuni daimyo about the situation of the group of women in the village. After the daimyo of Tien's Higuo signed, the three of them left directly. He even refused the invitation from Dai Mingliu and the three of them to have dinner. Then the three of them went back to the hotel to change into clean clothes, and then they didn't stay any longer and headed straight back to Konoha. 2 days later. After entering Konoha village, Senju jumped happily regardless of the eyes of others. Teacher, shall we submit the task now? Orochimaru nodded. I'll just go and hand in the mission. You can go home first. Have a good rest, and then come to my house tomorrow and I'll give you the reward for the mission. Uchiha Chiba was surprised but also felt a little surprised. Master Orochimaru, do we also get rewards? But we are not ninjas yet. It doesn't matter. You all contributed a lot to this mission, and the reward for you is reasonable. Orochimaru looked at the two of them with a smile. Orochimaru doesn't care much about mission rewards, not to mention that his savings are huge and there are not many places where he can spend money. Okay, you go back and tell your family that they are safe. See you tomorrow. After speaking, Orochimaru ignored the two of them and headed towards the Hokage building, but after taking a few steps, she turned back to look at the Senju rope tree. By the way, Kien-bakun doesn't know where I live yet, right? Naishu, when you come to see me tomorrow, take Kien-bakun with you. Okay, teacher. Orochimaru nodded and turned towards the Hokage building again. When Orochimaru left, Senju looked at Uchiha Chiba and said, Chiba, I will go back first, and you should go back early. By the way, Mr. Orochimaru asked me to take you to his house tomorrow. How about I come to your house to find you tomorrow, and then we go to Mr. Orochimaru's house together? No problem. Uchiha Chiba had no problem with this. Well, I'm going back then, bye. After waving to Uchiha Chiba, Senju ran away eagerly. Seeing the back of the Senju rope tree disappearing around the corner of the street, Uchiha Chiba also walked towards the Uchiha tribe. Hokage building. Orochimaru came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office again after submitting the mission. But while he was still outside, he heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. But after he pushed the gate of opening, the quarrel stopped abruptly. Look at the source of the quarrel. One is his teammate and friend Jiraiya, and the other is Hokage assisting Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still troubled by the quarrel between the two. One was his favorite disciple, and the other was an old friend since childhood. And the reason for the quarrel between the two was still over a child. That's right, it's Minato Namikaze. Although he also terminated Shimura Danzo's position as Hokage's assistant 2 months ago, a month after that, Shimura Danzo found Mito Munin and Kaden Koharu to intercede for him. Faced with the two men's pleas, he temporarily relented and reinstated Shimura Danzo's position. But Danzo Shimura seems to care about eating rather than fighting. Today I came to him again asking for Namikaze Minato. He was going to say no again. But before the words were spoken, Jiraiya came and heard Shimura Danzo's words. Now the two started to quarrel over a wave-split water gate. Just when he wanted to drive them away, Orochimaru comes in. When Jiraiya saw that the person coming was Orochimaru, a flash of surprise flashed across his face. Orochimaru, didn't you go on a mission? Is this mission accomplished? Faced with Jiraiya's question, Orochimaru nodded. He ignored the quarrel between Jiraiya and Shimura Danzo, and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, I came to see you for something. We'll talk about it later. Help me drive these two people away first. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't want to listen to the two of them continuing to argue. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Jiraiya began to look for Orochimaru as a helper. Orochimaru, you judge, Danzo actually wants my promising future disciple to go to his route. You also know what kind of ghost that route is. Where, isn't this pushing Minato into the fire pit? Minato should have a bright future, not rot in the roots of darkness. Nonsense, Jiraiya, roots exist to protect Konoha. Without roots to protect Konoha secretly, what do you think Konoha would be like? Shimura Danzo continued, also, whatever gets into the root will rot. Under my training, my subordinates have all become ninjas who can stand alone. Hearing this, a trace of disgust flashed across Jiraiya's face, and at the same time his anger grew stronger. Yes, you forcibly gave up the names of your subordinates and only allowed them to call them by their code names. What did you do to them? Tools. Shimura Danzo wanted to refute, but Orochimaru spoke at this time. Jiraiya is right, a person whose name has been abandoned has no past and no future, and should not let a child in. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo only felt that the pressure was a bit high now. The 1vs2 just now made him feel even more stressed, and now there is another Orochimaru. Moreover, these two people are also disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, he also had the idea of recruiting a few disciples. This way he wouldn't have to fight alone if he quarreled with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. But this is all a matter for the future. The top priority now is to snatch Namikaze Minato over first. Then he looked at the old god, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was sitting behind his desk. Hiruzen, what do you say, should I let Minato Namikaze become Jiraiya's disciple or let him enter my roots? Chapter 45 Jiraiya's Life. Danzo, I told you before that Minato, this child's future should be full of sunshine and hope. He is not suitable for your roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on his previous ideas. Snort. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. The situation is not right now, so he should retreat temporarily. He was about to walk out immediately, and just as he was about to reach the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came again. Danzo, for the sake of Menyan and Koharu, I reinstated you as Hokage's assistant. If you continue to be stubborn like this, then I don't mind suspending you again. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's trump card, Shimura Danzo was furious. It happens every time I use this trick against him, just because Sarutobi Hiruzen is a Hokage? At that time, if he had taken one step ahead of Hiruzen Sarutobi and expressed in front of Senju Tobirama that he was coming to cut off the queen, would the Hokage's position be his? The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the angrier he became. Just because he hesitated in front of Senju Tobirama at that time, Hokage's position passed him by. Hiruzen, you will regret it. After saying that, Shimura Danzo slammed the door and left. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to say this at first, after all, his two disciples were here, but after waiting for Danzo to say that, he found that he couldn't control himself and spoke out. Jiraiya heard the conversation between the two, but thought of him and Orochimaru, if Orochimaru became Hokage in the future. Will their conversation be the same as these two? Orochimaru, you will regret it. Jiraiya, I am the Hokage. Thinking of this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh out loud. This scene was so joyful. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya in confusion. We were quarreling just now, why are we laughing like a fool now? But Orochimaru ignored him and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, can you tell me about me now? Well, tell me. As soon as Shimura Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt inexplicably better. I'm the teacher here to ask you for someone. Among the genin who will graduate next year, I want you to assign Uchiha Chiba to my team. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard the word important person, he thought Orochimaru was possessed by Danzo. But after listening to Orochimaru's words, he guessed what Orochimaru was thinking. It seemed that Orochimaru wanted to accept Uchiha Chiba as his disciple. As for why this happened, he thought it was when the three of them went on a mission that Orochimaru discovered Uchiha Chiba's extraordinary talent, right? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could reply, Jiraiya was the first to persuade him. Old man, Orochimaru finally agreed to lead the team. It's such a small favor, so just agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya with his peripheral vision and said angrily, I didn't say I disagreed, why are you anxious? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Orochimaru, I have no problem here, but if you want to accept Uchiha Chiba as a disciple, it will probably be a bit difficult. That kid is a very independent person, and I invite him to enter Enbu after graduation. They were all rejected by him. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the scene where Uchiha Chiba was chatting with him, and he thought Orochimaru's idea was good. But it is very likely that he will fail. It doesn't matter. As long as you assign him to my team, teacher, I will have enough time to convince him to become my disciple. Orochimaru is very confident in himself. After all, in his 20 years of life, he has never experienced failure. Whether it was his grades in school or his mission completion rate after becoming a ninja, he was always at the forefront of everyone. Besides, there are not as many benefits as joining Anbu and becoming his disciple. There are so many people in Anbu, but his disciple is only Shenshu. Okay, since you have confidence, I won't say anything else. I will help you allocate it. Okay, do you have anything else? Hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head, no more. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, okay, since everything is fine, you can go back first. The new year is coming soon, so don't do any tasks recently and have a good rest. Seeing this, Orochimaru said no more and turned to leave. Jiraiya stopped him and said, Orochimaru, the three of us haven't gotten together for a long time. How about having a drink together tonight? I'll inform Tsunade. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, I'm fine. Okay, let's meet at the old place tonight. Jiraiya was very happy to get Orochimaru's agreement. After Orochimaru left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what's the matter with you coming to me? Ah? What's the matter? Well, I just had a quarrel with Danzo and forgot about it. Jiraiya, who was still happy to be reunited with his old friends, stood there awkwardly. Humph, you should go too. Come back to me when you think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little helpless. Jiraiya, this disciple, is good at everything, but his careless temperament makes him a little unhappy. Well, I'll leave first, old man, you're busy. After Jiraiya said that, he immediately fled from here. After leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya walked directly towards the hospital. Since he had agreed with Orochimaru, what he had to do now was to find Tsunade. When Uchiha Chiba returned home, it was only 4 p.m. Thinking that today is Wednesday, Uchiha should be working in the hospital. Immediately, he walked directly into the kitchen. After taking Bingliang pills for several days, he was already tired of it. Now he just wants to treat his stomach. After an hour, the busy chef Uchiha finally got to eat the dish he had been craving for. After a stormy meal, Uchiha Chiba took 2 lunch boxes prepared in advance and walked to the hospital. Walking on the streets of Konoha, feeling the warmth brought by the winter sun, Uchiha Chiba felt a sense of separation. 2 days ago, I was still fighting with the enemy. Well, I can't say fighting, but more like massacre. Then he thought about the women he rescued and wondered how the daimyo of Tien's Higuo would deal with them. The peace and massacre made him feel like he was in another world. Just when he came to the hospital gate, an unexpected figure appeared in his eyes. Jiraiya? What is he doing here? Uchiha Chiba looked at Jiraiya, who had white hair in front of him. Seeing Jiraiya, he also thought that Jiraiya's whole life could be said to be living for a prophecy. A prophecy directly affected his life. Because of the prophecy, he did not dare to marry and have children. Also because of the prophecy, he missed Tsunade, his favorite person. In the end, he died at the hands of his disciples because of the prophecy. Overall, this man's life was a tragedy. But this is none of Uchiha Chiba's business. What he said would be a quote from our ancestors: if a man does not serve himself, he will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Jiraiya was very curious as to why the Uchiha kid carrying a lunchbox kept staring at him. And she looked at him with pity. Is he pitiful? Chapter 46 Provocation. Jiraiya was a little dissatisfied. Hey, kid, what do you mean by that look in your eyes? Do you look down on me? Do you know who I am? Uchiha Chiba was a little confused as to who Jiraiya was talking to, and then turned around and looked around. Realizing that there were only 2 of them at the entrance of the hospital, he pointed at himself again. Are you talking about me? Jiraiya pointed at the boy. Yes, that's right, I'm talking about you, kid. After confirming that Jiraiya was talking about him, Uchiha Chiba's mind moved slightly, and then he had an excuse. I know you, Master Hokage's disciple Jiraiya, right? Jiraiya shook his long snow-white hair and put on a pose that he thought was handsome. Ha ha ha, yes, it's me. I didn't expect that I am quite famous. Even a brat like you knows me. Uchiha Chiba looked at the extremely narcissistic Jiraiya in front of him, with a touch of disdain on his face, and teased, yes, everyone in Konoha knows Jiraiya-sama's name, but it's not a good reputation. After all, what kind of good person can a person who spies on women's baths be? You're right, Lord Jiraiya. When it came to the last sentence, Uchiha Chiba deliberately lengthened it. Ahem, you kid, what are you talking about? What's peeping? Don't say it in such a bad way. I'm just using it as material for a novel. After being exposed, Jiraiya lived up to his proud look. He hurriedly defended himself while taking out a stack of manuscripts from his clothes. Look, this is the novel I wrote. Although it is only half completed now, I am confident that when my book is released, it will be a bestseller in the ninja world. Jiraiya is very confident about his book. After all, the content he writes is what men like to read, and through his continuous field collection, the content in the book is better than the shoddy similar products on the market. His book can be described as a masterpiece that combines the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba's eyes involuntarily moved to Jiraiya's hand. Seeing the manuscript in Jiraiya's hand, I was a little curious about how wonderful Jiraiya's uncle Lu Huang was. Only then can Kakashi be trapped in it and unable to extricate himself. He really wanted to read the contents of the book. Of course, he just wanted to evaluate it. He had absolutely no other ideas. Well, nothing. Now that he had the opportunity to see his true appearance, he wanted to try and see if he could trick the manuscript from Jiraiya's hands. Although Jiraiya said just now that he had only written half of it, he didn't mind. At worst, he could just ask Jiraiya to update it after reading it. Then Uchiha Chiba pretended to show disdain and looked at Jiraiya like a liar. Really? I don't believe it unless. This sentence undoubtedly stung Jiraiya's heart. Do you want to know how much suffering he suffered in order to write this half of the book? He doesn't care if he is chased, beaten, or treated as a pervert. But the only thing that is unacceptable is that others doubt that the book he wrote is not exciting enough. Then he bared his teeth and said, "Unless there is something, please tell me clearly, kid. Don't play riddles like an old man." Seeing Jiraiya taking the bait, an imperceptible smile flashed across Uchiha Chiba's lips. He didn't expect Jiraiya to be so easy to fool. "Unless you show me, I will continue to maintain my point of view." Is it that simple? Jiraiya was just about to agree. He wanted to let this kid see how exciting the first book by a well-known writer in the future ninja world was. However, just when he was about to hand the manuscript to Uchiha Chiba, he thought of a problem, that is, he was writing about Uncle Lu Huang. Although this kid was already 16 or 17 years old judging from his height. But with that childish face, Jiraiya could tell at a glance that Uchiha Chiba was not yet an adult. Then Jiraiya thought. What if he gave the book to the kid in front of him and let others know about it? Then he will definitely be charged with spreading obscene materials. Moreover, the other party is still a minor, and his crime will only be increased by 1 degree. At that time, if Tsunade knew about it, he could not imagine how miserable his death would be, and it would most likely be a death without a complete body. Of course, this is just his imagination. How could Tsunade kill him? The most she could do is beat him up, just lie at home for a month. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but shudder. He felt as if Tsunade was staring at him from behind him. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but hesitate in his tone. Kid, you can't read my book now. Can you read it in a few years?" Uchiha Chiba also knew that such a simple provocation method would definitely not be able to deal with Jiraiya. But he still had a way, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Haha, Jiraiya-sama, just admit it. In fact, you know that your handwriting is terrible, so you don't dare to show it to me, right?" "That's right. If it were me, I would write a terrible book. I wouldn't dare to show it to others, let alone sell it. Maybe if I send the manuscript to a bookseller, it will be thrown into the trash bucket." Jiraiya doesn't care whether Uchiha Chiba is of age or not, and Tsunade has been temporarily forgotten by him. Now he only feels a fire accumulating in his chest. And Uchiha Chiba's words were like gasoline poured on it, completely irritating him. "Kid, I give you the manuscript. Even if you stay up late tonight, you must read it for me, and then tell me how the book I wrote is." Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, but he still said sternly, "Haha, no problem, I will read Jiraiya-sama's masterpiece, but if it is really as bad as I said, I won't lie to myself and say that your writing is good." A trace of displeasure flashed across Jiraiya's face, and he snorted coldly, "Humph, you will know after you finish reading it, my book is not bad. Okay, then I'm going to enjoy it." After Uchiha Chiba said this, he immediately took the manuscript from Jiraiya's hand and stuffed it into his clothes. He was afraid that Jiraiya would react if it was a little later. "By the way, Lord Jiraiya, how can I return it to you after I read it?" Uchiha Chiba thought of a question. After all, this is Jiraiya's unfinished manuscript, just take a look at it, there is no need to read it. Hearing this, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, "Number 64 East Street, you can just come to me directly when the time comes. Also, if my book is really well written, you must apologize to me when the time comes. Do you understand, kid?" "Apologize? We'll talk about it then. He hasn't read it yet." Uchiha Chiba waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about it after I finish reading it." Entering the hospital, Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Chiba beside him and asked curiously, "Kid, what are you doing in the hospital? You don't look like you are sick or injured." Hee. Uchiha Chiba was a little speechless. Didn't Jiraiya see the 2 big lunch boxes in his hands? He didn't say anything, but held the lunch box in front of Jiraiya's eyes and shook it. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed, but this emotion was fleeting. Then he discovered that it seemed that his heart had never calmed down since he met Uchiha Chiba, and he had been led by this kid. Then, a light flashed through his mind. He seemed to understand. But in order to confirm whether his idea was correct, he decided to test it. Kid, when you were outside just now, did you do it on purpose? Did Jiraiya react? Uchiha Chiba's first thought was that Jiraiya had seen through the way he had just provoked the general. Chapter 47 Siblings Work Together. Uchiha Chiba looked confused, pretending to be stupid and said, "What are you talking about, Jiraiya-sama? Why can't I understand what you say?" Jiraiya was confused. He couldn't tell for a moment whether Uchiha Chiba really didn't understand or was just pretending to be stupid. "Oh, it's nothing," Jiraiya said and scratched his hair. Seeing Jiraiya's self-doubt, Uchiha Chiba couldn't help but feel a little proud. Unexpectedly, his acting skills were not bad, and even Jiraiya didn't notice it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chiba no longer intends to continue to entangle with Jiraiya. He is here to deliver lunch, not to chat. Jiraiya-sama, since there's nothing else to do, I'll go deliver the lunch box first. Goodbye. Jiraiya subconsciously replied, "Goodbye, kid." When Uchiha Chiba left, Jiraiya suddenly thought that he still didn't know the boy's name. "Forget it, let's ask again next time we meet." With his thoughts at this point, he also walked towards Tsunade's office. After delivering the lunchbox to Uchiha Genka, he walked to Tsunade's office carrying another lunchbox. Just when he was still about 10 steps away from the office door. Boom! The wooden door cracked open instantly, and a figure flew out from the office and hit the wall of the hospital. Looking closely, Uchiha Chiba discovered that it was Jiraiya who had just parted ways. Then, Tsunade's angry voice came from the office, "Jiraiya, UBD, do you know that because of you, my Nana has no business since last month? You still dare to come to me now, have you forgotten how powerful my fists are?" Jiraiya covered the swollen left side of his face and tried to refute Tsunade's accusation. "Tsunade, you can't blame me entirely for your poor business. The weather is so cold now, isn't it normal for no one to come to visit?" Jiraiya said it was okay, and Tsunade thought of just beating him up, but now she still dared to quibble. Then Tsunade was about to have a good fight with him, and said angrily, "You mean the weather? Don't confuse right and wrong. Only when the weather is cold, guests will go to the women's bath to soak in hot water and warm themselves up." The scene before her eyes made Uchiha Chiba watch it with relish, even though she had seen Tsunade's violent side. But he didn't mind that much, and he wasn't Jiraiya, so he couldn't even withstand Tsunade's punch. After all, he is the man who wants to be Hokage. He wanted to continue watching the show, but he found that the quarrel between the two seemed to have attracted the hospital staff. He could already guess that if he didn't stop it, people in the hospital would definitely spread the news. By the time the rumors spread, he could already imagine the scene. "I'm telling you, Tsunade-sama hit someone in the hospital." "What? Tsunade-sama killed someone in the hospital? You said Tsunade-sama is dead." After the idea ended, Uchiha Chiba immediately stepped forward and pulled Jiraiya into the office. His idea was that although the door was broken, the hospital staff did not dare to watch at the office door. In the office, the three of them looked at each other. Uchiha Chiba put the lunchbox on the table and said to Tsunade, "Sister Tsunade, this is the lunch I brought for you." Tsunade looked at the lunchbox, then moved her eyes to the boy. She just felt extremely embarrassed. The boy must have seen her beating Jiraiya. Although Uchiha Chiba has seen it many times when she beat Senju no Jeki at home. But that was different from now. It was natural for a sister to beat her brother, but beating others was just out of temper. She wanted to explain to the boy that although this was just a cover-up, she didn't know why, she just didn't want Uchiha Chiba to misunderstand her. However, just as she was about to explain, Jiraiya interrupted her. Jiraiya covered his cheek and said vaguely, "Tsunade, isn't your brother Naoki? What's going on with this brat?" Facing Jiraiya, Tsunade asked angrily, "What, can't I recognize him as my god brother?" Jiraiya was just curious at first and asked casually, but looking at Tsunade's appearance, he felt that Tsunade seemed to care more about her god brother than Naoki's biological brother. Seeing this, although he felt strange, he could only smile and said, "Okay, okay." Tsunade didn't want to continue talking on this topic and looked at the boy in front of her. "Chiba, when did you come back? Has the mission been completed?" While speaking, Tsunade had already opened the lunch box the boy had brought. In the past few days since Uchiha Chiba left, she missed the boy's craftsmanship very much. Uchiha Chiba smiled slightly, "I just came back today." Tsunade nodded, ignoring Jiraiya who had a bruised nose and face, and just tasted the boy's food. After picking up a piece of fried chicken and putting it in his mouth, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya again. "Jiraiya, why did you come to see me today?" Hearing this, Jiraiya remembered the purpose of coming here. When they met just now, he was punched by Tsunade before he could speak. If Tsunade hadn't asked, he would have almost forgotten. "Oh, didn't Orochimaru come back today? I saw that the three of us were finally in the village, so I just wanted to get together. Orochimaru has agreed, so I'm here to ask you, how about Tsunade? Let's go have a drink tonight." Jiraiya looked at Tsunade expectantly. Ugh. After thinking for a while, Tsunade remembered that the three of them had indeed not been together for a long time, and then nodded, "Okay, I'll come over after I get off work. Is it still the same place?" Seeing this, Jiraiya forgot about the pain on his face and smiled, but because of his swollen cheeks, his smile was a little ugly. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya with disgust. "Okay, stop laughing, now I agree, you can go." Jiraiya waved his hand, "It's okay, I'll wait for you to go there together after get off work." "No, you being here will affect my work, and I know the way. Don't be so heartless, Tsunade. After all, we have been friends for more than 10 years. Also, why did you just drive me away? Where is this brat?" Jiraiya pointed at the boy watching the show. Tsunade's different treatment made Jiraiya a little speechless. Could it be because this kid is handsome, but his uncle Jiraiya is not bad either? Uchiha Chiba is a little speechless. He is just a theater-goer. Why did it get involved with him? Although he didn't understand why Tsunade only chased Jiraiya, since it had something to do with him, he had to say a few words. "Jiraiya-sama, I am Tsunade-san's younger brother, you." However, before the boy could finish speaking, Jiraiya interrupted, "He did it." The young man was a little helpless. "Couldn't you let him finish?" Of course he knew it was done, and he didn't do it even after kissing her. "Jiraiya-sama. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt others when they're talking?" Tsunade helped in time. "Chiba is right, it's a shame that you, Jiraiya, are such a big person." Facing the man and woman in front of him, Jiraiya could only give in and said, "Okay, little brat, I won't interrupt this time." Uchiha Chiba shook his head, "Forget it, I won't say anything." Jiraiya's interruption just now made him a little unhappy. Since he was unhappy, others had to be the same as him. "You kid." Jiraiya didn't expect that the retribution of the present world would come so quickly. Before he could finish speaking, Tsunade interrupted him. "Jiraiya, you go first, I'm going to work after finishing my lunch." Tsunade still had something to say to the boy, but now that there was such a big light bulb, she could only get rid of it first. "King Gu, forget it, I'll go there first. Tsunade, come over as soon as you get off work." As the saying goes, nothing matters more. Tsunade has already chased him away twice, so he has dignity, right? Chapter 48 Jiraiya's Uncle Lu. Dean's office. After finishing the lunch, Tsunade wiped her mouth and looked at Uchiha Chiba. Chiba, did this mission go well? Did you encounter any danger? Uchiha Chiba thought about the time from leaving Konoha to today. Fortunately, we haven't encountered any danger, and the mission was successfully completed. It's just that it's a bit uncomfortable to sleep in the wild in this weather. It's too cold. Uchiha Chiba still remembers those days when she slept in the wild. Ah? Are you okay? Do you have a cold or fever? Tsunade's face was full of concern. She got up and walked around the table to Uchiha Chiba. Then he put the back of his hand on the boy's forehead. After carefully feeling the temperature of the young man's forehead, Tsunade couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after finding that there was nothing abnormal. Hey, okay, everything is normal. However, what Tsunade didn't notice was that Uchiha Chiba's expression was a little subtle. When the brain received the smooth touch from the forehead, Uchiha Chiba's heart skipped a beat. Then he held Tsunade's hand and said, "I'm fine, Sister Tsunade, my body is fine. This kind of weather won't make me sick." Taking advantage of the gap between talking, Uchiha Chiba felt the rohi in her hands. He wanted to squeeze it, but he held back because it would be bad if he made Tsunade angry. Then before Tsunade could react, she let go in time. Because she was concerned about the boy's physical condition, Tsunade didn't think much about it. As long as you're not sick, remember to bring warm clothes when you go out next time. After saying that, Tsunade returned to her seat. Then she looked at the time, and then looked at the files on the table. Her face drooped unconsciously. It was really difficult to process these documents within half an hour. Uchiha Chiba asked curiously after seeing Tsunade's expression that she was a little unhappy. "Sister Tsunade, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. By the way, Chiba, if you have nothing to do, go back first. It's almost time to get off work. I still have to work and I don't have time to chat with you. So that's it." After hearing this, Uchiha Chiba looked at the time and the documents in front of Tsunade and he understood why Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, Uchiha Chiba thought of Tsunade's punishment to him in the Senju tribe, and he just wanted to leave immediately. Although I was curious as to why Tsunade didn't pull a strong man like him, now was not the time to think about it. It's important to run away. Okay, Sister Tsunade, you go ahead and I'll go back first. After saying that, Uchiha Chiba ran out of the office in an instant without waiting for Tsunade's reply. Uchiha Chiba patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Because Uchiha Minayaka had to work overtime, Uchiha Chiba did not stay in the hospital any longer. After returning home, the young man couldn't wait to take out the manuscript from his clothes. Then he started watching alone in the bedroom. In less than an hour, Uchiha Chiba had read all the manuscripts. After reading it, Uchiha Chiba shook his head. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. Seeing how awesome Jiraiya boasted, how exciting did he think it was? Although there is only half of the plot, overall the plot is a bit too bland. Although the main selling point of this book is the story rather than the plot. In the eyes of Uchiha Chiba, who experienced the baptism of a certain station starting with the word P in his previous life, Jiraiya wrote the key parts very roughly. Although it is not the kind of thing that can be done in one stroke, it is not much different. I don't know if it's because Jiraiya hasn't experienced practical operations yet, or is he just a theoretical player. Anyway, the young man was very disappointed, so disappointed. Forget it, let's just practice. After placing the manuscript in the drawer of the bedside table, the boy sat cross-legged on the bed and began to refine the chakra. He was not worried that Uchiha Minayaka would discover him if he placed this kind of Uncle Lu in such a conspicuous place. After all, ever since he was a child, Uchiha wouldn't look through his things casually. The next day. Because the new year is coming. Everyone in Konoha is getting ready to welcome the new year. Walking the streets of Konoha with the Senju rope tree, Uchiha Chiba found that most businesses on both sides of the street had put up signs with New Year's discounts. Pedestrians around also had happy smiles on their faces. At this time, Senju complained, "Chiba, do you know? My old sister came home very drunk last night. Doesn't he know that his dear brother is back? It's so sad, don't you think, Chiba?" Originally, Senju Nawake would not have such an idea, but last night he saw Tsunade holding a lunch box in her hand. Then he understood instantly, who else would give her a bento besides Uchiha Chiba? Everyone knew that his younger brother had gone home to drink, which really hurt Senju Naoki's heart. In response to Senju Nawake's complaint, Uchiha Chiba said matter-of-factly, "Isn't this normal? When has Tsunade-sama ever cared about your feelings? By the way, Naoki, haven't you been beaten by Tsunade-san for a few days and you're starting to miss her?" Uchiha Chiba had a wicked smile on her face. Hearing this, Senju seemed to have been stabbed in a sore spot, and looked at Uchiha Chiba angrily. "What are you talking about? I'm not a pervert, how could I like being beaten?" Then Senju hesitated and said, "I just think that I haven't seen me for a few days, so I should miss me." Although he said so, Senju Naoki was really not used to it these days after leaving Konoha, although it was a good thing that no one beat him. But as time went by, I still felt like something was missing. Uchiha Chiba chuckled lightly. He had always seen Senju's appearance. Then he put his hands on the back of his head and said, "Really? So I misunderstood you. That's right. Why would anyone like to be beaten? You think so, right?" Senju's expression was a little stiff, and he always felt that Uchiha Chiba seemed to have seen through him. In response, he could only smile awkwardly. Of course, who would like to be beaten except a pervert? Seeing that the topic was getting more and more crooked, when he saw Orochimaru's residence in the distance, Senju quickly changed the topic and pointed at an apartment building in the distance. "Chiba, look, that is Mr. Orochimaru's home, let's go there quickly." After saying that, Senju Naoki ran over alone without waiting for Uchiha Chiba. Looking at Senju's back, Uchiha Chiba smiled, but he did not intend to continue teasing Senju. Just stop this kind of thing in moderation. Arriving outside Orochimaru's house, Uchiha Chiba took a look. Orochimaru's home is not a single-family building, but in an apartment building. Senju seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. When Uchiha Chiba caught up with him, he directly knocked on the door and said, "Teacher Orochimaru, are you at home? Chiba and I are here to find you." Chapter 49 Orochimaru, "Chiba-kun, are you willing to be my disciple?" After Senju Nezuki knocked on the door, the two soon heard footsteps coming from behind the door. Crunch! The door opened, and Orochimaru appeared in front of the two men wearing regular clothes. After seeing the two of them, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. "You guys are here, come in first, it's cold outside." After both of them entered the room, Orochimaru continued, "You guys sit down for a while, and I'll get you some tea." After saying that, Orochimaru walked into the kitchen. After Orochimaru left, Uchiha Chiba took a look at Orochimaru's home. First of all, the first impression is that it is clean, very clean, which reminds Uchiha Chiba of an old joke. The room is neat and tidy and has no peculiar smell. Either a transvestite or a gay. Of course, this is just a joke, and there are many normal men who like to be clean. Then I continued to look at the layout of the property. Except for some necessary household appliances, there was nothing extra. The house only had 2 bedrooms. But for people like Orochimaru who live alone, 2 bedrooms are enough. Senju said excitedly, "Chiba, what do you think the reward for our mission is?" After observing the layout of the house, Uchiha Chiba said indifferently, "I don't know. But I think it is not low. After all, it is a B-level mission, and the difficulty of this mission is not low. The reward for a B-level mission is 80,000 taels to 200,000 taels. Uchiha Chiba thinks it depends on the difficulty of this mission. There are still hundreds of thousands taels available. Senju Nesuke was a little excited. According to Uchiha Chiba's analysis, they could all get tens of thousands of taels this time. To be honest, this was the first time he had been exposed to so much money. Although he usually had a lot of change, it was all given by his family. It's completely different from what you earn with your own hands. Soon, Orochimaru came out of the kitchen with 2 cups of hot tea. Seeing this, Senju Naoki couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Orochimaru, how much is the reward for our mission?" Orochimaru did not answer immediately, but first placed the teacup in front of the two of them. Then he walked into the bedroom. When Orochimaru came out of the bedroom, he already had a wad of bills in his hand. After sitting down, Orochimaru looked at Senju and Uchiha with a smile. "Chiba-kun, Uchiha, guess how much money I have in my hand." Senju was a little anxious. "I can't guess, Mr. Orochimaru, you'd better tell us directly." Uchiha Chiba also agrees with Senju's statement. After all, no ordinary person can see a stack of banknotes stacked together. It would be okay if he opened the Sharingan, but he hasn't even opened a Megatama now, and he can't sense the amount of money either by seeing the color haki. 100,000 taels. In order to save Orochimaru's face, he casually said a number. After hearing Uchiha Chiba's guess, Orochimaru's heart moved, but he didn't expect to be guessed right. But he didn't think much about it. Judging from Uchiha Chiba's uncertain tone, it was probably just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Then Orochimaru said with a smile, "Chiba-kun is really amazing. He guessed it right away. It is indeed 100,000 taels. The total reward for this mission is 150,000 taels, but there are 3 of us, so each of us can share 50,000 taels. As for money, Orochimaru doesn't think it's that important now, and he won't do anything to be greedy for other people's rewards." After saying that, Orochimaru directly divided the banknotes in his hand into 2 parts, and then pushed them in front of Uchiha Chiba and Senju Nodonaki. "Take the rope tree, Chiba-kun." Uchiha Chiba nodded and accepted it without any politeness. On the other hand, Senju was a little embarrassed and kept giggling while staring at the banknotes in his hand. Uchiha Chiba ignored him, but looked at Orochimaru and said, "Master Orochimaru, I will take my leave now and come back to visit you when I have time." The purpose of coming to Orochimaru today was to divide the spoils. Now that the purpose has been achieved, there is no need for him to stay here. Moreover, he planned to return Jiraiya's manuscript later. He had already read it anyway, so there was no use keeping it in his hands. Just as he was about to stand up, Orochimaru stopped him. "Chiba-kun, wait." Uchiha Chiba was a little curious, not knowing why Orochimaru stopped him. "Is there anything else, Orochimaru-sama?" Orochimaru smiled with a touch of confidence on his face. "Chiba-kun, are you willing to be my disciple?" Uchiha Chiba is a little confused. What does Orochimaru think? Why do you suddenly want to accept him as your disciple? Senju Nashu, who was on the side, was even more confused. What's going on? First, his elder sister recognized Uchiha Chiba as his god brother, and now his teacher also wants to accept Uchiha Chiba as his disciple? What is this? But he didn't have any objection to this matter. After all, there was no rule that Orochimaru could only accept him as a disciple. Moreover, he also really wants to become senior brothers with Uchiha Chiba. In this case, the 2 of them can do tasks together in the future. Uchiha Chiba did not answer Orochimaru's question immediately, but asked, "Master Orochimaru, why do you want to accept me as a disciple?" Faced with Uchiha Chiba's question, Orochimaru replied without thinking, "How should I put it? I found that Chiba-kun, your personality is a bit like mine, and your talent is also very good. Chiba-kun, you can understand." "I understand nothing." Uchiha Chiba doesn't think Orochimaru has anything to teach him. After all, his strength lies in his own physical body, 8 Gates Dungeon and Haki. Moreover, he has already learned the 8 Gates Dungeon a long time ago, and no longer needs anyone else's teaching. As for domineering, no one can teach him. After all, the power system in this world is completely different. Seeing Uchiha Chiba's delay in answering, Senju thought he was still hesitating, and immediately turned into Orochimaru's lobbyist. Chiba, please agree quickly. I tell you, Mr. Orochimaru is a very responsible teacher. Furthermore, since you have become Orochimaru-sensei's disciple, we are fellow students and brothers. After hearing Senju Naoki's advice to Uchiha Chiba, Orochimaru pressed his hand out of thin air. Naoju, just let Shiha-kun make the decision. Then he looked at Uchiha Chiba and said, Chiba-kun, you don't have to answer me now. You can go back and think about it first, or you can ask your family for their opinions. Just tell me when you think about it. Orochimaru is not in a hurry. After all, Uchiha Chiba will graduate in half a year, so there is still plenty of time. Uchiha Chiba nodded slightly. Okay. I will think about it carefully, then I will leave first. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded and did not retain Uchiha Chiba. Because Senju Naoki still wanted to ask Orochimaru some questions, Uchiha Chiba was the only one after he came out. That's fine, he is going to Jiraiya to return the manuscript now. If Senju finds out, he doesn't know how to explain it. After spending half an hour, Uchiha Chiba arrived at Konoha East Street. Following the house number, he soon found number 64. Chapter 50. Jiraiya is bleeding heavily. The door opened, and Jiraiya appeared at the door holding his hair. When he saw it was Uchiha Chiba, he asked, Kid, it's you, what do you want from me? Hearing this, Uchiha Chiba first took out Jiraiya's manuscript from his arms and handed it to him, and then said, I will return the manuscript to you as agreed. Jiraiya took the manuscript and said with a bad smile, Hey, kid, my writing is pretty good, come on, tell me what you think after reading it. Jiraiya was already prepared to be praised, and he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. But what Uchiha Chiba said next made him dumbfounded. Well, just average, not interesting. Hey! Jiraiya looked stunned. You say my book is average? Kid, do you even understand what art is? I am a masterpiece of many predecessors, and you call it average. Uchiha Chiba curled her lips. It's really average. Let's not talk about the plot first. Let's talk about the selling point of your book. The climax plot is written very briefly, and many places are omitted, such as the characters' expressions and inner states. After saying that, Uchiha Chiba spread his hands. Jiraiya acknowledges Uchiha Chiba's statement, but he has never fought in person, so how can he know what the character's expression and inner state are like? Then he realized that he didn't know this as an adult. How did Uchiha Chiba, a brat, know this? Could it be said? Jiraiya looked at the boy with a wicked smile. Hey, kid, you haven't experienced it yourself, have you? Uchiha Kyunyi's eyes widened and she pretended to be angry and said, Hey, Master Jiraiya, how old am I? Please don't make false accusations against others. I'm very clean, okay. Although Xiao Kyunyi has reached the age of 18 due to overgrowth, he has not yet let Xiao Kyunyi see the world. Moreover, what he likes is the mature and beautiful sister Delay, a flat little girl and so on. As for going to a custom shop, it is even more impossible. He has mysophobia, okay? Jiraiya looked unbelieving. Kid, how old are you this year? 10 years old, and I'm not called kid, I also have a name, okay, Uchiha Chiba, please remember this name. To be honest, Uchiha Chiba really doesn't like the title of kid. It is obvious that both her height and little Chiba are far ahead of her peers. Are you Uchiha Chiba? Jiraiya looked at the boy in surprise. The young man was a little confused. Isn't it just the same name? What's so strange? Jiraiya didn't care about the boy, but continued, so the disciple Orochimaru wants to accept as you. The young man was a little confused. He only found out that Orochimaru wanted to accept him as his disciple when he went to Orochimaru's house today. How did Jiraiya know? How did Jiraiya-sama know about this? Knowing that the person in front of him was Uchiha Chiba, not to mention that he was Tsunade's god-brother, and was likely to become Orochimaru's descendant, Jiraiya already regarded him as one of his own, and then said proudly, "Hey, don't call me you're an adult, just call me Brother Jiraiya. I only found out about this yesterday." Yesterday, Orochimaru asked the old man to assign you to Orochimaru's team after you graduate, and the old man also agreed to this. Then Jiraiya realized that from what the boy said, he already knew about this. Could it be that Orochimaru had already told him? Then he asked again, "Orochimaru has told you?" After listening to Jiraiya's explanation, it turned out that Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew about this matter, but didn't he object? Uchiha Chiba is a little curious about this. He is Uchiha, not another family or a civilian ninja. But then he remembered that Hiruzen Sarutobi mentioned the Uchiha mirror when he invited him to join Anbu, and the boy felt relieved. Then Uchiha Chiba nodded, "Well, before coming here, Naoki and I went to Orochimaru-sama's house first. He brought up the idea of enjoying me as his disciple, and also said that I should think about it first, and then I can tell him after I think about it." Tisk, 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 it seems that Orochimaru is very optimistic about you. I remember that last year, there was a young ninja named Moonlight who wanted his child to become Orochimaru's teacher. Guess what? Orochimaru ignored it and sent him back directly. Looking at you again, Orochimaru didn't even give you any time to think about it. Well, I'll call you Chiba too. Chiba, what do you think of this matter? Do you agree or reject? I'm still thinking about it, and I have to go back and ask my mother for her opinion. Faced with Jiraiya's inquiry, Uchiha Chiba still used Tai Chi. That's right, you really need to ask your family for their opinion. Jiraiya agreed with the boy's answer. Well, by the way, Brother Jiraiya, since the manuscript has been returned to you, I will go back first. Glancing at the wall clock in Jiraiya's house, it was almost noon, and Uchiha Chiba felt that it was time to leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing that the boy was about to leave, Jiraiya hurriedly grabbed Uchiha Chiba and said, "Hey, Chiba, wait a minute, he's here. Don't leave in a hurry. I still have something to ask you." The boy who was pulled looked a little helpless. "Brother Jiraiya, it's almost noon, I should go back to eat." Seeing this, Jiraiya said with a flattering face, "This is not simple. I can just treat you to dinner. But Chiba, can you give me some advice about my novel?" "Well," Uchiha Chiba said, how could Jiraiya invite him to dinner? She was waiting for him here. After thinking for a while, he nodded in agreement. Of course, he was not trying to blackmail Jiraiya, but for the purpose of spreading art. Well, yes, it was all for art. Seeing that the young man agreed, Jiraiya was very happy, and then said, "Chiba, wait for me for a while, I will change clothes first, and then we will go to eat." After saying that, Jiraiya ran back into the house without even closing the door. A few minutes later, Jiraiya changed his clothes and walked out of the house. "Come on Chiba, let's go to dinner. By the way, what do you want to eat?" Uchiha Chiba pretended to think, and then said hesitantly, "How about barbecue?" Hearing this, Jiraiya waved his hand, "No problem." Seeing that Jiraiya still didn't know about his conspiracy, the young man secretly rejoiced. Rotisserie. Jiraiya looked at the plate on the table that was already like a mountain, and couldn't help but cover his heart with his hands. Tien, this guy must be too good to eat. He simply calculated in his mind that he would have to spend at least 30,000 taels for this period. This was only counting the empty plates on the table, and he didn't know yet whether Uchiha Chiba would continue to order. He couldn't help but wonder whether Uchiha had cheated on her or Akamichi had cheated on her. 10 minutes passed again. And Uchiha Chiba patted his belly with satisfaction after putting the last piece of barbecue in the bowl into his mouth. Full.